don't know that they would have won. And so I don't think it's an overreaction, but I also think it would not have hurt as much because people would have all said, hey, they made it as far as they could. It was amazing they made it this far with the injuries that they suffered.
I'd have taken my chances yesterday. I don't know.
It would have been at Ford Field.
It would have been at Ford Field. And look, the Commanders played an A-plus game here last week. That's what we found out. I sit back yesterday. I'm a little mad that the Lions lost to that team. Really. I mean, the Eagles showed what the Lions should have done on offense. Run it down their throat.
If the Lions commit more to Gibbs early in the game, they would have been playing in the NFC Championship game. That's what you just said, but it was a takeaway I had from the jump that it was.
Say that again?
If the Lions commit more to feeding Gibbs early, they would have been playing in the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia. Because there would have been less turnovers, less ball in the air, and it would have been more runs like we saw from Saquon. Gibbs can take it to the house too.
Okay, I know that everybody says, well, if Gibbs had the ball first instead of Montgomery, like I don't know on second down if Gibbs makes a guy miss in the backfield and Montgomery doesn't, but we've seen Montgomery break a tackle and still run for. I disagree. I think it all comes down to the turnovers, and you could say, yeah, if they didn't throw the ball as much, sure, they wouldn't have had the turnovers. But it doesn't come down to the performance of Gibbs. I think it comes down to the performance of the entire offense and ultimately getting it done.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, because I still don't. I need to guarantee that the golf turnovers aren't there on top of it. The turnovers are critical. It showed us up yesterday with the Commanders. They were -4 after being +5 the week before. That's why you had such a discrepancy in the two performances.
It's only a matter of time before we all, and I mean all of us, acknowledge that Patrick Mahomes is the greatest of all time.
I still work to be done. He is certainly right there with Tom. There's no question about it. If he wins 3 in a row, that's something that Tom never did. I also think that there's something to be said for the longevity. Maybe you could say right now he's the greatest in a, 5-year span, 4-year span that we've seen?
10-year span coming up on it now?
Well, okay, yeah, but if you're talking about, I mean, Tom played for 20 years, won 7 Super Bowls, and did it with 2 different teams. Not that we'll ever see Patrick Mahomes. Who knows what Patrick Mahomes does at the end of his career? But he also could be, I mean, does he win 3 in a row? Does he win 4 in a row?
He'll be pacing ahead of Brady.
No question.
Championships, yards, touchdowns, all of it.
Yes. And
so it's eventually we will all get there.
Oh yeah, there's no question. And I'm not gonna tell you if you think right now that he is the greatest quarterback of all time that you're wrong. I think there is a great argument to be had there. So it's not an overreaction.
He's checking every box, and he's about to check one that Brady couldn't, which is the 3 in a row.
Right.
I'm not going to say it yet, but he's on track to do it. Just need to get a little bit more on the resume, but there's no doubt in my mind. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's done. 7 seasons as a starter. This is his 5th Super Bowl. He's going for a 4th win. And if you look, the other 2 years they didn't make the Super Bowl, he lost a 6-point OT game against the Patriots where he didn't get to touch the ball, and he lost by 3 points to Joe
Brady.
Burrow.
Yeah. No, I know. It's AFC title every year or Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl.
He's undefeated in the divisional
year.
round.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Josh Allen will never win a Super Bowl.
I think it's an overreaction. He may not win it as long as Patrick Mahomes is.
So he's got to wait another 10 years?
Or he's going to have to hope he gets hurt. I mean, I don't know. I think there's just too many variables involved. I think he certainly can win a Super Bowl. I think last year they weren't able to do much in free agency. In fact, they had to shed a lot of their salary cap. And I think it's remarkable that he has had the season he's had without some of the same weapons or without the same defense. Now, all of a sudden, you fast forward another year, they got to the AFC Championship game, and now they're in a much better position to actually go out and sign some free agents, make the defense a little bit better, maybe give them another weapon down the field. So I'm not going to sit there and say, no, he'll never win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's an overreaction to me. I get huge John Elway vibes with him in terms of it's eventually going to come. It's unfortunate that, every year what he has to go through, but the fact he bounces back every year, it doesn't affect him. He's a winner. I just feel bad for him last night that I feel he had an MVP season. I believe he's on par in terms of skill with Mahomes. I just think he should have got the benefit of the call last night.
So is the argument that Mahomes can't win every Super Bowl? That opens the door to Allen, that Mahomes won't win every Super Bowl for the next...
Well, I mean, everybody was giving Jaden Daniels 6 of them just yesterday morning. So,
MSU Hoops. How about them getting a little love? MSU Hoops will advance past the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2019. This team is deep. They're balanced. They can get out and run. They rebound. They do everything that you want from a team to go on a run.
It's not an overreaction. I think they certainly can. Now, will they? Again, remains to be seen, but I don't think it's an overreaction to talk about the way that they're playing now. And it feels like for a Spartan team coached by Tom Izzo that maybe they are, 3 weeks ahead of where they normally get to eventually.
Bingo.
So, now I think they're there. And they can have a little bit of a bumpy road at some point in the Big Ten, playing on the road. It's going to happen. Lessons are going to be learned. I think they're going to be much more prepared for this year's tournament than they have been, not just in terms of talent, but also in experience.
Yeah, they have a look to me that they're going to be an extremely tough out in a tournament. It looks like a vintage Izzo team that's a little bit deeper than normal, a little bit more talent. I think Final Four, and they might be a threat to win the Natty. They just have that. They're so deep. They look like they're going to be really hard to beat. Who's the flash team this year? Is there a dominant team? Like I think in a season where there was a dominant team, that they'd struggle with them in the Final Four. But I don't see that team out there.
Nikita Kucherov should be suspended for his dirty play at the end of the Red Wing game on Saturday. For those that did not watch, Red Wings up 1-0, killing off 6-on-5. Rasmussen makes a play, open ice, skating for an empty net, and he gets whacked by Nikita Kucherov unnecessarily. He ends up sliding into the net. It's a dirty play. There's no place for it in the game. There's no point in a penalty at the end of that game, but you got to send a message, and it's got to be more than a fine. If you're going to suspend Connor McDavid 3 games for a dirty play, Nikita Kucherov is on the table as well.
Yeah, I don't know that it's 3 games, but at least the message sent is 1 game.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an overreaction.
Yeah, you got to suspend him for a game. I mean, if you penalize him on the play, what's that really do?
Yeah, but 20 seconds left.
Left in the game.
Well, and here's the thing, too, is now I think we've found out that it's not going to be anything major for him, but it could have been a season ender. Could have changed it could have changed the path of the Wings, which we're trying to figure out what the path is, but it certainly could have had a negative impact on this roster and on their season. And when you talk about something that is done like that could change the course of a team's potential, yeah, you've got to send a message.
Yeah, I would hope the Red Wings actually push. And I just think it should be a 1-gamer to send a message. But the Wings really need to push this to happen, because just reverse the players. What if Rasmussen did it to Kucherov?
Yeah, and an unnecessary end of game.
I mean, if somebody did
shot.
that to Mahomes, they would be suspended for the year. There you go.
Last note, that was actually a really good win for the Wings. The Lightning are the #1 offense in hockey. Detroit shuts them out. Good game from Cam Talbot. 16 blocked shots for the Red Wings. Yes, this was my excuse to talk a little Red Wings on it.
Did you get the flag out this
Football
morning?
Monday. Those are the overreact gyms. It's 97.1.
Super Bowl 59. We all know it's a couple of weeks away. 1 game, 2 teams, endless possibilities, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to take home the MVP trophy, or the coin toss, you can bet on just about anything. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every single moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Monday morning, Super Bowl field is set. Chiefs and Eagles. That NFC title game, what could have been? Lions could have been there, could have had a chance. I don't know if it goes any differently with just how locked in Philly is and how beat up the Lions are, but it's the Eagles again and it's the Chiefs again. And I know that has people feeling some type of way. We've got open lines 248-539-9797. We do have an update on the Alex Bregman sweepstakes.
Oh, yeah.
It's been kind of quiet, right? 7:35.
Oh.
You have a member of the Tigers openly pushing to get it done, and we have updates from insiders as to where Bregman may be headed.
A lot of other tea leaves that are or events that are happening that may lead us to believe we know what could possibly happen.
Dominoes start falling. Suddenly Houston's back in the mix. We'll give people the latest at 7:35. The Lions have hired a defensive coordinator. They promoted from within. John, your thoughts?
Kelvin Shepard takes over, and I'm okay with this one. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people, we wanted somebody. If you just wanted somebody coming in from the outside because you wanted some more excitement, I think you're missing something that could be really huge. I mean, Kelvin Shepard could be the next name in terms of defensive coordinators. We talked to him at training camp. We liked the conversation we had with. That means nothing in regards to whether or not he can call the defense. However, I think Dan Campbell knows exactly who he is hiring, more so than even when he brought in Aaron Glenn. Now, I know they work together in New Orleans, but he brings in Aaron Glenn, doesn't necessarily know how he's going to call a defense. And I don't think he knows exactly how Kelvin Shepard's going to call a defense, but he has watched him prepare. He's watched him coach linebackers. He's watched and listened to the conversations and the contributions that he has given to Aaron Glenn, who's ultimately calling the defense. This has been a process going for, 4 years in regards to the audition, the interview process. So I think Dan Campbell knows exactly who and what he is getting in Kelvin Shepard.
There will be people who surface level say, wait, the Lions defense is bad and they're promoting from within, therefore this is bad. And I stress that is a surface level evaluation.
Right.
Aaron Glenn was regarded as a very good defensive coordinator. And there were multiple games this season where his coaching won them the game. The Lions defense was banged up, clearly. When healthy, this was a much more formidable defense. The style they want to play to complement their offense is aggressive. They think they're going to score a lot. They think they're going to possess the ball a lot. They want to play aggressive defense to get takeaways, to put pressure on the other team. Shepard will continue running a lot of man, sending pressure, not sitting by in a spy against a mobile QB, but trying to actually put a team defense to corral them. I think that it's at least worth a shot because Dan Campbell is gambling. Stop me if you've heard that before. Gambling that the way he wants to do it is the right way. And following a 15-win season, that's a reasonable gamble to make, right?
Yeah, and so I'm cautious to use the word gamble.
Well, I say gamble because the Eagles promoted from within and had to broom out both assistants.
Anytime you make a hire or a promotion, it's a little bit of a gamble, right?
Yeah.
It might not work. And I think this one is one where Dan Campbell did due diligence. We heard about Larry Foote being in town. I'm sure he talked to Dennis Allen. I'm sure he talked to others outside. And I think in his mind, this is probably the least gamble because he knows exactly what him and Kelvin Shepard have been in the same building for 4 years now. He knows the preparation. He knows the work he does. Like, he has evaluated him throughout the course of every year. At the end of every year, has decided to bring him back every year. And a lot of people talked about Aaron Glenn in regards to they like his temperament. They like his, at the end of the year, it was the last 2 years, the ability to blitz when you don't have as much of a pass rush. 2 years ago, it was because the pass rush just wasn't there. This year is because the pass rush wasn't there because of injury. And how he used different schemes to put pressure on quarterbacks. Ultimately, it didn't work against Jaden Daniels. But leading up to the playoffs, there was a lot of talk about, we can't possibly lose. What are we going to do if we lose both? Now you lose one, and you hire somebody that was his protege, and now there's great caution. I just don't understand that mindset or that. And if it's the fact that you like the mentality, I think you and I can both confirm Kelvin Sheppard has the same mentality. He may not have the gravelly Aaron Glenn voice, but he has the exact same mentality that he is going to bring to that DC spot.
Kelvin Sheppard, a little background on him. He played at LSU, and he has told this story before about how at the end of LSU, he actually had to learn all the linebacker spots because they had a bunch of good linebackers, but they wanted him on the field as much as possible. So he learned Mike, Sam, and Will. And he's been on how many different NFL teams? And he had worn, that green dot at different stops before, even though he wasn't a high-profile player. Very cerebral, very smart, understands defenses from a conceptual level. And then, I do think a lot of defense is dog and mentality, and can you rile the guys up, and can you fire a room up? And I got that impression from him when we met him and talked to him last year at training camp.
That's part of it. But the biggest part is, how can you make adjustments throughout the course of the season? You lose a player like Aiden Hutchinson. Now, we hope that doesn't happen again, but if you lose a key component, how do you adjust in that game to be able to account for that lost weapon? And then moving forward, however long they're going to be, if it's the rest of the season, how do you adjust your defense and how you're calling a game to compensate for that loss?
Yeah, and ultimately it is an unknown. But I think, to your point, Campbell feels there's more known with the internal option. Kelvin Sheppard gets the promotion to DC. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Canton police have teamed up with Michigan State Police to help close several tobacco shops that are accused of selling vape products to kids. Right? So King Tobacco and Vape and Chase have been on the Canton Police Department's radar for several months. And residents in the area, they also report seeing a lot of teens walk in and out of the store. It seems to be like it's teens that are really the ones that are shopping there. And they kind of set up like a sting operation, right? They had undercover teens go in to try to buy these vape products. They were caught. So on Friday, police executed search warrants at both shops, got the green light to have them shut down. Their products were seized. 2 employees were arrested for illegal vape sales. They could be facing felony charges. It's a big deal. And the shop's owners will have to go to court to reopen.
I mean, it's no joke.
Be doing that.
You can't do
no.
it.
Nope, not at all. We've been talking about this all morning. The Super Bowl 59 matchup is set. The Kansas City Chiefs will take on the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday, February 9th. Now, Kansas City could become the first NFL team to win 3 consecutive championships. Anyway, speaking of the Super Bowl, when it comes to a Super Bowl win, nearly half of football fans would choose a Super Bowl win over finding true love. Okay, so a new survey found that 51% of single female sports fans would rather see their team win the Super Bowl over finding the love of their life.
And she said that female fans.
Yeah, and the study also found that Lions have the most dedicated fans. Us, we. A whopping 74% of Lions fans said that they would prefer a Super Bowl win over, meeting the one, finding love, a lasting, forever true love.
That's interesting.
John,
Yes.
how would you answer that? Keep in mind you are a married man.
Oh, yeah. I would
And this is being
100%.
broadcast.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I would 100% say my wife, and the fact that I've found somebody that I could spend the rest of my life with. And it's not just one spectacular season.
Right.
It's
a
till the
lifetime
day
of
I
seasons.
die.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The answer
when
is
it
true love. Come on, guys.
Right, for sure. Now, when it comes to romance, Patriots fans led the pack, so they'd rather find love than see their team win the Super Bowl. Only 22% chose a Super Bowl win.
Well, they've seen a lot of Super Bowl.
Yes,
Yes.
I was going to say, mind you, they've seen a lot of Super Bowls, so it's could be a different perspective, but kind of interesting nonetheless. All right, so for the second time in less than 3 years, Lafayette Coney Island has been closed due to a rat infestation issue. Oh, gross. The restaurant got a visit from the health department on Friday after a customer complained about seeing rats in the restaurant. The health department found rat droppings all over the basement of the restaurant. So, of course, it has been temporarily closed so that it can be cleaned. And also, structural issues at the building can be looked at so they can hopefully prevent future violations. The health department said, you know what? in the next coming days, we're going to go back, do another inspection, and hopefully it will pass and we can give it the green light to reopen. If not, we're going to force it to close down. So it's never anything you want to hear when it comes to food and rats. Like, those two things just should never go together at all. A California couple is suing JetBlue after they claim a large chunk of ice fell from one of their airplanes and landed right into their bedroom. So this lawsuit claims that the couple was actually asleep when this ice chunk, they say that was the size of a watermelon, crashed through the roof into their bedroom and almost caused devastating physical injuries. Thankfully, they were able to get out of the way before they were hurt. But following this incident, the couple says that they suffered severe emotional distress that has resulted in insomnia and now the fear of airplanes. Every time they hear one flying over their house, they have fear, right? They're crippled by fear. So they're now actually considering moving out of what they call their dream home because they no longer feel safe. And the couple is seeking $1 million.
I get the fear. I'm just not sure the liability is going to be the issue.
Well, they did find, according to the FAA, that there was an investigation of this particular airplane, I guess, and it did have some potable water issues 6 months prior to the incident. I don't know. Maybe they do have something that they can go off of, and I get it.
If it was an airplane discharge. Sure, if it's just a chunk that falls off the plane, I don't know.
I don't know, but I'd want some money to fix my house. I get that. I mean, more than the crippling fear of airplanes.
Yeah. Discharge can always
fix
be an
my roof.
Thank you, John. That's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, an update on Bregman. Where do we stand? One Tiger's pushing for it. The insiders in the sport seem to think it might be going the other way. We'll get to that next. 97.1. All right, Lions season is unfortunately over. We've had a week to deal with that, whether you watched or not over the weekend. We'll get to that end of the hour. But with the Lions season in the rearview mirror, we start to look ahead a little bit. And we're waiting to see if the Tigers will land Alex Bregman.
You're not breaking news? They haven't? They didn't last night?
No, John, I'm not breaking news. You want him here. I want him here. Plays third base, Gold Glover, veteran. A.J. Hinch knows him, draws a bunch of walks, fits the Harris profile. Like, he makes sense. Payroll's not bloated. They've got, in theory, money to spend. And it hasn't happened yet for a variety of reasons. And some of that might be Bregman's camp, holding out for an offer that's just not going to happen, right? Well, here's the latest. The Astros are back in. They traded away their closer, Ryan Presley, to free up some money. And Alex Bregman is back on the table for Houston.
Oh, man.
I know. And they were thought to be out, right? Because they traded for Isaac Paredes. They have Christian Walker at first. There's no spot for Bregman. Well, Jose Altuve has said, if it means we're getting him back, I'll play the outfield. You can move Paredes to second. Bregman comes back and plays third. And they're clearing some money, clearing some space. They're going to make a pursuit of Alex Bregman again. Meanwhile, the Tigers have been twiddling their thumbs, holding their firm to their best offer. John, have they been too stubborn about this, drawing too harsh of a line in the sand? Because they're opening the door for the Astros. I saw one report the Dodgers have said, hey, listen, if the price is going to get down to it, we'll just throw our money around. Have the Tigers screwed up by not getting this done already?
I mean, only if they don't get it done.
Right.
I mean, and they didn't screw up if they didn't grossly overpay. But eventually you have to get it done. And do you have to overpay for a guy to come to the Tigers? A guy that, is it the difference of 5 years versus 6 years? Is it term? Is it the number that you're afraid of? Because you're getting a known commodity. You're getting a quantity and quality of player that is much different. And I think most people would agree, it's very different than when you signed your last big-time free agent.
Yeah, I don't like when people compare Baez to Bregman.
Right. That's why I think you're comparing apples to oranges. And now all of a sudden you have this opportunity to get a guy that is he the final piece to the puzzle that gets the Lion or the Tigers over the hump, and not just competing in the division, but winning the division. Not just competing in the postseason, but winning in the postseason. And I don't know if he's the final piece of the puzzle that ultimately wins you a World Series championship. I don't think that's the case, but does he give you a better chance?
Yes. Yes, I don't think there's any doubt about it. In a, quote, down year for Bregman, he would have been one of the three best players on this Tigers team. He draws walks, which is why he's the anti-Javi Baez, right? This is a guy who will get on base. He'll move the runner over. He'll hit it to the gaps. He might not hit as many home runs at Comerica. I understand that's a concern, especially as he ages, but he's a really sound baseball player. He's a winning baseball player. He's a culture guy. He's a productive guy. This team has no third baseman, no proven option at the hot corner. And what, we're going to lose him because $5 million, $10 million?
Well,
I mean, what's going on here?
As player age, right? They lose power anyway,
yeah.
Right? So if you're looking from a player's perspective, if I'm not going to be hitting as many home runs, it's not a home run friendly park. Maybe I'm hitting more doubles and triples because I'm a good hitter. I find ways to hit the gaps, and there's a lot of space to hit out there.
Think about this too. The top of the order for the Tigers features a lot of lefties. Parker Meadows, Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter. Who do you want to slot in the 2-hole to help break it up and allow him to go lefty-righty?
Maybe a righty.
A proven right-handed bat who draws walks and get on base. Like Alex Bregman would be the 2-hole hitter for the next 4 or 5 years. And maybe it doesn't age well at the end, but how about the next 4 or 5 years? You try to win this thing.
Well, but here's the other thing, and I'm not ready to say that until he is signed, whether it's in Detroit or somewhere else, that they've overplayed their hand, because maybe they've just called the bluff of a high-powered agent.
I think they have.
And that high-powered agent made promises to his client that he's not able to follow through on.
So the offer from the Astros, 5 years, 156, was in theory taken off the table, maybe back on the table now. That doesn't feel like it's astronomical in this world of $200 million, $300 million, $700 million contracts. when your payroll's really low and you have a chance to swoop in on a 5-year deal, throw him an extra $10 million and let's get this done. Why let Boris work the game where, hey, I'm going to get the Dodgers in. Hey, I'm going to get the Astros back in. I'm going to get my client his money. The Tigers may end up playing this perfectly, but my fear is the longer this goes, the more it appears they don't want to step over this line they've drawn in the sand to just get it done.
Right. And is it going to be, the question is, have they waited long enough to allow other teams to say, you know what, if he's not going to go for, 45 a year, if he's going to go for 35 a year, okay, we're back in the mix.
Well, I don't think it's anywhere. We're talking 28, 29, 30 million a year.
Well, but okay, so if it's 5 years, 150, you're talking 30, 31 a year.
Yeah.
All right. So my question is, if let's just say it takes 35 a year to get it done, is he in essence twice the player that Javi Baez is?
Right now,
because you're talking about Javi's right around 20 a year.
Yeah.
That means so it seems to me like that is an expense, especially when you're looking at your payroll right now. And if they do this, they're still not going to be.
They're not at the luxury tax. They're not at league average.
Right. They're not even going to be close to league average. That's my point.
Yeah. Last year, I believe only Tarek Skubal and Riley Green would have been higher WAR players on the Tigers than Alex Bregman. You have a chance to add a player of that impact to your team right now. I know everybody.
It's not just as bad. It's his glove.
You're right, Gold Glover. And think about it. The infield for the Tigers currently has Gleyber Torres, who was an error machine at second. Colt Keith, who was an error machine at second and is now moving over to first. You do want some stability on the left side of your infield or the infield in general. He has been the guy at the top of the list with a bullet. They still may land him, but the latest is the Astros are back in, maybe the Dodgers. And we know, hey, the Red Sox have been poking around. The Blue Jays have been poking around. The Tigers have been poking around. Tarek Skubal said yesterday, hey, let's go get this guy. Do we have the sound from Tarek Skubal?
So then it leads you to wonder, I don't think Tarek Skubal is going to be a mouthpiece for Scott Boras.
No.
I think he is being a mouthpiece for, I want more run support and I want better defense.
Yes.
And Bregman offers both of those. But taking out that comment there, is it possible, and I just want to throw this out there, that it's a PR campaign by Scott Boras to say these other teams are now in the mix, that the Astros are now in the mix, because he is, again, trying to drive up the market for his client.
Look, at the end of the day, they just got to get him. No excuses, right? There's no excuse for him to not be a Tiger. He's not asking for an 8-year deal. He's not asking for $200 million, which was the mysterious line the Lions weren't willing to, the Tigers weren't willing to cross.
I know, both of us got to turn
crossing
the page.
Our wires, yes. I know. But there's no excuse. This isn't an astronomical contract. You need him. You're effing around and waiting for someone else to sign Alex Bregman. Now, if they get it done, I will give all the credit in the world to Scott Harris. Shrewd SOB. Yeah. What a general manager. Sorry, team president. He's the man, but he's got to get it done. Where are you guys at with this? That's the latest. 248-539-9797. We are going to get back into football as the hour ends. Want to know about what Championship Sunday was like for us in Detroit. It's 97-1. Lions fans, toast to the Kings of the North. That's 1800 Tequila. That's what you got to toast with. It's the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab your limited edition Motor City jersey bottle. They're on shelves right now, and they're made for this season, a 15-win season and another division title. The bottle's design is meant to look like the Motor City alternate jerseys, the jerseys they wore when they clinched the North in Week 18 against the Vikings. Bottles will be gone soon. Get yours wherever you'd normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. A somber championship weekend for us in Detroit. What could have been. We'll get to how you watched, if you watched, and what you took out of it. Ticket, text, and phone calls on the Bregman stuff. Tarek Skubal said, yeah, I want him here.
He'd look good in Old English D.
He sure would.
There's a lot of players look good in Old English D.
I know. And the latest story is, well, he's unsigned, and the Astros are suddenly back in, and maybe the Dodgers are in. And as this market has sat, have the Tigers missed their mark?
And I know you make fun of me because I am looking forward to pitchers and catchers. We are inching ever so close to when pitchers and catchers report, which is for Detroit the 12th, and for everybody else, it's Monday the 17th of February.
The Astros offer was 5 years at $156. Nowhere near this $200 million cutoff that the Tigers were unwilling to go to. So this is in their price range. This is like going out and seeing a house, and it's got the finished basement, and they already redid the roof. And the kitchen, it's exactly what it's your dream kitchen. Right, this is a third baseman. He has a gold glove. He draws walks. He's the anti-Javi Baez. He's a culture guy. Hinch knows him. This is the house you want to buy.
You mean he values the strike zone? He values exactly what Scott Harris has been preaching?
And, John, the best part, the house is in your price range. But they're letting it sit on the market for someone else to swoop in. That's terrifying. You'd never do that in the housing market. Yet our baseball team seems content to be stubborn. Hey, we think it's only worth this. We're not going a penny more. We're not going a year more. We're holding firm because we know baseball. We know what he's worth, and we're willing to lose him. And that seems to be a calculated risk that's not worth taking.
They're only willing to lose him if they ultimately lose him.
I know.
And that's a question, and this is a debate and an argument that we're kind of having right now, not knowing, first of all the facts, and not knowing how this story ends.
So let me just logic this out. If 5 years, 156 was the offer he had and didn't accept, he wanted more. But clearly no one has offered him more, otherwise he would have taken it. So if the Astros are re-engaging, I can't imagine they'll bid against themselves. To me, that is now the ceiling. Why wouldn't the Tigers sign him at that? I'm really missing a key
I don't necessarily
here.
know that that's the ceiling. That's the ceiling that
as we currently
the Astros have put out there.
Without additional bids, yes.
Right. Now, if you give the same offer that if the Astros put that back on the table and you give the same offer, then the decision is Alex Bregman's of, do I want to move my family? Do I want to stay here? What are the prospects of playing in Houston versus playing in Detroit? Like all of those different things. And if it's this storyline about, well, I'm not going to hit as many home runs because of the dimensions of of Comerica. All right. Well, what would it take to get the deal done? If it's 5 at 156 in Houston, is it 5 at 165? Like, I mean, does that get it done? Or I don't know what that number is. So I don't necessarily think 5 at 156 is the ceiling. I think you may actually have to go a little bit over that,
but that, okay,
to pull him away from Houston.
Fine. Fair point. I feel like it's still in the price range that had been discussed, which was reasonable. Again, the Tigers could sign Bregman at that rate with a little on
but
top.
You could argue 5 at 200 is in the price range.
Right, but even their arbitrary price range, it feels like. Anyway, couple ticket text phone calls, then we'll move into football. Kevin in Macomb, you're on 97.1.
Hey, honestly, would you guys ever think that you'd ever hear yourself saying that Ilitch is the worst owner in the city and Tom Gores is actually ahead of him? Because honestly, Tom Gores is not the most competent owner, but he is not cheap, that's for sure. I think this all just goes back to Chris Ilitch. It's the easy thing to say, but for all we know, Scott Harris wants Bregman here. I mean, we just heard Tarek Skubal, and what's he not going to say, And that's just another way of maybe trying to keep him to stay here. Because I tell you what, you're looking at down the barrel of Boris right now. Well, they're going to be looking down the barrel in a couple of years with Tarek Skubal, and I can guarantee you that they're just going to throw that in their face if they're going to ask for a hometown discount.
Of course.
So I just think, I like that these guys that they're drafting. I mean, the baseball America Top 100, we got some guys in there.
There's a decent foundation.
But it's just, we got to have those other pieces, the veterans. And 5 years is not, for Bregman, would be perfect. I thought it was going to be like 7 or something like that. But I just don't know how you don't do it. I mean, the stat Avalani was saying the other day was $1.5 billion has been spent between the Yankees, the Dodgers, and the Mets this offseason. and then the rest of the field combined has spent $1.2 billion. So, and it's just Ilitch isn't a poor owner. I feel like he tries to act like he's poor. He's in the top 10 of the richest owners in the league. So I just think it just all goes back to him not giving a damn. And you see it with the Red Wings. I'm glad they didn't sign Stamkos, but he blocked the Stamkos free agency signing to say.
I don't know that was confirmed, but
I hate
and it's a little
comparing the two
different.
sports.
There's no salary cap in hockey, right? I understand his broader point, though. I mean, this is a sport where it's pay to play. There's no salary cap in baseball. Do you want to be in it or not?
Yeah, and I mean, to his point of Tom Gores, and it put your money where your mouth is. Tom Gores did that by moving on from a coach, basically paying him 1 year, $75 million, and then moving on to J.B. Bickerstaff, who now we see is a competent coach that is getting this team into playoff form.
Imagine that. Texter says the Tigers are not, what they're telling me is that they don't want to run this as a serious organization. They want to run on a shoestring budget like a small market team, not a serious franchise, not a serious organization. Scott Harris is hanging his hat on the guys he drafted. He has no problem waiting until 2027. No pressure from ownership, job security for the next 3 to 4 years. Someone has his back, though, says, Cookies, I think Harris is being smart on the Bregman situation. They don't want another Javi contract. Boris has screwed over one of his clients by overvaluing him. There is a game of chicken here.
Sure.
I do agree with both those things. I think there's a little buyer's remorse on Javi that probably affects the Tigers organization more than it would the Dodgers because they act like they don't have the money the Dodgers do. And maybe they don't.
They don't.
Okay.
To be fair, they don't.
All right. So, but the other thing, too, is what's changed in the last 72 hours or so here? All the posturing is towards Bregman and his camp. None of it's towards any. Bregman lost.
Yes.
Okay.
He overplayed his hand.
So now all of a sudden the team that he wouldn't take the deal from is back in it.
Yes.
Because Altuve is going to potentially
move to
change.
the outfield. Yes.
You know that.
Well, let's
he might just
sure.
be doing a guy a favor that he knows. It seems like everything's to create a market for Bregman again when it wasn't there. Why? Because the Tigers won't give him the years that he wants? That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, and I'm never going to sit here and say that a guy lost because he's going to have to settle for $30 million a year. Like, that's not a loss.
Well, he didn't get what he wanted.
Okay.
The thing what he said, Boris overdid it. Right?
I think there's truth to that. I do.
And he's done it with past clients like Blake Snell.
My point, though, is then even more reason for the Tigers to get him. If the market has deflated, what's the excuse
because
for him
they
not
want
to
to get him on 4 or 5 instead of 6 years?
Okay, then you better be very careful. Grind him down. Do your work, Scott. Come out of this like a champion. But he's got to wear the old
I'm not
English
saying
steam.
it's right, but that's, I think, what's happening.
I have no issue if he wants to be shrewd and he wants to do whatever he can to get him on the best deal possible, but then he's got to get him. And I just keep going back to it. Still up in the air. 248-539-9797. We got calls and texts. Want to talk Championship Sunday, what it was like for us. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Patrick Mahomes secured his 17th postseason win thanks to a 32-29 final over the Bills yesterday. That makes him second all-time among QBs in history. He still has 12 wins to go in order to tie Brady, though. The Eagles cruised to a 55-23 victory of the Commanders as well. Saquon Barkley had 3 touchdowns on the ground, along with Jalen Hurts as well. Saturday, the Lions promoted linebackers coach Calvin Shepard to defensive coordinator. According to Ian Rappaport, they've interviewed Broncos assistant John Morton for the OC role. Morton, who was on Campbell's staff in 2022, is from Auburn Hills. Yesterday in New York, Tigers pitcher Tarek Skubal was handed his AL Cy Young Award hardware. He joined foul territory after the fact and was asked about free agent pitcher Jack Flaherty. The Pistons face the Cavaliers tonight, marking Game 4 of 5 of their road swing. Veteran Tobias Harris is questionable with post-traumatic headaches. Hear the game tonight on Alt 98.7, pregame with Luke Sloan at 6:35. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, John, I know it was a question late in the week. Would you watch championship weekend? Carson Anderson talked about it. I know Valenti and Rico were poking and asking. You and I were going to watch. I mean, that's the job.
Mm-hmm.
But we also love football.
Yeah.
And we watched. Now, it doesn't mean we liked it. Doesn't mean it was.
It was. I'm not gonna be honest with you. It was a much tougher watch than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I got angry that the Lions weren't playing in that game. And it has nothing to do with the final score, right? The 55. The Washington Commanders were taking chances in the third and fourth quarter because they had to try and get back in the game, and none of them paid off. And they all paid off for the Eagles because they got short field. They were able to, convert those into touchdowns, and the game just got out of hand. But watching that game, and I don't know if the Lions win that game with the injuries that they suffered on defense, but I do know it would have been at Ford Field. The place would have been bonkers. They would have had an advantage there. And I just feel like I was just angry that the Lions weren't in it.
I don't know that the Lions beat the Eagles with the injuries. I do know they should have been there. Watching the Eagles gash the Commanders on the ground. That could have been us. Should have been us. Should have been Gibbs. Gibbs should have had a 60-yard run. Gibbs should have been fed from the very first series of the game. The Lions committed too many turnovers. We said it on Monday. Clearly, that's what did them in. Look what happened to Washington. They commit a bunch of turnovers, they lose the game. Like, the Lions should have been playing in the NFC title game, and that's what made it so hard. It's why if someone didn't watch it, I mean, buddy, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know what you did instead. Maybe you fill us in, but I did. I did watch, and it just reinforced that the Lions should have been there. They shouldn't have committed 5 turnovers, and they should have fed Gibbs. And they should have played the Eagles. And, John, maybe they lose, and maybe that sucks, and we just delayed the inevitable for a week. But at least they would have been hosting that NFC title game.
Well, and it would have felt like they would have
held
lost
serve.
They would have lost to a contemporary.
Yeah.
And I don't want to sit there and say the Eagles were better, but they would have lost to somebody that we had talked about as good. They were in the power surge almost all season long. And the Washington Commanders, they were always that team that was kind of on the periphery. Maybe I didn't give them enough respect, and I think none of us gave them enough respect in that week leading up to their visit to Ford Field. But with a rookie quarterback, I mean, they made him look like a rookie quarterback. One of the best rookie quarterbacks that we've seen in a long time, but he still made some mistakes, made some errors. They forced some things on him, and could that have been just playing in Philly? Sure. He's played there before. It's not like it was the first time for him.
It was tough. It was tough because I felt like, hey, they got to do their little double-digit thing. The Philly fans now get to celebrate, and that was our opportunity a week ago.
Yeah, that was 32 points.
That's
it's more.
Yes,
it's double digits. But
it's a party all night long, is what it is. And those fans now get to go to the Super Bowl, and I think that's part of what makes it painful too. Is you envisioned that we would be having those shows and having those feelings and having those emotions and talking with you guys about all that. And we're not. And last weekend is another painful reminder of it. So maybe pain is the emotion, maybe sadness, anger if you're angry, because damn it, at least you should have been in the game to find out. Yeah. Where were you at? 248-539-9797. But that was only half of the championship weekend. The other half, boy, that was theater. Chiefs, Bills, back and forth.
Did it live up to your expectations?
Yes. It was controversial. We can get to that too. But that's what you'd miss out on if you just opted out of watching football over the weekend. That's Allen and Mahomes, and it's fourth quarter, and it's drama, right? I mean, that's why I didn't stay away, because I still love football. If I stayed away because the Lions weren't in the Super Bowl, I would have never watched the Super Bowl in my life. I would have only watched one NFC championship or championship weekend in my life. I wasn't going to opt out of the weekend.
And we'll discuss as we get closer to the Super Bowl, those that are going to watch and those that aren't, but it's still the biggest sporting event of the year. Yeah. It is every single year. And I think most people will eventually watch that game because, like you mentioned, it's not the first time the Lions haven't been in the Super Bowl. In fact, they've never been to the Super Bowl.
Pushing about 60
Only
days.
NFC team.
Yeah.
But I do think that did you watch that Eagles-Commanders game with as much enthusiasm as you normally would watch an NFC Championship game? I think that's the big thing.
Not even close. If you normally if your team's in it, it's a 10 out of 10. Most years your team's not in it, you're probably still looking at it with like a 7 out of 10 interest level, right?
Right. Well, and you're looking at it with a perspective of, okay, what do we have to do to be one of these teams? And that's the frustrating part is you felt like the Lions did everything that they had to do to be one of those teams.
I was probably like a 2 or 3. Just, hey, it's football. I am curious to see how the game goes. It probably is only going to make me more angry, but...
Yeah, and before that game kicked off, I had the realization that there's only 3 football games left in this season.
Great point.
And now all of a sudden there's only 1 game left. And we're going to be left fiending for football very shortly after. We already are here in Detroit, but shortly after the Super Bowl is over. What do we do now? We have to wait for free agency. We've got to wait for the draft. We've got to wait for, and every little bit of information that's coming out about, rookie mini camps and OTAs, but it was a tough watch.
Ticket texters. What Championship Sunday showed me is the Lions have a lot of work to do to get there and win that game. Philly has the best GM in football and realizes you need trenches on the defensive side of the ball, not signing hurt players like Brad Holmes does.
Well, I think the Christian Mahogany signing and draft has worked out well. I think the JMO, I know people they want to throw him under the bus because of things that have happened, outside of the injury, but that's been a pretty good draft.
D from Detroit, fellas, WTF. Philly put up 55, something we could and should have done to Washington. This sucks. My wife and I are huge fans, season ticket holders. I didn't watch a snap of football yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to do it.
I think that first text is very interesting because even though when you look at what the Lions did against the Commanders, and that's one where without the 5 turnovers, you kind of believe that they could have been in that, 47, 52, maybe 55, just like we saw, Washington do. I mean, it was 31 with 5 turnovers.
I know they had 200 rushing yards, and we left thinking they didn't run it enough. I mean, there were plays to be made. They shot themselves in the foot repeatedly. I mean, I don't think there's any toes left.
No feet left.
No foot left either. It's just a hole in the ground. They had their chance, and that's what sucks, is it could have been them. Texter says, I didn't watch the NFC Championship game. I had the AFC on as background noise. I'm not watching the Super Bowl. What a terrible matchup in New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, if you look on social media, you'll see a lot of the memes of the only people rooting for Kansas City are in Kansas City. The only ones rooting for Philly are in Philly. Everyone else is hoping for a meteor to hit.
Can I say something unpopular?
Oh,
it's never stopped me before.
That's not new.
These two teams played a really good Super Bowl a couple years ago. Really good. Like one of the all-time Super Bowls, right? These are 2 good defenses. These are 2 well-known coaches. These are 2 well-known quarterbacks. They could have done a lot worse. But for everyone that says this is a boring, stupid, lousy Super Bowl matchup, why'd the league rig it to be this then? Maybe it's not rigged, is kind of my point.
Right. Yes.
But there are a lot of people who feel that way, John. They do. And
well, because the logo was Kansas City colors.
Well, and there were controversial calls. I don't believe the league is rigged. We can take those phone calls as well. If you did watch the AFC title game, you may have left feeling a type of way. Nobody likes Kansas City winning. I was rooting for Buffalo, like I think a lot of people were rooting for Buffalo. But at the end of the day, Buffalo had the ball in the 4th quarter, down 3, and didn't make the plays.
Right, and you're looking at when Kansas City scored their last touchdown. I looked at it and I said, they're leaving way too much time on the clock for Josh Allen. And I thought Josh Allen was going to put this was the opportunity for him to have that moment, that drive, that the ability to overcome, whether it's Arrowhead, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's Andy Reid, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. He was given on a silver platter the opportunity to go score and win that game.
Mahomes only settled for a field goal. Allen's turn to go score a touchdown. You're the league MVP. Look, you want to say he got that 4th down, that 4th and inches call by a third of a football, I think is what Gene Steratore said on the broadcast. I would simply say, I understand that. But if we're talking about a third of a football, we're not talking about a criminal call. We're not talking about a grave injustice. The other one that people are focusing on is Xavier Worthy. The simultaneous possession, which by rule goes to the offense. So I'm not really seeing the fix in I'm seeing a team fall short again. That to me was the bigger story than Buffalo was cheated out of going to the Super Bowl. They cheated themselves by not making enough plays late in that football game. And again, I'm rooting for them. I'm not happy that it's Kansas City again, but it is Kansas City again. And I don't think it's because of some larger league conspiracy. John, if the league was going to rig the Super Bowl, you know who would be in the Super Bowl?
The Lions.
The Lions, the most watched team in the NFL, would have been in the Super Bowl if they were rigging this thing right.
Yeah. Well, they're waiting for next year, though, because the Super Bowl logo has the Lions colors in it.
I don't know if that's official. I brought it up earlier. It is blue.
Oh, you're not? You thought that you might have been.
I might have been duped, but so people have been leaking or sharing or maybe wishing that next year's Super Bowl logo will be blue.
Yeah,
my point is,
when do they actually release the quote-unquote official Super Bowl logo?
I don't know.
Yeah, you trolled us with that earlier.
I'm sorry. I
don't know. Yeah, what does Wikipedia say?
Yeah.
Shut up. Are you with me, though? Like, if the league was going to rig this, would you not put likable Dan Campbell, underdog Detroit, the most watched team in the league? Would they not be there if this was truly scripted television?
Yeah, it's not scripted. The season's not scripted. Who ends up in the Super Bowl is not. Now, you could argue that there are teams that have the quote-unquote benefit of the doubt in regards to calls that are made. And that argument would lead you to think that it's Kansas City, it's you can't breathe on Patrick Mahomes, or it's going to be a penalty. And it always happens at the most critical moments because they need a big-time conversion on 3rd and long, and all of a sudden they're gifted a first down. Like, you could make that argument. I don't buy into it, but you could make that argument.
I get it. The Chiefs are nauseating. Trust me, guys. I'm right there with you. Let's get to
I'm not nauseated by him.
That's fine, but most people are. And I get it. There's a fatigue factor. Allen is the new blood and variety, and he's the MVP. You want to see Allen, right?
Exhausted. Okay, yeah, maybe I wanted to see Josh Allen. I wanted to see the Bills get their Super Bowl, but why do we have fatigue by watching something that could be historic, something that we could look back on and say, I got a chance to watch Patrick Mahomes. We got a chance to, well, I did, to watch Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was alive.
It was unbelievable. And I had a chance to watch Kobe Bryant, and it was unbelievable. We have a chance. I had a chance, and you did, I know, because you were alive at this time, to watch Tom Brady with the New England Patriots, Bill Belichick. Now we're getting a chance to watch Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Why do a lot of people sit there and hate on something that is great?
These are phenomenal questions. We have phones to get to, including someone who said Championship Sunday made them feel better as a Lions fan. I can't wait to hear that. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury attorney of any sort is, in fact, personal. And injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them about David Feminino and tell them to call 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Nance, Romo, Steratore. 4th down, gotta have it. Bills maybe got it by a third of a football. Ruled short. And this is being used as like latest evidence that the league has it out. They're trying to help the Chiefs. It's a third of a football. That's a 50-50 call. Do I think it was criminal? No. Do I think too many people are rolling up with the wambulance today? Yes. Do I think Josh Allen had the ball in the 4th quarter after Mahomes settled for a field goal? Yes. The Bills lost. Are we allowed to just say the Bills lost? Or they had to be cheated? It had to be a conspiracy. The league has rigged this for the Chiefs. I don't understand this. If the league was rigged, the Lions would be in the Super Bowl. If the league was rigged, the most popular, most watched team with a likable coach and an underdog story would be in the Super Bowl. The league's not rigged. Do I think bias is there? Do I think stars get calls? Yes. I'm not new to sports. Do I like that? No, I don't particularly like that. Am I kind of rooting for the Bills in that spot? Yeah, of course. I want to see Josh Allen get to the Super Bowl. I want some variety. But I don't think it's rigged. I don't think the Bills were robbed or cheated. But that may have been one of your takeaways, if you watched it all. And I know there were Lions fans who said they could not bring themselves to watch championship weekend. If you didn't, let us know what you did. If you did, what were some of your takeaways? 248-539-9797.
Well, here's the thing about that, whether they converted or not on 4th and short. One official comes in, and it looks like he's marking it as a first down.
Yep.
Another official comes in and is marking it as short. I would love to hear from the officiating crew or from the NFL, how do they go about deciphering who gets the spot? I mean,
I think the head ref has to hear him out and make the decision, right?
Well, I would think so, but what's the argument for the guy that is standing there with the first down? What's the argument of the guy that's standing there short of the first down? Right?
Yeah.
Who had a better
wins?
view of the ball? Who wins? Like that is.
Well, and
we all know that this is it can be very arbitrary, right?
And what's the solution? We put a chip in the football. Like, we got to do better because there's too many of these things. Like now with the tush pushes and these QB piles, it isn't. We could all acknowledge really hard to get those calls right. Correct?
Yes. Especially when you're talking about guys that are if this play, and it did happen right midfield, in terms of left of right. And you've got one guy coming in from one side, one guy coming in from the other side. So they're, 25 yards away from where this actually happened.
Right.
A lot of moving parts are happening at the same time.
We'll get to TJ Lang at 9:02. He'll be in studio for the final hour of the show to talk about these games, what it meant for the Lions, and what the Lions are doing with their coaching staff. Let's get to the phones and get to Roy in Toledo. Roy, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. Yeah, I was kind of using the NFC game as therapy because once my Lions were not going to make it to that Super Bowl, I was looking for the Jaden Daniels best rookie year ever thing, and I was banking on that. And actually, I was hoping for a Bills Commanders because, Buffalo doesn't have one, and Jaden Daniels could have advanced one of the best seasons ever historically. Having said that, I didn't watch the AFC one, so I will be watching the Super Bowl in reverse. I'll be watching for the food and for the commercials, and I am gung-ho for spring training.
John is counting down the days. You are not alone.
Yeah. It's a matter of moments.
Yeah, 3 weeks here?
Yeah, the 12th.
Yeah. He said he was rooting for the Commanders because then you could have explained what the Lions did as, well, that guy was on an all-time run. I don't know. If the Commanders had made a run, I would have said, no, they should never have even advanced. The Lions effed up royally. I would have if the Commanders beat the Eagles, I would have thought the Lions could have beat the Eagles, and therefore the Lions could have been in the Super Bowl. There was a no-win, right? Because the Commanders also lost, and I felt like Lions should have beat the Commanders because they weren't very good. It just was going to be a depressing NFC title no matter how you sliced it. Mark in East China, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you guys?
Where is East China?
We're south of Port Huron.
Okay.
Right on St. Clair River.
Okay. Just want to clarify, this wasn't an international call. Yeah.
Pardon me?
I just was clarifying this was not an international phone call. It's irrelevant. Go ahead and make your point.
No. I just want to know why Patrick Mahomes was so mic'd up throughout the whole game, and then you didn't hear anything from Josh Allen. It's like Patrick Mahomes like singing in a choir all game, and then you hear nothing from Josh Allen.
I mean, some of that is
at the line of scrimmage, calling plays.
Sure. Well, some of that's the boom mic, and some. I mean, maybe he was. I don't know who was mic'd up during the game, and Josh Allen may have said, "I don't want to be mic'd up."
Okay.
So I don't necessarily read into much there in regards to who we were hearing more of at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Anyway,
Brian, guys, the NFL didn't. I mean, they didn't want the Bills players to hear Josh Allen on the field.
Conspiracy.
Guys, it's not rigged, but I do think the Chiefs do get favorable calls, benefit of the doubt. Championship material, superstar, very reminiscent of watching Michael Jordan play with the Bulls for me.
Sure, I buy that.
I just thought Josh Allen played on a field this year where he was the MVP and deserves the same treatment. And I personally think it was a first down when he ran the ball. And when you have the game analyst in game who usually doesn't go against a ref say that he thought a third of a football got it, I think the bigger one was the play before that. I think Kincaid had the first down easily.
On the third, they threw it out to him?
Yeah. They just didn't get favorable spots. Like I said this earlier, I'll say it. I believe if Patrick Mahomes had either of those plays running their offense, that they would have got the first down. That's the benefit of the doubt that they get.
Okay. Do you think the right team won?
I don't know. I think if the Bills get that first down there on either third or fourth down that I thought were first downs, they had a chance to go down the field and go up 8 or 9.
9 if they
went for the cost of 2.
Yeah.
The analytical new thing that people have been putting in the game.
They went for the cost of 2 early in the game, and it bit them in the backside as the game continued to go on. They were chasing points in the first half. That's not on Patrick Mahomes.
Look, I'll say this. On that 2-point conversion, the Chiefs knew he was running to the left guard.
Yeah.
That was the Chiefs out-coaching the Bills. But there were some plays last night, and I think especially the spots where I just think that they get a break that other teams don't.
That's
not new in sports, by the way.
No, I was going to say, it's not new. I don't like it. You want everyone to be officiated the same way. I think it irks you. It irks me. I still feel like the better team won. Kincaid should catch the ball. You know what I mean? Like, go make the plays. Both teams are tied in the fourth quarter. One kicks a field goal, leaves the door open for the other. The other team doesn't get any points. To me, it's not some injustice that the Bills were eliminated. I feel like it was.
I don't think it's injustice either.
The better team won.
I don't know about that. I believe if a 50-50 call went the Bills' way, that we might have had a different outcome.
You don't know that the Bills are going to finish that drive
exactly.
with any points.
I don't know. That's why. But
they're still playing against the Kansas City Chiefs.
As John says, I'd have loved to see it play out.
And I mean, last I checked, Patrick Mahomes doesn't play defense, right?
Exactly.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff last night that was challenging the Bills was that they went up against one of the best defenses they've gone up against all year. They went up against them earlier, you know. I mean, the Chiefs had to score over 30 points for the first time all season to win that game last night.
Yeah, you're right about that. Which, do we give them credit for doing that? Scoring their season high in their biggest game at home?
Well, the refs gave them, you know.
I know. Let's get to Brian in Ann Arbor. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Look, the NFL is not rigged. I think that Allen probably got the first down, but that's such a tight call. Had they called it that he got the first down, it would have stuck too. Now, I think that there's probably technology out there the NFL should embrace if they just don't for no reason other than cost. You know, you can probably put sensors in the balls. There's got to be something out there, maybe different angles, Sky Judge. There's a way. There's a way. I mean, if we can download an app on our phone and see where everybody is at all times, I'm pretty sure the bazillion-dollar machine that is the NFL can fix it. Like you guys said, there is no short history of star players, better teams getting preferential calls, being on the other side of, calls. The Bills have gotten them too. Just like the Lions, it used to feel like was on the receiving end of every bad call in the history of man. Well, they've been on the other end of it since the team has gotten better. They just have. If we're not admitting that, we're not being honest. And with, the Mahomes, the late hits and stuff like that, with that, I honestly think that we are just witnessing a quarterback who has just mastered modern quarterbacking in the NFL. Quarterbacking looks different than it did 20 years ago. Mobility and running is a big part of it. His reaction time is so much quicker than everybody else on the field. he's doing that little stutter step, right before he goes out of bounds or doesn't go out of bounds, or he times his slide perfectly, where he's reading the defenders to see if they're going to come in and hit him. He reacts quicker. He draws the flag. He's found a little bit of like a gray area or a loophole, and then he's just mastered. And, I don't know what the fix is for that. I mean, if it's me and I'm a defensive player, let me be clear. I'm not saying you do anything dirty. I'm not saying you hurt the guy. I'm not saying you try to hurt him.
No.
But I'm thinking back to when the Lions played Chicago earlier in the year.
Same.
And if you remember, Caleb tried to do that little Mahomes stutter step, and Jack Campbell decleated him. Well, you do that once or twice, you're going to think about doing that again.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying you hurt anybody.
No. Brian, I know
clear.
exactly what you're saying, and I've heard other people articulate the same point. It's the concept of an old option football. Even if he pitches it, you make him feel it. If he's going to invite contact around the sideline, you can make him feel it without doing anything, over the line. Your takeaways, ticket, text, phone calls from Championship Sunday. It's 97.1. A lot of people upset the Chiefs won. They're upset at officiating. Why? And then, of course, you have the Lions fans watching that NFC title game thinking, should have been us.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Let's get to the phones. Joel in Harrison Township, good morning.
Oh, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good. So just starting off, I'm gonna say I didn't even plan on watching the games this weekend. I had sort of a sour taste in my mouth, as you'd expect from that Lions game. But I was heading out to do some ice fishing on Lake St. Clair, grabbed my iPad. I was with a few buddies, and all we could talk about towards the end of that game, that Washington game, when it started getting away from them, is how the Lions would have beat the brakes off the Eagles, in my opinion. I know it's a pretty bold statement, but I just had one other thing I wanted to slide in here regarding the NFL being rigged. You'd have to be like the same type of person that says the moon landing is fake. I mean, there's so many millions of people involved in that organization. And for one person over the years to not even say a peep, I just don't agree with that at all.
So there's a lot that I want to ask you. First, I want to start with, how was the day on Lake St. Clair? How did you do?
Good. We caught a couple small perch, nothing crazy, but, it's more just about getting out there and getting out of the house after being all cooped up this winter.
Sure. I get that. How was the ice?
Good. It's real thick out there. If there's anyone looking to get out there, it's about over in like that Fairhaven area up towards the north end of the lake. It's about 9 to 12 inches ice. There's guys with trucks out there.
Oh,
I saw a few full-size F-150s. They got machines.
Sweet.
It's full force up there.
Okay, so now I want to get to the football side of things. You honestly believe, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but what made you believe, I guess is the better question, that if the Lions were playing against the Eagles with the way that the Lions defense was banged up, that they would have beat the doors off the Eagles?
So I guess it's in a sense for me of like being back in the same spot again. I had this feeling in me just by the way, the Eagles played great and they capitalized on every opportunity that Washington gave them. The turnovers, we gave up 5. That's what lost us that game. But overall, I just think we would have not fumbled that spot being there again. And we just didn't have the opportunity to, get that done this year, which is very sad. But I just think being in that spot again, the Lions would have not gave that up at one bit.
It's so tough because they just gave up the 5 turnovers.
Yeah,
the game
they fumbled
before.
that spot before they even got there.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see, to your point, to your point, I would have loved to see. Now, Philly throws up 55 on the scoreboard and does it in dominant fashion. Part of me thinks we may have just been doing the same show a week later where the season ended before anybody was ready for it to be over.
Would it have been easier for you to accept if they got to the same place they did last year and still came up short?
What's the right answer here? I don't know, John.
No, I ask you an impossible question because there's no answer for it because we didn't get a chance to see it.
On one level, you're right there again, and you're at home, and you feel as close. That to me would feel closer to the Super Bowl even than the year before, right? Because it's at home. Now you're probably not getting a 17-point lead. It's so tough. How do they lose that game? Is it at the very end, or is it 55?
Never thought they were going to have a 17-point lead in San Francisco.
Is it 55-23 that I have to endure? I mean, is that what I'm signing up for if they advance one more week? I don't think it would be that bad, but
no.
Guys, don't drive yourselves nuts trying to figure this out. Pretty simple. It would have been the Lions' run defense, which was one of the better in the league, against the Philly run offense.
Yeah.
And was the Lions' run defense going to be able to hold up
against Saquon
and
that
odds
offensive
are
line?
Probably not.
Do you know what Philly did?
Probably better than yesterday, I would say, by the Commanders. Because they're at home.
Philly in the red zone was 7 for 7. I mean, they were just on a mission.
7 rushing touchdowns. That tied the postseason record or whatever, right?
I know. We'll address
what is this, 1943?
We'll address it a little more with Overreact Gyms at the end of the hour. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, dozens of people are now piecing their lives back together after a fire over the weekend destroyed their apartment complex in St. Clair County. Actually, Jim, it happened in East China Township.
Oh, wow.
Right where, not
twice
international.
in one show?
Exactly, yes. This fire ripped through the apartment complex, Bree Manor Apartments in East China Township on a Sunday morning. And thankfully, everybody who lived there was able to make it out of the building, and they're going to be okay. I think some did suffer burns burns and, smoke inhalation, but they're going to be okay. Firefighters, however, say that weather made it really difficult. It was so cold to fight the flames, and the building was deemed a complete loss. So now there's a lot of families without anything. The American Red Cross is working to find housing for those who have been displaced. And the cause of the fire so far is unknown, but sources say it could all go back to a candle that may have started all of this. Unsure, though. Can you imagine that? If that was your apartment and you had this candle going and you were the cause of burning the whole building, how awful you would feel. But that's not for sure yet. Listen to this. Scientists have developed concrete that can melt snow on its own. These researchers at Drexel University have developed this concrete that can, enhance safety during icy conditions and also avoid some environmental and cost concerns associated with traditional road salt. So researchers created this concrete that's mixed with this paraffin wax that, I guess, as it expands or contracts, it releases heat and then kind of can melt all the snow that lands on top of it. They do say, it doesn't work effectively 100% of the time, but it does do a lot of good and it will work effectively more than 50% of the time during their 3-year study on it. So pretty cool. They say, this could be something maybe people should consider, some lower costs of maintenance and salt.
Yeah.
So, who knows?
Could be awesome.
Fewer slips and falls and all that stuff could be great. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to shovel anymore.
Well, some people have those heated driveways. That's sweet.
That's fancy.
Very fancy.
Yeah. What it must be to live like Stoney.
I know, exactly. Heated driveways, moats, helicopters. Goodness gracious. So the CIA has announced that it now believes COVID most likely originated in a lab rather than from a natural event. However, the intelligence agency did caution that it had low confidence in their own conclusion, but that is they haven't never really said what they thought. Did it come from a person being infected by an animal? Did it come from a lab? They never once said their true belief, so now they're saying yes, it did. They believe most likely originate in a lab. Anyway, following that announcement, China is saying no way, a lab leak is extremely unlikely.
Of course.
Yeah, so an elementary school principal in Florida was arrested after throwing this massive rager, a huge party that included an elementary school teacher and more than 100 students. And like I said, it wasn't just a casual, hey, come on, let's get together and have some fun. It was a huge party with a lot of booze. Authorities say that one minor was arrested for DUI after leaving the party, and another had to be treated by EMTs after they suffered what is being called an alcohol-related medical event on the principal's front lawn. There's no word exactly how old these students were. Obviously, one drove there, so they were at least 16 or maybe younger.
I was going to say, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? The principal was charged with child neglect, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and holding an open house party. Teacher also charged with similar charges, both placed on administrative leave. Yikes.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Oh my gosh. If you go to the bathroom for your own private time, to get away from the children for a moment, doctors are telling you, hey, you know what? That's okay, right? Go in there, shut the door, but you shouldn't spend too much time actually sitting on the toilet. So there was this recent study that warns that you shouldn't sit on the toilet for longer than 10 minutes.
Why?
So
gravity.
Yeah, exactly. It's all a gravity problem. Prolonged toilet time is connected to weakened pelvic muscles and an increased risk of hemorrhoids. It's all the gravity. The longer you sit, the more blood rushes to that area. So if you go, I guess don't actually sit down the whole time you're in there. Doctors are saying just don't bring your phone, don't bring a book, don't bring whatever else you bring in there to occupy your time, because you should just do your business and get out.
What am I, caveman? No phone? Who's going to the bathroom without a phone these days?
Or you can go in there and hide and not even have to use the bathroom. You just leave the seat down and sit there and enjoy a little solitude.
Yes, shut the door.
Don't have to worry about gravity. Just use it as a seat.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Heather with the news. Overreact gyms next, 97.1.
The Super Bowl will feature a Chiefs and Eagles matchup. Philly blew out Washington 55-23. Kansas City defeated Buffalo 32-29. There were a couple close fourth downs in this one, including a Josh Allen run that gave the Chiefs the ball back on their own 41, with Buffalo up just one early in the fourth. That's Buffalo head coach Sean McDermott. John Morton is a top candidate for the Lions offensive coordinator position. He's already interviewed with Dan Campbell per Ian Rappaport. Currently he serves as the Broncos pass game coordinator and previously was a Lions assistant in 2022. One of the top free agents in Major League Baseball still remains unsigned. Third baseman Alex Bregman has been linked to the Tigers all offseason. Detroit ace Tarek Skubal accepted his Cy Young Award over the weekend and was asked about the possibility of Bregman landing with his team. He said it would look really good with the Tigers. Traction seems to be building for a possible return to Houston. However, career second baseman Jose Altuve admitted he would even move positions to accommodate a Bregman return. Meanwhile, Houston back-end reliever Alex Presley was also tied to Detroit last week, but according to The Athletic, he's waived his no-trade clause and is on his way to the Cubs. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan and 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
No excuses. Make Bregman happen. We talked about it earlier. If you want a conversation, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind, 7:35 this morning. We got TJ Lang in studio, and we're talking football. Just not Lions football. TJ, what was this weekend like for you?
The first game kind of went how I thought it was. I mean, had a feeling Philly was going to come out on fire. You know, anytime that, you know, you're probably thinking last week, oh, man, we got to go on the road for the NFC Championship game, and then Detroit loses. That gives you some momentum and obviously, you know, a pretty good rush that you get to play at home for the NFC Championship game. So that game kind of went the way I thought it was going to. And, yeah, I heard you guys talking a little bit like that was the blueprint. You know what I mean? Like I still come out of that game against Washington in Detroit. I can't believe Jahmyr Gibbs only got 17 carries. You know what I mean? Like I know Montgomery was back. I know you wanted to get him involved and like get the crowd going, but Jahmyr Gibbs had 17 carries against that defense. You know, it's just like, oh my gosh, like that was the blueprint. Like you didn't have to overthink it. You know what I mean?
14 carries.
14 carries.
Even worse.
Okay, yeah, make myself feel even worse. Yeah, and I think it was 7 for Montgomery, right? But 14 carries. Yeah, that's what it was.
Not enough is the answer.
That was just, yeah, getting cute and, you know, the trick plays. I mean, there's a time and place for, you know, some of them. That type of game, like just line up and just prove that you're the better team, right? But Washington played better. I mean, you can't play a C- game in the playoffs and expect to just go beat anybody, right? And that's what the Lions did. And it was unfortunate. It sucked watching yesterday. But also watching yesterday, the way Philly played, like –
kind of felt like that would have been in the end of the line
maybe.
Anyway.
I mean, if you're out there, you're down your top 2 defensive linemen, you're down your top 2 corners.
Yeah.
Meek Robertson, Carlton Davis against that offense. I mean, if Philly obviously came in and played that way, like I think we're having a
could they have stopped the run against Saquon?
Yeah, but would I like to see it, you know, actually witness it and watch the game? Yeah, because I think the Lions offense, you know, if they were coming off a slumpy game, could have turned it around. But and then the Buffalo game. I mean, look, there were obviously a couple calls in there that last couple weeks have been, you know, Mahomes and getting all the calls and a couple questionable ones, but you still look at that. I mean, Josh Allen had the ball down 3 with 3 minutes left. You know what I mean? And couldn't get it done. So I thought that 4th and 1 was odd because you never got you didn't get a signal. They didn't make a call. They just both referees did not make a call. And then they said we're going to go review it. Like you can't. You got to either say, hey, he's short, and then we're going to go review it, or it's a first down, and then we're going to go review it. You can't just not make a call and just say, oh, we don't know. Like, we got to go take a look. I think you have to make a call because here's what it does. It forces one of the teams to now challenge. And it also, let's say the first line judge that came in from the far side clearly had it marked as a first down. For whatever reason, he didn't mark first down. If you say first down, now you're making Kansas City challenge it. And whatever way you call it is probably going to be – you're probably not going to be able to overturn it.
Too close.
But that was just odd to me that it looked like they initially gave him the first down and then just said, oh, we don't know. Like, we're not even going to make a call. We're just going to go review. I don't think I've ever seen that before in football. I think I've usually you see it where, hey, he's short, but we're going to take a look, or hey, it's a first down, but hey, Kansas City now can challenge. That was just odd to me.
Well, and it fuels conspiracy theories, which we've been dealing with today. Speaking of things you've never seen before, had you heard of palpably unfair? The Eagles trying to punch it in the red zone, and the Commanders jumping off sides 4 straight times, and the ref coming in going, hey, enough's enough. We're going to award a touchdown.
Yeah.
Had you ever seen that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, stop those shenanigans, or we're going to give them a touchdown.
No, he did. The ref did. We're going to turn this car around. Greg, can we play the audio for people? I've never heard this before in an NFL game.
Wait till your dad gets home. I'm turning this car around. Yes, you've been advised.
Knock it off.
Yeah, you knock it off, or we're going to give them a touchdown. Yes. You knock it off, or there's no pizza tonight.
I somehow missed that during the game. I'm going to have to go back and watch that.
They were jumping over the pile.
Yeah, they were trying to prevent the tush push.
Okay.
And it was half the distance, and then TJ, they just ran out of inches.
Yeah.
There's no more inches to give there.
What's the thought process there? You're just hoping they're not going to call it?
Oh, no, you're trying to – so they're trying to stop the tush push.
Right.
So they're trying to jump the count.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're not. They weren't intentionally just like, hey, we're going to line up and. Okay,
oh no! I'm going to touch you so that it's a penalty.
I missed a couple of the plays because I was, cooking some ribs yesterday. I was in and out of the house, but I got to go back and watch.
How'd they turn out?
They were good. Yeah, it was good. I made a brisket.
No, yeah. So they're trying to stop the tush push.
Okay, gotcha. They were just going early.
Right. Yeah. It's that theory of
4 times.
4 times in a row.
Yeah. So they're. Well, I mean, what did it start with? Too. It started with a yard away.
Yeah.
And so then it's a half yard. And then it's, less than a foot. And then it's literally they could not move the ball up any closer because it kept going half the distance. And if you're sitting there going, I'm going to risk it and try and time the snap, and Philly knew it, I don't even think they were going to run a play. They literally may have just called timeout with a second left on the play clock, thinking that, this is just going to keep happening.
Just let them keep...
Yeah,
from the ref standpoint,
half the distance. There's no more half the distance.
We got to play football at some point here, boys. Either you're going to let them snap the ball, or we're just going to give them the touchdown.
I got to go back and watch.
You do.
Hilarious. And they were all on Luvu.
They're all Luvu.
He had like 4 or 5 yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because he timed it up once and actually hit it at the snap, made a big play in the backfield.
Yeah.
And that's what Philly said. Okay.
Yeah.
We know what you're doing.
Oh man. Yeah, that Lions law. Yeah, gosh. And I. Rico argued. John, I want to get your perspective. Which one was more devastating, do you think? This year's loss or last year's loss?
I'll probably go to last year's loss.
Yeah, me too.
Because you were 30 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl with a 17-point lead.
Okay, thank you. I think we can all agree that, me and you can at least. Rico tried to argue with me, but that was more devastating.
That's strange. I mean, what side did Mike take? Because that would tell me which side Rico was going to take.
I think Mike just was listening to what I was saying, but I think Mike agreed with me. But that was my argument. He's like, but nobody expected. I'm like, it doesn't matter. You have a 3-score lead in the NFC Championship.
Right.
30 minutes away. You're like, oh my God, it's real, guys.
Yeah, you start pitching yourself. Is this really happening?
I mean, this year
it hurts.
Obviously, it's devastating because the season that you had and the 1 seed and having the opportunity to have everything go through, Detroit. But as a player, there's still part of you, though, that's like, man, we just didn't have a good game, right?
Yeah.
We just played a bad game, and a team came in and played good, and we lost. It doesn't make it any easier,
right.
But that loss last year is one that I think is going to haunt them more than
way more.
This year.
Yeah, because you were literally on the doorstep.
So
I think the NFC title game will haunt you longer. But I understand in the moment feeling worse about what happened this year.
In the moment, there's a lot of losses where you'd be like, oh, this one hurts so much. And then, 2 or 3 days later, you're like, all right, it hurts that we lost, but not nearly as much as last year.
I just mean the buildup. The buildup, thinking you're going to the Super Bowl lasted for about an hour the year before. Thinking you were going to the Super Bowl lasted months this season, right? I mean, financial investment, emotional investment, going to the game, believing you're going to the Super Bowl, losing to an inferior team, not even getting a chance to host the NFC title game, wasting a 15-win season, the best in franchise history.
Who are you saying, though, for months thinking going to the Super Bowl? Are you talking from like a
fan's
perspective?
Fans. Yeah, fans had conditioned themselves to believe Super Bowl for a much longer amount of time than a halftime at the Super Bowl.
I also got to I mean, there's
Getting
no
the Super
there's no
Bowl is
problem.
hard.
There's no problem having an expectation that your team should do that. But if we're going into every season and we're going to the Super Bowl, no matter what, like that is we got to take
year.
a step back.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
You know
for
what I
the
mean? Like,
foreseeable
that's just-
future.
Why was it take a step back? They were in the NFC title.
No, because sometimes, Jim, and you do it too, sometimes you act like it's just so easy. Like, hey, we got the best team. Let's just go win the Super Bowl. Yay. Like, it doesn't work like that. We saw clearly this year. Of
course.
And I think that's from the player's perspective too, that
Sure.
last year it felt like it got ripped out of your hands. You know what I mean? It felt like your
Yeah.
17 point. It felt like it got
It was
ripped out of your
right
hands.
there.
And some of the plays, right? Some of the weird drops, a weird ball bouncing off a dude's face. Like
Yeah.
it just felt like it got ripped away from you.
A fumble.
Part of you this year is like, we didn't earn it, right? Like that's still part of this game. We can't go out there and just expect to put the helmet on and, hey, man, we won
Roll the
15
ball out,
games
we're gonna
this
win.
year, and let's go, right? And start the game sloppy or, try to get cute or get out of who you are. Like there's part of you that you didn't earn it. You didn't do anything to win that
I
game.
don't disagree with that. I just think
When it gets ripped away from you, those are the ones that are devastating. And I'm with you. Like the expectations are fine.
Okay.
I just think it's part of like, oh, Super Bowl or everything's a failure. We wasted all our time. Like I don't like that. Oh, I just don't like that mentality.
But
sometimes.
that's
I feel
upper
you.
echelon. That's rarefied air.
And this is the argument that we had last
Yeah, but have
week.
the Lions earned it? That
I think they did.
The argument we had
Seriously,
last
have
week
they
is
earned that?
I'm willing to say that this season was a failure because I felt like they should have been in the Super Bowl. And when you get there, right, you're going to have to play the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens. That was going to be the competition. We know how they matched up with the Bills at home.
Yeah.
But to say the season was a waste, like I can't go there.
No.
I can't say it was a waste because if we look 5 years down the road and they haven't learned from the NFC Championship that they lost in San Francisco, the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl, like what did they learn from that game? What did they learn from that season? What did you learn from this season? Even though you were 15-2, you got the 1 seed, you still lost in the divisional round.
Yeah.
What did you learn from this season? Yeah. And if you tell me 5 years down the road that you didn't use this for anything, then I can say it's a waste.
Yeah.
Right now, I can't say
There's
that.
going to be a time and place we look back.
Yeah.
Obviously, the body still feels cold, especially after watching yesterday. But there'll be a time and place that you look back. And, John, yeah, hopefully they do learn some of those lessons, right?
Look, there's a lot of emotions. I feel like we got more meat on the bone of this conversation. We got open lines. You want to jump in? What you took out of Championship Sunday? It's 97.1. championship weekend. We want your takeaways. That's if you watched. I know some people just couldn't bring themselves to do it. But I think it was painful either way. If the Eagles do what they did, you're going, Commanders shouldn't have been there. We should have beat those guys. We should have been there. And if the Commanders would have won, you would have said, well, damn, apparently nobody was that good in the NFC. If we don't turn the ball over 5 times at home, we're in the Super Bowl. Like, it was going to be painful no matter what. And to watch those Philly fans get that game at their house, celebrate with their fans, build up a 14-3 lead, committing to the ground game. Like, it just was a tough watch from a Lions fan standpoint.
It was. Yeah, it was. But
what could have been? How many seasons did you have that you ended with what could have been?
Yeah. Let's see, 9 out of 10. 1 year got it done. I mean, and we had, I was a part of a team that was 15-1, and all the expectations in the world. The year come after the Super Bowl, and we were 15-1, and same thing, man. Giants came into Lambeau Field and put it on us. We just made too many mistakes. We ended up getting our ass beat against the 6th seed. Went home early.
Yeah.
You look at that, and that's just a stark reminder. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you did in the regular season. You got to go play your A game. You got to play your style. You got to remember who you are, right? When Dan Campbell said after that Minnesota game, it looks like you guys remember who the F you are. Then you go against Washington, and it's like it looks like you forgot who you are a little bit, right? Like that's, and you can't do that in playoff games, man. There's it sucks to learn that lesson, but you got to learn it, and you got to learn that lesson. You know what I mean?
And here's the tough part:
you can't just look at it and say, we just got beat. Like, you got to take something from it.
So this team learned a hard lesson, but this team will never take the field again. And so you've got to have enough of those guys. And this team, I believe, is built to be that way because of the contracts that they redid. It's so young that a vast majority of those guys will still be a part of the team next year and even the year after that. Now, I think after that, you get down the road 3 years and things, contracts, all that stuff, you can't keep all the good players. It does start to change. But for the foreseeable future, and in the NFL, I just talk about basically next year, Goff is going to be here. Gibbs will be here. Montgomery will be here. Sewell will be here, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Laporta, Hutch. You go down the list of guys that are going to be here that have learned that hard lesson. That's why I say in a couple of years we could look back and say, was it a waste? Well, if they don't learn from the mistake of not taking an opponent seriously or valuing the football or whatever it is that caused them to lose this game, then certainly it was a waste because you haven't capitalized on it.
And the coaching turnover too, right?
Yeah,
the coaches
it'll
that are
never be the same.
Here. Right, yeah. So but you're right. You hope that you have enough guys in the locker room that can spread that message to whoever's coming in next year, right? Because there's going to be a large amount of turnover.
The reason I called it a waste is because you only get so many opportunities. This individual season was wasted.
It was a missed opportunity.
Yeah. Didn't Dan Campbell warn us last year?
He did, right? And TJ, that's what I wanted to circle back to. You said something kind of that we didn't fixate on. You don't think this team should expect to win the Super Bowl? That we should have Super Bowl expectations? Is that not what you said?
Yeah, because I don't think they've earned it yet. You haven't. Like, you have to get to a Super Bowl before you earn we expect to be there, right? Of that, I'm not gonna say arrogance, but like that confidence of we need to be in the Super Bowl. That's who we are. You haven't proved that yet. You know what I mean? So is it fair, in my opinion, to put that label and expectation on? I'm not saying to not have those aspirations and think that you've got a great football team, but maybe for us on the outside to say, oh, they choked. Oh, they're not good. Oh, they were supposed to do this and we expected that. Like, you haven't proven it yet. I think you got to prove it before you have those full-blown, we better be there or else.
Well, I don't know. I mean, John, you had talked about it. You expected them to be there all year long.
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, should be there. They'd never been there before.
Okay, I would say good enough to be there. That's what I would say.
You're
good enough to be there.
Okay, and look at, the playoffs. How many teams do you think were good enough to be there? Obviously, the Eagles and the Chiefs. I think the Bills were good enough to be there. The Ravens were good enough to be there. I think the Lions were good enough to be there. I wouldn't say even – I think if you play that game a bunch of times between the Eagles and the Commanders, I mean, I don't think that the Commanders were good enough to be a Super Bowl team.
No, me neither. They played their best game as they could, and it even took 5 catastrophic mistakes for – that it not even be, to still be kind of a game where you had a chance to come back and win.
So, TJ, what is the expectation for the Lions next season then? It's not to win a Super Bowl because
you got to get over the hump. I mean, I'm not saying that's not the expectation. I just think for us to say, they have this whole you better win the Super Bowl or everything is just a waste like attitude. I mean, I think you're kind of in the same boat as, let's say, Baltimore, Buffalo, teams that just
San Francisco.
Well, San Francisco's been there. I know they had a down season,
but they didn't win it.
No,
yeah.
They've been to a Super.
Sure.
They've proven
Yeah.
they can get there. They've proven that they can win a conference championship,
Yeah.
right? And I know we don't want to go back too far, but they've been there. What's Shanahan been there twice?
And then Harbaugh would have been a little over
Right,
10
that was
years
about
ago.
10 years ago.
10
That
plus.
like they've had that recency of like being a team that
had a seat at the table.
Fair. It's fair to have those expectations.
Yeah.
I think it's. I'm not
I
saying
don't
it's
think we're
unfair to have those expectations.
I'm not trying to tie you in knots.
I know.
TJ.
I think you just got it. You got to do it first before. Like you got to do it first. You know what I mean? Like Buffalo.
I think you're starting to feel some of my frustration on a daily basis.
No, I'm just trying to.
You're rubbing your face.
No, because I don't want it to come off like as a soft attitude. Like I don't expect this team, and it's not fair to have those expectations. But they, in my opinion, they haven't earned that yet.
Okay.
Because they proved it.
They haven't been there.
The last couple of years, you've had great chances, and you haven't gotten it done. I think you got to get it done before we can confidently say, like Kansas City, they expect to go, hey, doesn't matter what happens regular season, blah, blah, blah. Travis Kelce looks old and slow. Hey, it doesn't matter. Let's turn on the playoff time. Boom, let's go. Lions approve that they haven't done that yet, right? So that's where I think there's different tiers of expectation. You look at the Chiefs. I think it's fair to say you look at maybe even Philly, because now it's going to be 2 out of the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Those teams have earned that expectation. At Lions, I think you're a tier below that because you've proved that you haven't gotten it done yet.
248-539-9797, talking about what you took out of Sunday's championship weekend. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Rod in Birmingham. Rod, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. When I watched that Philly game, I just saw a team that they knew they were better than Washington, and they played within themselves. And I felt like they were going to Barkley, et cetera. They just played their game. For us, I don't know what happened, but we abandoned Gibbs. I know the game was different, but when we took punches from Washington, I thought we panicked and we got outside our game on both sides of the ball. And my bigger concern though is I don't feel like the coaching staff is really reflecting on that. I feel like they're just chalking up to too many turnovers or we didn't play our game. So I guess I do have a question. You guys talked about have they learned that? Can we nominate Jim to ask Coach Campbell that question? Because that went so well last year when he asked that one question.
Oh, you want me to be like the meat shield, ask the question and deal with it?
I tell you what. Why don't? How would you want him to ask that question? Put that together for us so we make sure we write it down.
All right. So, do you feel like maybe in that Washington game you got away from who the F you are and tried to do too much on both sides of the ball? Philly was just confident. They knew they were the better team. They kept feeding the ball. They threw short passes long when they needed to. I wanted to see more of that Tampa Bay overtime game where we just played our game and just shoved it down their throat. And I just felt like in that Washington game we were being too cute. But my bigger concern is, I don't feel like they learned from that. I feel like they're just full steam ahead. We had turnovers, bad day to bad day.
And Rod,
let's go.
And Rod, I think that may be the most frustrating part of it is you would think you got a firsthand experience playing in the NFC title game, knowing how tough playoff football is, knowing not to take playoff football for granted, knowing what it takes to finish, and then to spend all offseason with that as the focal point, and you don't even win a single playoff game. That's why I use the word waste or failed season.
I was hoping as I was setting him up for this that he was just going to say, Costa should ask, Dan, do you think you're doing a good job?
Grade yourself.
Dan, you told us after the game it was your fault. You want to expound on that a little more?
Yeah.
Pick the open wound.
Yeah, I'll give it an F for F you.
You guys, by next week, I think Costa's going to go after Dan for getting emotional.
No, I like that he shows his emotions. I do.
Geez.
People are getting mad at me. They're going, Cookie's trying to argue with an actual Super Bowl champion. Cookies, you got 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason. And says, telling 2 former players how to think makes me cringe. I'm actually not telling either of you how to think. I was trying to get you to explain where you were at.
And we're not even talking. We're not even talking player, wise.
Yeah, no, you're just saying fan expectation. And your opinion.
We were arguing.
No,
you weren't giving me the Rico. Yeah. This no, it's this way. I'm like, okay, all right.
But you said to me, you said I was putting too much of an expectation on them, right? You said sometimes I fall into this where I expected them to win this, right?
Yeah,
and you would rein it more in because they haven't been there yet. That's why I was asking. I wanted to know kind of why you felt that way, because we had spent all year saying Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. People are buying tickets. They're the betting favorites. They're the 1 seed. The NFC, everything goes through Detroit, and I was wrong to assume that in your mind.
I just think fans think it's easier than what it is.
Okay,
you know what I mean? I think fans just think it's easier to just, hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing over there?
Shaking my mic. Yeah, I think it's just too much of like an easy like
what's going on?
We should just do that. Yeah, we should do that, right? I think we're starting to learn that it's not easy, and I think we're starting to learn what Dan Campbell said last year, that this may have been our only chance. I mean, he obviously understands how difficult it is too. Right?
Yeah, I think if you wanted to say that I was humbled, or a lot of fans were humbled, or the team needed to be humbled. Look how quickly he jumps to say I needed to be humbled.
No, I said me too.
I would just, my issue is I didn't think Dan Campbell needed to be humbled. I thought we were led to believe that he was, and they were above that, beyond that. Anyway, you guys keep doing the teeter-totter thing with the microphones. These phone calls, reactions, NFC title, AFC title, what it means for the Lions. I do want to know. I do want to know if TJ.
No, this one went limp. Hey, TJ, you shake it more than once. You're playing with it.
This is bigger than mine.
It's just
97-1. Want to read a bunch of ticket texts? We got open lines talking about the championship games over the weekend. We know the Super Bowl. We know the Lions aren't in it. I know. What did you take out of it if you watched it all? And I know some people just couldn't bring themselves to do it. I'm not making fun of you. This was supposed to be so much more. That game was supposed to be at Ford Field. We watched. Some of that's obligation for the job. We also love football. Just couldn't be away from it. Ticket texter says, Championship Sunday sucked. It was horrible watching Washington play exactly like we played last week. And who the hell wants to watch Philly KC again? Texter says, what we learned this weekend is you need defense to win championships. When the Chiefs needed a stop, they got it. Eagles forced turnovers. The Lions' defense, due to attrition, was not good enough to win enough games to win the Super Bowl. What I learned this weekend, and cheering for the Goff haters, even with an elite QB, Josh Allen, you need a defense to win. Goff is good enough. On that ticket texter.
Yeah, defense obviously was ravished the entire season.
Yeah.
You lose Amik Robertson early in that game, too.
Yeah, I mean, like in Series 1, you're like, what could possibly happen now?
I get more angry this week watching the Eagles blow out the Commanders than I was last week. The game plan they had was what I imagined Detroit's would have been. Alex in Sterling Heights. Yeah, that's come up a lot today. Bully them, run the ball.
Yeah.
They got up 14-3, which is what the Lions would have been up if.
And maybe the Lions.
Without the turnover?
Yeah.
Maybe they were, halftime planning on doing that because I think they did come out of half, get a stop, ended up scoring.
Made it a 3-point game.
Washington scored right away again on like a long drive. Like you never could get within that one score range, it felt like.
Yeah.
To get back to that bully
with the ball, you're
right?
saying, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, you look at that and you say 5 turnovers. Don't even include the last one. I mean, you're down 14 at the end of the game, but let's take 2 of those away, right? That's probably a completely different game.
Yeah.
Even if Jared just gets sacked on the 3rd and 1 and you kick a field goal and go up 10-3, probably a different game.
Tighter.
The turnovers, you look at that the turnover, that was a 27-point swing. The turnovers.
Oh yeah.
Not only you turned it over 3 times, they scored 21 points off turnovers, but the other 2, I mean, the 3rd and 1, you're taking a field goal off the board. That's another 3 points. Then before the half, you're at the 20-yard line, 25-yard line when he throws the pick, the one bad throw to Jameson. Not only did they that's another 3 points you're taking off the board right before halftime. That's a 27-point swing. I don't care who you're playing.
Right, and it may have been a case where you can't win with 5 turnovers. Could you win? Could you have won that game with 3?
That's what I'm saying.
Could you have won it with 2? I mean,
away.
And then all of a sudden, because the final one was kind of
irrelevant.
It was irrelevant. But if you only turn the ball over twice, and one of them can even be the pick 6, like if that's one of your turnovers, and you're giving up, you're spotting them 7 points. Like we saw them spot Minnesota 10 points, and it didn't matter. The offense was so dominant, and that was a game to me where the defense didn't have to be, week 3 defense with Hutch healthy and Carlton Davis and the full complement of players. It just needed to be a team that you rolled the defense out there, but your offense should have been so explosive that it didn't matter.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think that's how all of us felt. Like I put that game on the offense because of the turnovers, right? We all have much higher expectations for that offense, knowing the personnel that defense is working with.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the second half and some of these guys, like I had to pull up like the damn media guide to like find out who some of these guys were. You know what I mean? That just got pulled up and it's like, oh my God, who? Like, oh boy, like man, we're struggling. So I think that's fair that we all had much higher expectations for the offense, and they played a C-, probably to their standard, a D level game.
Yeah.
I know the yards and hey, we still scored points, but playoff game, man, that's just a bad performance. Now, did you guys talk about it? I don't want to use this as a cop-out. John, where do you stand on when it comes to the coaching cycle and coaches being able to –
I have no problem with them interviewing.
No, but you don't like that they just don't wait until after the season?
If you have a bye week, I'm fine with it. But I was also okay with Cliff Kingsbury because they didn't have that bye week. He said, I'm not going to interview until after the season. That's where I don't like it when it's a game week and guys take interviews. But if it's a bye week where, hey, you may be at home or, because what's the interview take? 3-4 hours?
Probably. I don't even think it's the interviews, though. I think it's just the publicity that comes with it. I mean, all week leading up to that game was,
you're losing both coordinators.
Tom Brady, he's playing.
But
Ben
he didn't
Johnson,
go to.
No, I know that, but that was kind of the talk. I guess my point is, like, I don't see how people say that can't be a distraction. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's a major reason or anything, but if
I could also see how much of a motivator it would be if I'm interviewing for the job. Now Ben was in a little bit of a different spot than Aaron Glenn because he'd been sought after for 2 years. Aaron Glenn, he was the hot coaching name this year. But I think if you're looking at Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn, what better for a resume than we just won a Super Bowl? And going out there and continuing to put together the highest powered offense possible.
But that still can't wait till after the season. Like I think it's ridiculous that you have bad teams that are poaching and distracting like good playoff teams during what is the most important time of the year.
Right. So
I think it's ridiculous. Imagine if it was the players. Imagine if free agency started right after the regular season, and it's Jared Goff. He's in talks with Chicago. I know we got a big game coming up, but man, he's being linked here. Like you can't possibly tell me that wouldn't be a distraction.
So for the players, yeah, but here's where the NFL needs to step in because free agency doesn't start until sometime around March 1st. Yeah. The draft isn't until April. The season's going to be over as of the night of February the 9th. There's plenty of time to just at that point interview your coaches, make your hires. There is nothing that Ben Johnson is doing now to get ahead for what could happen in mid-February. Am I making my point?
No, I agree with you.
So the NFL just needs to say, hey, there are no interviews until after the season. Whether I think it's a distraction or not is irrelevant, or whether you think it's a big deal or not is irrelevant. The NFL has the ability because there is nothing happening at the end of February, or there's nothing happening at the end of January other than the season is still continuing.
Yeah.
There's no benefit of taking that job early. There's no benefit of taking a coordinator job now versus mid-February.
Yeah. I think that's something that the players are going to have to get used to, too. Like, if you're going to continue to be a good team, this is going to become normal. This was really the first year, though, where I think it potentially – I'm not saying a massive distraction, but even if you're spending an hour thinking about it, oh, man, Ben – because remember last year was like Ben's getting interest, right? Like
and he took his name out of the whole Washington thing.
But he's like getting some interest. Like he's an up and coming name. Like this year was like a sure thing. You're losing both guys.
Yeah.
How can you not, as a human being, not think about that? If I'm trying, and I'm not saying this is the case, but if I'm putting myself in somebody's shoes and saying, man, Ben Johnson, right? Like what he meant for Mike, he really turned it around, right? Everything that we had, like, and I'm going to potentially lose him. How can you not think about that? I'm not saying it played a massive part in that game, but maybe the preparation leading up to the week. If you're spending any sort of time even thinking about that possibility, is that somewhat of a distraction?
Well,
that's why I'm saying, and I think it's human nature. That's why I say it's ridiculous in the first place that this even happens while teams are gearing up.
I agree that it's ridiculous. I disagree that I think it's a huge distraction, but human nature is something where, for Ben Johnson, all right, what was he making last year? And I don't think we actually know what the exact number is, somewhere around $2 million. Now all of a sudden, you're going to be making $10+ million. You're going to be making 5 times what you're making this year, next year, the year after.
Yeah.
What is it, a 5-year deal? So that contract's guaranteed as a head coach. So you're going to be making $50 million at a minimum over the next 5 years. It's human nature to sit there and think, what does that mean for my family? What does that mean for my kids, for their kids? It's all life-changing money, but it's and to think that you're not going to have any of those thoughts creep in game week would be ridiculous. It's going to happen.
Right. Yeah. So that's where I just hear people say like, "Oh, spare me that. That's not a distraction."
But let me know this:
it is a distraction.
Okay, so
I'm not saying it's a.
Is that going to be any of a different distraction versus? Okay, he doesn't know that that's going to happen as soon as the season's over, and he took that interview. But when the season ended, we all knew Ben Johnson was going to be offered a job.
Yeah.
And so he's going to have those thoughts whether he interviewed or not. I'm going to be making a whole bunch more money next year. And what does it mean for my family? All of those thoughts could still be there.
Yeah, and I'm not putting blame on anybody. Yeah. I'm not putting blame on Ben Johnson. I'm not putting blame on the players. But I'm saying when you look at the whole picture of
it's ridiculous.
That's what I want to know too. And it's impossible not to think about it. I went through it, and I remember a Wednesday of game week, and oh man, our O-line coach is, being linked to some OC jobs.
Yeah.
Man, I would hate to lose him. That would suck. Like, he's meant a lot for me. Even if you're thinking about that,
Yeah.
that's taking your mind off of preparation for the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're on the same page where
Yeah.
and Bill Belichick, I think, said the same thing. Like, it's ridiculous that they just don't wait until the Super Bowl's over. You got bad teams trying to not intentionally distract good teams, but these teams are on a mission, man.
The reason
this is the time they need to go in the foxhole and lock in, and it's about us. Shut the doors. Don't look at anything outside. This is about us. I think it's ridiculous that the NFL allows it to happen in the first place. They don't let it happen with players. I don't think coaches should be any different.
We got another 10 minutes with TJ. We'll take some phone calls, get some of your thoughts on what Sunday meant for the Lions, how you felt as a Lions fan. Also, I know you touched on it early in the hour, but this Kansas City thing, people are uncomfortable with it. Do you think the fix was in? We'll get to that next. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking to get stronger this year, this is your year, and the place to do it is at Planet Fitness. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door, and you got to know that there's free fitness training with every single membership, and if you like what you are experiencing at Planet Fitness, you can always upgrade to the Black Card membership. You have access to over 2,600 locations nationwide. There's 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. The Black Card membership also allows you to bring a guest anytime you want, free guest privileges, and it doesn't matter where you're at. If you like variety in your workouts, Planet Fitness is also the place to go. You can feel your strongest and best self because you get a chance to use plate-loaded machines, free weights, cable tower, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, recumbent bikes. They've got it all, no matter what style you like. And they also want to let you know if you're 18 years old, you can enroll anytime. 13 to 17, got to bring mom and dad or a guardian with you. Hours, amenities, and offers vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness. if this type of behavior continues. There was one official, I can't remember if it was College or the Pros, but he made the announcement about the penalty at the bottom of a pile, and he said he was giving them the business. Yeah, I remember seeing that one.
That's just like, it's not like Washington's doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? Like,
no, they just knew that the cost was half the distance, which at one point it was like a half an inch.
To phrase it that way, like,
yes.
If this behavior doesn't knock off. Like, Philly missed a golden opportunity. They should have gone.
Oh,
they should have gone
hard count
for like 5 more.
Oh yeah, and
then looked at the ref and said that this behavior's continuing.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
They missed the golden
opportunity. You have to ground him. I know there were some people who heard that and go, "Wait, the refs can award a touchdown? The Chiefs are unstoppable." TJ, what did you make of the way the Chiefs were officiated? Is this some big controversy? Because when we walked in today, Tom goes, "This is going to be the big story today." What do you think?
I think there were the one questionable one, the 4th and 1, just a weird operation.
Yeah.
Right? We talked about that earlier. Was there another?
So there's the Xavier Worthy simultaneous possession.
Oh, okay. That was
Did he catch it and did the ground aid to it? I thought it was a catch. It's a tough call. It's a catch. Simultaneous possession
kind of
goes to the offense. The ball didn't juggle it loose, or the ground didn't juggle the ball loose. That's a catch.
I agree with you on that one. I think probably a fair call. But no, I felt that way right after the 4th and 1. It was like, oh boy, like this is what people are going to be talking about. And it's a weird operation because I've never seen a referee just not make a signal and say, hey, we're just going to go review it right away. We're not going to make a call. And then obviously when it went the other way, it was like, really? Like, you look at the side judges, both of them had their foot on the 40, which was the first down.
Well, one of them did, one of them didn't.
Right, but what changed? I think one of them had his foot on the 40.
Right.
So if you come in and you mark it a first down, and then you say, hey, we're going to take a look at it, or Kansas City challenges it, and you look at that, none of the replays showed anything confirmative. No. So you would have to stick with the call, right? That obviously changed the game. But I do look at that, and I still go back to the fact, and I say Josh Allen had the ball with 3 minutes down 3.
Thank you.
And I look at the end of that game, and the play calls that Spags made, right on the 4th down, sending a corner blitz. Like, ballsy call. Kansas City gets the ball back. Instead of just running it and, hey, let's go to 3rd and long and take our shot. No, they get aggressive, 2nd down, boom, we're going to play action pass, 1st down, game over. Like, that's where the game was won, and Josh Allen had his time. Buffalo had their chance in the last 3 minutes of that game to do something about it.
That's where I actually thought that this might be a different outcome, because Kansas City scores, and I instantly look at the clock, and I'm like, oh, they just left Josh Allen 3.5 minutes. He's going to have a chance to go down and do what Patrick Mahomes has done so many times.
That's where I felt, okay, this is your time to take the Kansas City story out of it. Take the, love child. They get all the calls. You can do something about it right now. You got a chance to go win this
Guess
game.
who else had a chance to do something about it in 2014 in Dallas? It was Matthew Stafford. That's why I never completely bagged on the Pettigrew call. But wouldn't you love to see that Lions game play out in 2014 if they wouldn't have picked up the flag in Dallas? And that's the same what applies last night. To me, the offense always gets the benefit of the doubt. And to me, in my eyes, Allen got the first down. I thought he clearly got it. Yeah. So then you have a chance. I did too. You have a chance to go down the field and get an 8 or even maybe a 9-point lead if you go for 2, which is the new analytical thing to do when you're up 8. It just robbed them of that. It's like Kansas City. Josh Allen didn't get the benefit of the call that Mahomes did. I believe if Mahomes had the exact same situation, they would award him a first down.
I just go back to a word you use. Clear. You think he clearly picked up the first down?
Yeah, just like Gene Steratore.
Well, he said by a third of a football, which to me, by definition, is anything
clear.
Is anything but clear. To me, that is
that's just the tip.
Thank you, John.
It could be the middle. It's an oval shape, so that.
If it's on its side, the bulge. Come on now. My point is, this was not a grave injustice done against Buffalo.
Is that not the description of it?
The bulge of the ball.
You guys, you know what happened? They actually did mark the first down, and then Taylor Swift tased both of them.
There it is. There it is. It's one call that, by a third of a football, I know it's a game inches, it didn't decide the game. So I'm just not going to, shed a tear over it. And the people who think the league is rigged,
It didn't decide the game because there was still time left, but
I don't know. We got our number one conspiracy
did it
theorist
change
just entered the studio.
Did it change the trajectory of that game?
Oh, no, he's leaving.
Maybe slightly. Doug was spewing some stuff before the game.
Yeah, I think it changed the trajectory. But with that being said, that's why I still put myself in the position that Buffalo had a chance to do something about it, right? And that's where legacies are made, man.
Yeah.
That's where Josh Allen is going to be known for, right?
Yeah.
Being the guy that just, you had a chance.
Right.
3 minutes left.
And right now, he's the guy that's always come up short, especially against Mahomes.
Doug Karsch is a very intelligent man, a very educated man.
Yeah, leaves emotion out of most things.
Huh.
Huh.
Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Oh.
Yeah. About to find out if you believe that that's the case.
Can you completely leave emotion out of this and look at this just objectively?
Yeah, I can. It doesn't mean I'm going to.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
Karsch and Anderson.
What fun is that?
They're coming up next. It's 97.1.
Well, good morning. It is the Karsch and Anderson program on a sunny Monday in Detroit. Sunny in terms of the weather. And that's about it as it pertains to football. Hope you had a great weekend. And I'm intrigued at how many people were able to get back on track. We're still sort of reeling from what happened a week ago. It's the Karsch and Anderson program. We'll get into that coming up momentarily. I know people from the morning show still want to talk and sound off. I will let you know Gator's out sick today. Hope to have him back soon, but wish our buddy the best, and we'll keep you updated on that. Okay, look, so this weekend of championship football, a weekend that I historically, and I think many people historically, I'm not the only one, have kind of come to love. It was a big deal. The back-to-back games with so much riding on the line to, get to the ultimate game, get to the Super Bowl. And we had visions of what it would be like to be in this game. Last year, we got to experience what it was like to be in the game. Those of us who were around in the 90s also experienced it. But the thrill for us is still out there as a dream, right? Still out there as a dream. And of getting to the Super Bowl. And we are left to imagine what it would be like. This great weekend of football, the Lions have changed me. I found myself, it was like midway through the first half of the Chiefs-Buffalo game, maybe late second quarter. I'd watched the first game. I had a hockey game, so I was streaming the game on the bench. And end up getting back to the house. And I'm watching Chiefs-Bills. And I don't know if anybody else did this because there was a weird empty feeling, like something I wasn't accustomed to. Basically, my whole adult life, this was a big day. And I sat there asking myself these existential, what's it all about questions. I'm like, why football? Why are my emotions so tied to teams battling over real estate on a 100-yard grid? Why is this such a big deal? And I'm like asking these questions, these philosophical questions, and then I stop and I go, what the hell am I doing? Like, why am I asking these questions? Why am I? But I guess it's just the emptiness of looking at this whole thing through a different prism. The whole idea that we just want to be a participant. We just want our team and feel like our team is good enough to be in the mix. And our team was good enough to be in the mix. There's no question our team was good enough to be in the mix. They picked a terrible day to have a bad day. A terrible day to have a big day. And that's the thing, is there's no guarantees. Dan Campbell said it last year. There's no guarantees they're going to be back. The Lions have all of the characteristics of a team that objectively should be around for a while competing. They do. They just do. You can't be that good with that many young pieces, with that GM, that coaching staff, that many injuries, and in theory, that many players returning next year. You can't be that good and objectively say the run is over, the window's closed. But anything can happen. Sports are crazy. They're not scripted. And so, I can already see it. No matter who wins the Super Bowl, the Lions are going to be one of the favorites to get there next year. There's going to be a ton of people picking the Lions to win it all. A ton of people. We are so firmly in the mix here, and it feels like we're here to stay. And maybe that's why Sunday felt like such an empty feeling. My entire adult life, I'd grown accustomed to not being a participant and sort of accepted it and just watched those games on Sunday for what they were. Huge games with massive implications. And sort of I was on the, you know what it was? I was outside the fence looking in. We didn't have the proper credentials to get into the authorized area. Now we have the proper credentials to get into the authorized area, and we got denied anyway. And that's where I'm asking myself these philosophical, existential questions. Why do I even care? And it was ridiculous. 248-539-9797. Gator out sick today. We're in a different place. Detroit's in a different place. Detroit's in a place where we belong. We know we belong. It's not a stretch to say we belong. We're not there. And that's the hard part to accept. We're not there, but we know we belong. We know we belong. And so how do I sit back and watch these games on Sunday? Way differently. way differently. And honestly, it's, I don't like it. I didn't like it at all. I like belonging. But you know what? It really just shows that 1 week later, I don't think my emotions have started to scar over, right? They haven't. The wound is still open, and it hurts.
Yeah, if you've been a Lions fan longer than 2023, you're used to watching the Lions not make it this far in the playoffs. You're used to watching the NFL playoffs not involving the Lions.
Yep.
But things have drastically changed the last couple of years. And so now when we watch this past weekend, it definitely is different. It's not the same. There's pain still there from last weekend. And for me, it didn't hit me right away. Like, I obviously it didn't have the same enthusiasm as I normally would.
Yeah.
But it didn't really hit me until like the middle of the first quarter, where I just saw the crowd and I saw that they're playing obviously in Philly, and I'm thinking, this game should be at Ford Field right now. And that's when it kind of just hit me really hard. Like, I knew going in, it wasn't, obviously the Lions weren't in it, but it didn't really hit me until middle of the first quarter.
So you bottomed out middle of the first quarter.
Yeah, from there on, it was just like, I'm just watching the game.
Emotionally, You bottomed out in the middle of the first quarter. It's funny you say that. You know when I bottomed out? I had NFL Network on Sunday morning, and they went to a live shot in the parking lot at Lincoln Financial Field. And then they went to a live shot outside GEHA Stadium in Kansas City. And I just kept thinking, that's the experience that we are being denied. That's what Detroit had. It was there for the taking. I bottomed out at about, I don't know what time. It was like 11:20 on Sunday morning, 4 hours before the first game even started.
So, I mean, you were before. Because, and, as the game's going along, I did think, like you, Doug, at halftime, I see the Fox crew there on the field, and I asked myself, where would they have broadcasted had this game been in Ford Field? I was like torturing myself with stupid questions. Why am I even thinking about that? Why am I even asking where would they have broadcast from, and what would they have done, and who would have done the story on what? Why? Why am I doing this?
Yep, and that's but it was a weird day. It was a weird day. Detroit, how did you feel? And at any point Sunday, did you bottom out? Where it just. It was like, I don't know if I can do this. I know some people said on Friday they weren't even going to watch. And I think those are legitimate emotions of what is a different kind of hurt for Detroit as it pertains to the Lions. Look, huge Piston game tonight. I do want to talk about it as Cleveland. The Pistons in Cleveland taking on the Cavs. Measuring stick game against the 1 seed in the East. Red Wings on a bit of a roll as well, with a couple of wins, the shot barrage game against Montreal, and then a 2-0 win against Tampa on Saturday. All those things are on the agenda. Mondays also mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. I'll have mine today at 10:35. And yeah, the morning show was talking about conspiracy theories, and do the Chiefs get all the calls? I'll give my 2 cents on that at some point today, but we want to talk to you, and we start to do that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Anderson out sick today. Hope to have him back tomorrow. But look, it's a weird weekend. It kind of unprecedented. At least it was for me in terms of watching the AFC and NFC championship game. Sort of a hollow, left-out feeling. One that we totally know we belong on that stage, and we weren't there. And there's previous years it was easy to accept that they weren't on that stage because we knew they didn't belong. We have the proper credentials to be allowed into the authorized area, and yet we still aren't there. And it was a strange day of emotions. 248-539-9797. How would you characterize how you felt on what is traditionally a really good Sunday? Really good Sunday for sports. Matt, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Matt. Matt, are you there? Yep. Gotcha. Go ahead. Wow. I mean, do you remember a few years ago when they scored, they ran the clock down and they scored with 13 seconds left, and it was still too much. I don't know that you're doing that early in the game when you know you're probably going to get another possession anyway. You know what? Honestly, you know what it sounds like, Matt? It sounds like you're looking for any other reason other than the officials. Yeah. It's very difficult. The truth is, losing teams, and when games are over, there's always going to be a call or two. There's usually a call or two that piss you off. Not always, but there's usually, if games are close, unfortunately, the officiating is like the stuff that's on the margins that gets dissected. Play calling gets dissected. A decision by a quarterback on one play out of 60 gets dissected. And it was a close game again. Kang, what's your stat about the Chiefs in the postseason?
Before yesterday, they had gone 11 straight postseason games where they have gotten less penalties than their opponent.
It's now 12.
Now it's 12.
Yeah. So, I mean, part of that is that's what good teams do. I don't even want to go down that road yet. We will go down that road.
I was just going to ask you about that.
We're talking about the Lions, and Chiefs guy wants to talk Chiefs, and I don't.
We'll get there.
Ed is next on 97 a ticket. What's up, Ed?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, I mean, I think I'm different than probably from what I hear, like probably 99% of Detroit Lions fans. I've been a Lions fan my whole life. Grew up on the west side of Detroit. I'm trying to understand the amount of fandom that's going on because, like, it's a process, man. Like, before, I remember growing up just by week 6, we're like, whose season can we ruin because we're never going to make the playoffs? And even if we make the playoffs, we have no shot. Okay, so then we had the years with Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson where you're like, we got one guy. If we make it and they just go off, we can win a game. Maybe 2, but we're never winning a Super Bowl. We don't have a team built to win a Super Bowl. It's like, what about the process? Like, I think Detroit fans, we've been so starved with the Lions, we just want to skip right to the Super Bowl. But the reality of it is, show me a team that lost their MVP in football on one side of the ball or other and still went to the Super Bowl. We lost Hutch, and we made ourselves believe because we had so many magic moments without him that, hey, this can happen. When the reality of it is, if the Ravens would have lost Ray Lewis or any team, whether it's offense or defense, lost their MVP, a true superstar, what are the odds of you winning the whole thing? I think so many people lost reality.
Off the top of my head, Ed, the Eagles lost their quarterback, Carson Wentz, and Nick Foles took him to a Super Bowl victory. So
was Carson Wentz a superstar?
Well,
let's be honest.
I mean, I would say
superstar.
I would say he's not a superstar, but I would say he was an incredibly critical player to a team that was trying to win a Super Bowl, that had Super Bowl aspirations. It can be done.
I think everybody loses critical players. I'm talking about if you lose a player, I'm talking about
they lost their quarterback, man. They lost their quarterback.
I get that. I get that. But that's an anomaly compared to the
that is an anomaly. Yes, I guess, Ed, if you are arguing, I'm not going to. If your debate is, hey, it's better than it was. There's no question it's better than it was. This is a different kind of empty feeling, though.
But we gotta go through the process. What about all the years with Denver with Elway when they were losing? Same thing's happening with Buffalo. Like, it's just part of the process. Let's go through the process. Let's hope we have a 7-8 year run and we get a chance to win one. Like, we can't.
All of that is true, Ed. I'm talking about today and yesterday.
Today I feel great because I don't think, unless everything went right, we were going to beat the Eagles.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
He feels great because he didn't think they were going to beat the Eagles.
Yeah, that's a weird.
I mean, he can feel how he wants to feel, and I'm not telling him how to feel, but he's got to realize he's in the minority.
Yeah, that's.
And by the way, Carson Wentz was having an MVP type year, Doug.
What a weird statement. I feel great because I don't think we would have beat the Eagles anyway. Really? Hey, like you said, I asked him his feelings. He gave us his feelings. The reason I can't feel that way is because of his last line. I think they could have beat the Eagles. In Detroit, yeah, I think they could have beat the Eagles.
But even, like, if I personally don't think they could have, I don't feel great about it. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't matter. I feel great. They would have lost anyways. Like, I can't feel that way personally.
Well, I guess it's probably easier for him to accept is because you know what it sounds like? It sounds like, for him, his Super Bowl dream died when Hutch's leg exploded.
Seriously.
And if that's where he's at, I don't think I don't know that that's reflective of how a lot of Detroiters felt. So maybe that's the difference between where he's at and where we are. That probably explains it. Doug's in Livonia next. Hello, Doug.
Hey, Doug. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Listen, sports are that we associate something with bigger than ourselves. And there's no question, Doug, that there's an empty feeling right now. I have that just the same as you do about what happened to the Lions. And, yes, I definitely think we were good enough to beat the Eagles and go on to the Super Bowl. But you remember George Plimpton? I didn't mention this to the screener, but I'm going to mention it to you because I actually saw him play at University of Michigan for the Lions. You remember him very well. He was a writer that actually,
I heard the name.
Played,
I honestly don't remember him, but I heard the name.
Okay,
I know who he is.
Actually played hockey for the Boston Bruins and the Lions. He had a book out called Paper Lion, and they gave him the opportunity to actually play in an exhibition game, which he did. And I'll never forget this as long as I live. He's at an airport, and somebody comes up to him and says, "Hey, the Super Bowl is on. What do you think?" And he turned to the reporter and said, "Are the Lions in it?" And the guy says, "No." He goes, "Well, then I don't care." That's exactly what he said, which was incredible to me when I saw him do that. He passed away a few years ago.
You know what's funny about that is I cared about Sunday, this past Sunday, my entire life, and I care about the Super Bowl my entire life. And yesterday rang hollow to me. It really changed things.
Exactly. I feel exactly the same way you do, Doug. Yeah. I really do.
It's weird.
It's an empty feeling that knowing we could have been there, and it's just not happening. It just didn't happen. But,
it's how things have changed. Hey, the football season may almost be over, but there's plenty of other sports to take advantage of. It's your favorite Twin Peaks. Your Detroit basketball and hockey teams are right in the thick of the playoff picture and are actually putting out an enjoyable product. Maize and Blue and Green and White have tournament-bound basketball teams, and what makes every slap shot and slam dunk better, it's Twin Peaks. It's the ultimate man cave experience combined with your favorite beer commercial. Your favorite draft beer served at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees, poured into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours, combined with the best food you've ever had at a bar while enjoying the sports action you crave on wall-to-wall TVs. It doesn't get any better than that. They offer both afternoon and late-night happy hours with some of the best drink and food specials around. But what really sets them apart, the girls next door, the Twin Peaks girls that serve it all up. See the Twin Peaks difference today. And if you're planning on hosting a party for the big game, make sure you order your wings and appetizers from Twin Peaks. House-made queso, freshly fried tortilla chips, hand-cut and breaded to order, boneless wings and tenders, house-smoked wings, ribs, and all kinds of great food. Your party deserves the best, and Twin Peaks has the best. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So now we're in a completely different place in that we feel like we belong and we weren't there. Watching Championship Sunday in the past was we weren't there but we didn't feel like we belonged. And I'm talking about the bulk of my adult life. We've had some very interesting calls and some interesting feedback in terms of characterizing your emotions on what I used to think of as a great football day. And this is the first time in my adult life where I really, it was hollow to me. It rang empty. It was completely different. I guess partly because I'd grown accustomed to what it was. A great day, but we weren't participants. Now it feels like we belong and we weren't participants. I bottomed out in the morning when I saw live shots on the NFL Network from tailgate parties in Philadelphia and Kansas City. And I was like, this should be us. Ken, you bottomed out first quarter of the Eagles game?
Yeah. And then I wanted to ask you, did it carry over for the AFC game for you as well? Were you just kind of apathetic through all of Sunday?
Yeah, kind of.
Really?
Yeah, it was a very weird feeling all day long. And like I said, I was like, why do I care so much? Why I was trying to get back into it.
So for me, I was back to almost normal Kang as soon as the NFC game ended. Like, I didn't care about them celebrating. I didn't care about seeing Sirianni on stage. As soon as that game was, it was, some would say it was over, early fourth quarter, but as soon as it was officially over, I flipped over to the CBS crew.
Yeah.
AFC game, I'm ready to go because to me, we're getting Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and as long as Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow over there, I think the AFC is going to be so much fun to watch for years to come. I'm jealous of the AFC and the excitement over there. I think the NFC is kind of boring, other than watching the Lions. Because last Sunday, when I was hyped for Lamar versus Josh Allen, before the Lions lost, that completely went down. As soon as the Lions lost the game, I did not even care about Lamar Jackson versus Josh Allen. But I got it back this weekend for the AFC because it was just the NFC for me game. The NFC game ruined it for me. But it sounds like it ruined your entire weekend, or Sunday at least.
It definitely made it. You know what I was doing? I was 100% going through the motions. I was going through the motions. Games were on. Heart wasn't in it. 248-539-9797, one of our Champ and Chump nominations coming up shortly. Gators out sick today. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Greg in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Greg. Greg, are you there? Greg? All right, well, I'll put Greg back on hold, or we'll lose Greg. Daryl is next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Daryl.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Daryl?
Yeah, when he said the moment he bottomed out, I'm going to tell you when I bottomed out. I had guests over and everything. We had a good time. Even all the mistakes they made, I had no problem with. We can come up right now with the Lions. Come on now. But when they had Jameson Williams throw a 20-yard pass to, was it Amir Gibbs? I was like, yeah, it's over. That was the worst pass I've ever seen.
So you're going all the way back to last Sunday.
Yeah, I know. I'm going all the way back to last Sunday, yeah. That's what because when they say bottom now, as far as, when you knew before the game or after the game or whenever you knew it, that was the point that I kind of bottomed out. I was like, well, yeah, no, we don't have this one. So I'm like, yeah.
I hear you, but I don't know if we're going to because we can't go back all the way to last Sunday. 248-539-9797. Danny's next. Hi, Danny.
Morning, guys. I felt like the last caller. I tried to get into it. The feelings you expressed are pretty much exactly what I went through all day yesterday, trying to watch him. Watch very little, and I'll even harken back. My depression started with the Tigers. They were so great. I don't make a lot of money or spend on baseball or sports for that matter, and I got a couple tickets to the playoff game, and that loss. I just kept thinking about that. It's like, what, I can't say on the radio, but I'm just depressed and love the Lions. I don't have your optimism, Doug. I'm kind of the end is here. I don't want to, create any. I know you don't like that.
Okay, no, hold on. I'm intrigued by this. You say you have no optimism, as in you don't think they're going to get back. You think the run is over.
I'm kind of a woe is me. If I'm being honest with you, yeah, I am. And because we lost our, it's the first time we lost our great coaches and O-line's getting. I know we got great players. I love Goff, but He stunk last week. Is he only stink when it mattered? All these thoughts. I don't want to.
No.
Here. I know.
Right. No, fair enough. Because as long as you're admitting it, because they've won so many big games with him, including playoff games.
And I'm on your side, Doug. I am, but they didn't. They didn't win last week, and the offense was a big reason for it. I'm with you. I think I'm in a worse place than you, and I'll root for them. I'm not gonna buy any games, but I'll watch them and root for them. But I spent so much money at buying clothes the day before. I swear to God, that pissed me off too. But
what do you mean? Like you bought gear?
Yeah. I'm like, I'm gonna get a part of this. I'm buying the gear and like $200 worth, which is a lot for me, And
yeah.
And then I cleaned it and hung it up for next year. So whatever.
Oh, Danny,
you can still wear it next year, man.
Yeah, you can. It's still.
I will.
They're not going to change the team name.
No, they're not. So I just trying to be optimistic, but it's a beautiful sunny day. I can't wait to go skiing next week, and I'm pissed. It is. Doug, you expressed it perfectly.
Yeah, it's
a great weekend that sucked. So
I went through the motions yesterday. It was a hollow feeling on what a sports day I used to enjoy. And maybe that's a great thing, right? It's because it is a great thing. It is a great thing because we belong. We belong on that stage. The Detroit Lions and the Lions fans. We're not dreaming anymore. Hell, they were on that stage last season in January of 2024. And here people saying, the Lions should have been there. I like when they showed the fans pouring into the Eagles Stadium, like, you're not even supposed to be hosting this game. You're getting a free NFC title game. So yeah, there was a lot of weird emotions. But the truth is, in all seriousness, think about it. If you have similar emotions, and our guy there did, I'll take this every single year. Disappointment if we don't make, not the result, but the chance. I will absolutely take the chance that the NFC title game and the Super Bowl isn't as much fun as it used to be because our team belongs there. We'd much rather this than what we've had. It's new, it's foreign, but much rather have this than what we've had. All right, Champ and Chump, let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. I will start. My Champ of the weekend is the coach of a team that lost, but I'm starting to love J.B. Bickerstaff, and the results on the floor are the obvious thing and the reason to love him. I love the ejection, and we went through and did our best to lip read. That was an epic ejection, and we'll get into it a little bit later on. J.B. Bickerstaff going to bat for his guys, and that's a good basketball team with a big game tonight. That probably means a lot more to Detroit than it does to Cleveland. I think the Pistons are dangerous tonight. J.B. Bickerstaff, my champ of the weekend. Kang, your champ of the weekend is?
My champ of the weekend is Saquon Barkley, man. In the offseason, the Giants were wondering whether they should bring him back or not. They decided to let him test the market. He chose the right team, and he's having an incredible playoff run right now. He was in talks for MVP conversation. I mean, I know that's not finalized yet, but, I mean, he's having a great year. He's going to the Super Bowl, team success, individual success, 5 touchdowns in the 2 playoff games he's played so far. Saquon Barkley, my champ of the weekend.
All right, my champ of the weekend is the NFL refs. No way the Chiefs got some close calls. You don't say. Now, in the vacuum of time of yesterday or the context of everything that's happened, if you take the context of everything that happens, do I feel like NFL officials favor the Chiefs? Yes. But if I just look at the vacuum of yesterday, do I feel like the officials favored the Chiefs? Yes. Under both circumstances. So I'm going to chump the NFL refs.
I'm going to chump the Orlando Magic. I'm starting to hate this team. I think the Pistons and the Magic are building some kind of a nice little rivalry here. I think they're 1-2 against the Magic this year so far. But if you go back, the Magic were the team that took Ivy out for the year. The Magic also yesterday, took out Tobias Harris, tried taking out Thompson. Stu's getting into it. Bickerstaff gets tossed. I think we got something built up here, and I'm chumping the Orlando Magic. I don't like those guys.
Good chump. Get your champ and chump votes in. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. A ticket. Gator out sick. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Gator out sick today, 248-539-9797. Look, I think we all have, Detroit has changed. I think the fan base has changed. And I don't know if there's any better reflection than characterizing what our emotions were watching a day that used to be, I think, great in terms of just sheer enjoyment as a football fan. and it rang hollow. I went through the motions yesterday, and it's because we feel like we belong, and it's not because it's not a stretch. It's not a dream. The Lions absolutely belong. They absolutely belong, but the not being there, it was hard. It was for me, it was kind of impossible to enjoy it the way I once did. 248-539-9797. Max in Bath, Michigan writes in via ticket text, I had no interest in yesterday. The games were on, but mainly as background noise. I crushed a lot of Facebook reels. Did you know you can clean a mirror with shaving cream and it doesn't fog your shower? More joy out of that than the games.
I did know that through like Facebook or YouTube or something.
I had the thought during the game. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should join Instagram. And I started
is that
like,
the time?
I was sitting there like, maybe I'll put together an Instagram account.
Wow, you were really down.
It was really in a weird place.
You must have been really down. You have hit rock bottom, Doug.
I was in a weird place. Champ Marco Casper making the most out of his ice time. Chump was the pathetic excuse for an effort from Michigan basketball Friday night. Nothing more embarrassing than thinking you're hot stuff and getting smacked to reality on a primetime national broadcast. They ran into a buzzsaw. That was a combination of part Michigan, part Purdue. Sometimes you catch a team at a bad time. They were probably in trouble when earlier in the week Ohio State beat Purdue in Mackey Arena, when Purdue blew a big lead and lost. The writing was on the wall that they were in trouble. We kind of talked about that on Friday. This is going to be a tough time to go into Purdue. And then they went out and they played extremely poorly. And so I hear where you're coming from. With that said, my dollar's on Penn State's catching Michigan at a bad time tonight at Chrysler Center. That's where my dollar will go. 248-539-9797. When watching the Eagles, the only thing I was thinking that if the Lions had any pass rush, they would have beat Washington. Then I hit my wall when the Chiefs were going to win, had to turn it off, and I couldn't watch KC celebrate. That's from Jeff in a truck. So you know what's funny about that is you couldn't watch KC celebrate. It's not only that you can't watch KC celebrate. It's that you can't watch KC celebrate again. We just want that celebration to get the invitation to the big dance once. And Kansas City is celebrating it again.
What Mahomes and Andy Reid and Kelsey are doing over there, Chris Jones, truly incredible, man. I know people are sick of it. I get it. The Lions, you should know this. It's hard to get there once. We have never been there. These guys are going annually. Annually, and at the least they're getting to the conference title game.
And then to see Clark Hunt and his coiffed hair with his perfectly rehearsed and staged comments, Chiefs Kingdom. I was just like, it was almost, he was like a robot. I've done this so many times. I'm just going to keep saying what I've scripted and said so many previous times.
We sure that wasn't a replay from last year?
It could have been.
T. Swift was there last year, too.
Yeah. And I'm like, nice ascot. Let's go to Chris. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing this morning?
Okay.
Okay. Listen, I've been watching these guys for 60 years. I'm bummed like you wouldn't believe. But, I look at this team, and look what Brad Holmes has done, improved it every year. It's a better team this year on roster-wise than it was last year.
Yep.
And they got an offense that's intact. They're just a few players away on defense. To get these guys back from injuries, they're going to have a heck of a team.
I think next year when they come back healthy, Chris, they're the best roster in the NFL.
Absolutely. So I keep thinking about that.
That doesn't mean that they guaranteed anything. I love their roster, and I shouldn't say that because I don't know what other teams are going to do in the offseason. But they are poised to be the best roster in the NFL, and they have all of the makings of a team that's here to stay. Young, Cap's under control, great GM, great coach. Yeah, they've lost some parts for sure, but it's not a stretch to say they should be right back where they were.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for taking my call.
I will say, things aren't going to be easy next year when you look at the schedule, which is a mistake to look at the schedule. We do this every year. We look at schedules and go, oh, tough schedule. Oh, easy schedule. And rarely does it turn out that way. But on paper, this is a freaking gauntlet. They could be a much better team and not be the 1 seed. 248-539-9797. Terry is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Terry.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, Terry?
I just want to talk about what the other guy said on the station about halfway through the first quarter.
Yeah.
I was MFing the Lions, Ben Johnson, and then Dan Campbell. Just watching the Eagles just run the ball down their throat first 2 drives. And that's what we were built on originally when we had Jamal Williams. That was our identity. We had a big offensive line, and that's what we were going to do. And then, play action after that. And I think we got too fancy last year against San Francisco where we should have just kept running the ball. And this year, too, it's just bit us in our butts. So
the run game, they got behind on the scoreboard, and they kind of had to abandon the run game, and it led to an imbalanced game. That's not typically them, but they did spend most of the season having the best offense in the NFL and an elite
I get that. You got the best offensive line, and I don't know, this Jamal Williams, where's he at now? And he had how many? He just put up career numbers, and we got 2 dynamic running backs, and I mean, he still tried to use Gibbs. He used Gibbs in the passing game, but I didn't think Ben Johnson knew how to really incorporate both of the running backs at the same time.
Well, I'm not sure that incorporating both of the running backs at the same time was their offense was really good, and it was actually pretty damn good in the Commanders game. They just turned it over. I mean, if they don't turn it over, it's the bitter pill. Okay, brace yourself for some deep football analysis. You can't turn it over 5 times and lose a turnover battle 5-0 and win very often. It just simply doesn't happen. Again, deep analysis, but look at Washington. Washington won the turnover battle 1-0 against Tampa, 5-0 against Detroit, and lost it 4-0 against Philadelphia. Have I blown your mind?
The defense also gave up 38 points.
Yes.
And due partly to some of those turnovers as well.
The turnovers set them up. And so was it play calling? I mean, play calling is down the list compared to that simple fact. Rough game for Jared Goff, who'd been very good for Detroit, and that's tough. But it's simple. Don't turn the football over. We said on Friday's show, how much you want to bet Washington looks like a completely different team when they aren't the recipient of 5 turnovers?
Yeah, dude, I found myself going, where was that fumble, Eckler, during the game against the Lions?
100%. 100%.
Nice fumble, Brown.
Yep.
Where was that during the Lions game?
Thanks. Oh, you fumbled a kick return. Awesome. Gave Philly a short
nice job,
field.
Where was that during the Lions game?
Now, that's completely taking out of it. The defense is force turnovers, but
let me mourn.
But I get it. We're not in a rational place here
today.
today.
Be better.
Rob in Sylvan Lake, you're next. Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. 31 years season ticket holder. One of the founding members of the Crazy Tub Gators, and I feel like I've had a hangover for 2 weeks and I didn't drink anything.
Yeah. Yep. I understand it.
But after watching the games this whole weekend, I have no doubt that Campbell and Holmes are going to beef up the lineups, and that so many pieces are coming back that they're going to kick the crap out of everyone. They're going to end up having the number 1 offense in the league, the number 1 defense, and I wouldn't even be surprised if the practice squad on the defense is a top 10 defense in the league. It's going to be so deep.
Well, I'm going to stop short of those bold proclamations, Rob. I think they'll have the makings of doing all that, and I think they might have the best roster in the NFL. Next year, one of the things that's potentially going to be a factor, they play at Kansas City, Super Bowl, at Philadelphia, also in the Super Bowl, at Washington, eliminated Detroit last year, at Cincinnati, team that is, always a problem, at Baltimore, playoff team of the AFC, one of the best in the AFC, and at the Rams. Those are the Lions' 6 non-division road games. That's potentially obscene. And so it might hurt them. They might not be the number one offense in the NFL. They might not be, even statistically great defensively. You can make a great argument that they could be better and not the 1 seed. That looks like a gauntlet. We'll see how the offseason plays out. It's a dangerous game, projecting the strengths and weaknesses of schedule.
How do the Lions do against their demons, though?
Well, they did well this year, like facing teams like Dallas. Certainly, that was a bit of a revenge game. But I mean, look, if
not a good day for Jerry Jones on his birthday, that's for sure.
No, Rob. All that matters, we're moving into a place that what really matters is get into the playoffs and make a run. Get into the playoffs and make a run. It's not impossible to not be the 1 seed and still make the Super Bowl. And next year they may have to do that. But I'm going to stop short of bold proclamations about where they're going to rank. I just think they're going to be really, really, really good. 248-539-9797. Let's get to more of your phone calls and feedback. There was a moment yesterday that I felt like was supposed to be epic. And it just didn't happen. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions offensive lineman Penei Sewell will miss the Pro Bowl with an injury. Teammate Taylor Decker will take his place. The game will take place in Orlando this season. It'll be Decker's first appearance in the Pro Bowl. The Red Wings are back at LCA tonight. Michael Rasmussen was seen at the morning skate today. This after Kucherov tripped him into the goal, which caused a bit of concern after the game. He headed early for the locker room. It was never considered to be a serious injury, however. Patrick Kane, meanwhile, is yet to resume practice, according to Ansar Khan. The Athletic released their latest list of the top prospects in baseball. Max Clark is the highest Tiger, coming in at number 6. Pitcher Jackson Jobe is not far behind at 11. Detroit has 5 overall in the top 100. The Pistons are on the road at Cleveland tonight to the Cavaliers standards this season. They're struggling a bit more lately. Kenny Atkinson chimed in why after they lost to the Rockets. It'll be the Chiefs and Eagles in Super Bowl 59. The early line has Kansas City as 1.5-point favorites. That's it. Bears interim coach Thomas Brown has been hired as the Patriots tight ends coach and passing game coordinator. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It was a weird day yesterday watching the AFC and NFC championship games. Let's face it, the Detroit Lions, I think for most of us have kind of just changed our makeup as people that follow and are fans of sports, because for years it felt like, it was to me, a great day. It was a fun day. I looked forward to it. And yesterday I went through the motions. It rang hollow. I started asking myself weird philosophical questions about why I care so much and why football. What is it about this tussle between large men battling for real estate? Why do I care this much? I'm like, why am I even asking this question? Well, I know why. It's because the Lions have sort of changed our DNA as fans. I considered joining Instagram. Like I was doing all kinds of weird non-Doug things. But it's probably all for the better, right? 248-539-9797. It's Karsch and Anderson. Gator out today. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. We will get to the Pistons, the Red Wings, both worthy of some discussion. But I think what yesterday proved is that there's a long way to go to heal what happened in that Washington game. And there was a lot of blank you, Commanders. Hey, really cool that you came in here and won the turnover battle 5-0. But did not enjoy watching you look like mortals and turning it over as much as you did. They lost the turnover battle 4-0 yesterday. Kitek on Twitch put it this way. He said, the NFC Championship game pissed me off in the first snap. All last week, Detroit couldn't get any pressure on Jaden Daniels, and Philly gets a sack on the first play. Technically, it was a 1-yard gain, but yes, pocket collapse. They got the Daniels. He had to scramble, got a 1-yard game stopped. But yeah. Yep. And Detroit was perfectly capable of doing that. The guys they needed to do it were shelved, but they were perfectly capable of creating pressure. 485-399-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Joe. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Doug. So, yeah, I pretty much hated everything about yesterday from start to finish, capped by the Super Bowl that it produced. Like, I can't think of the worst combination, but I've been thinking about this a lot. Last year was devastating in the moment. This year, the pain just lasts a lot longer. And here's why. And I'll preface this by saying I tell my kids all the time, life's not fair, so don't use that as an excuse.
Yep.
But this year just feels like the football world was against us. This is a team that did everything right. The players bought in. They fought for each other, extremely likable. Same with the coaches, no drama, no issues. They go out in the field and they do everything you can ask for. Like, they were playing like the best team in football almost the entire season, despite these injuries racking up. And then they get to the Bills game, and that to me is when the injuries just hit the tipping point. It was like, it's going to be too much. And what do? They just keep winning, and they.
Well, it was a warning sign, right? I mean, we didn't want it to be, but that Bills game was okay. This is an elite offense. And if you don't figure something out, because the job isn't, you're not probably going to solve the riddle, but you're going to have to find a way to overcome it. And you're right. That Bills game was a warning sign.
Yeah. And then just on the flip side, you look at like Philly now, and here's a team, not taking anything away from them. They were always going to be our biggest threat. They're very talented, but they've got players creating all kind of drama. Their coach is unlikable. He's a jerk fighting with fans, or their fans are jerks, but they get no injuries. They get the Rams at home in a snowstorm, and they get the Redskins doing what we did the week before. So it's just hard to reconcile because it's so frustrating that in a year that we had no breaks go our way, I feel like this team did everything they could, but it just got derailed by the injuries.
Joe, it's funny because I'm sitting there and watching some pregame coverage and talk about Philly not having Nakobe Dean, and they lost Brandon Graham, and then that was kind of it. And I'm like, that's it. Like that, what we wouldn't give to have like 2 key cogs out, I mean, just only 2. And that's a big part of it. The funny thing is I've made this comment for years, and it just didn't matter. And that was, I fear that the NFL is too much a game of attrition, that the season is so long that a lot of who determines who wins a Super Bowl is based on luck with injuries. And we never really cared. I think most of Detroit probably win in one ear and out the other. And now we've seen it firsthand. And they've added a 17th game, which I think is stupid. Again, so many leagues and sports are making these decisions, these short-term money grabs. To hell with the long-term consequences. And they're probably what they're using to make their argument is the bottom line, the bank accounts. But the long-term, there are consequences, and one of them by adding another game, just more attrition. Every little bit matters. And if you look at Philly's injury list defensively and compare it to Detroit's, it's laughable.
I don't like adding all the extra games and stuff like that because I think it's just pure greed. Mm-hmm. But with that being said, everyone's going to have to do it. It wouldn't just be the Lions. And the Lions just got hit harder than most teams really ever do this year. Like, Philly played the same amount of games the Lions did, and they were much healthier at the end of the regular season than the Lions were.
King, and the guy made a great point at the very beginning of the call, and he's 100% right, and I think Dan Campbell subscribes to it too. Life's not fair. Don't use it as an excuse. You still got to find a way. You got to find a way to overcome the unfair and the bad breaks that are dealt, and Lions, it didn't. But he's 100% right. And I credit Dan Campbell because during the season, he never bitches about refs and he never bitches about injuries. What did Brad Holmes say? Brad Holmes in a season-ending press conference said, when a player gets hurt, a season-ending injury, I feel bad for the player, but then I shift into what are you going to do about it mode. He doesn't do the woe is me thing. He tries his best to find a way to overcome that. The woe is me thing when you're in charge is a waste of time and energy, and it's counterproductive. I mean, do you know people in your life that all they do is bitch about everything, but they don't want to do anything about it? That's the worst. And to their credit, the people in charge of the Lions don't complain about stuff. They just try and figure a way. And so our guy's right.
Yeah, I mean, they never use an excuse. I mean, fans can because they can be sad all they want. They're not the ones playing the game or acquiring the players. Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, the players, they got to step up, and they did so much this year as far as winning 15 games, getting the 1 seed, and that's why people had belief. They had belief that no matter what happens to this team, they can keep winning, and they were. But in the playoffs, you can't afford to mess up even once, and that's what happened. They had a bad day. The injuries, whatever, the turnovers caught up to them, and they got bounced.
Chris in Flint is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Doug.
What's up?
So I just called in for my champ and chump. My champ is Antoine Randall. He's always been my favorite player, even dating back to college at Indiana. Followed him forever. So I'm happy to see him move up the ranks as an assistant head coach, which is really awesome. It sucks that he's in Chicago, but nonetheless, I'm happy for him. And my chump is, I hate picking on people, even though they're athletes and make a lot of money. It's Dalton Kincaid. He had the opportunity to catch that. I know the ball wasn't great, but with Josh Allen being pressured, he still delivered it pretty good. It was in the air enough for him, and Kincaid just came up short. So, yeah, that's my chump because who knows, with all the bad calls and everything like that, which I get and I saw them, that gave them an opportunity and a chance, and he just came up short on the biggest stage.
I want to talk about that play, Chris, and that's something. The 2 AFC games, and I feel you about picking on people. I chumped Mark Andrews last week, and there's no doubt that that's unfortunately a catchable ball. We'll get into it more. Champ and Chub votes. How did you process yesterday, Lions fans? 248-539-9797. 97.1, the ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. They are board certified in truck accident law. They are the only Michigan lawyer voted into the Truck Accident Lawyer Hall of Fame. Michigan Auto Law has taught over 300 truck accident legal seminars in 26 states. They also have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. And that's why if someone in my family needs a lawyer for an accident, I will steer him to my guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So the previous caller that chumped Dalton Kincaid. There are legendary plays in sports, and that felt to me like that should have been one of them. That should have been an epic completion. Josh Allen from the moment he got that snap, was under heavy duress, a jailbreak blitz. He's got people in his face. He backs up. He's backpedaling. Everything about that play looked doomed, absolutely doomed. And what he did was he threw it, and you're like, you could tell right away he's throwing that up for grabs. There's nothing there, but it's fourth down. The season's on the line. I can't take a sack. And so, he just lets an arm punt go. And then you see where it landed, where his receiver was, in the midst of a sea of Kansas City defenders, 25 yards downfield. It was a totally catchable ball. That felt to me, not in terms of the style, that felt to me, not in terms of the style of play. That was Eli Manning to David Tyree. That was supposed to be Josh Allen's, unbelievable, immaculate reception. That was an incredible play. And did he just throw it up for grabs? Or did he say that my only shot is that Kincaid has there's a hole in the coverage downfield, and I just got to try and put the ball in that window, that pond in between everybody? It would have been an absolute miracle. And Kincaid's part in the play was not miraculous. Wasn't easy. It was a weird flutter duck. And I, what Josh Allen did to me in that moment was amazing. It was incredible just to get the football to that place. Given the defense that was called, the blitz that was not picked up, his options were limited. But he found an option that had a chance. And Kincaid's role in that play was to make this tough catch. It reminded me of the Josh Reynolds play, where in terms of the receiver's role in that play, makeable play, not an easy play, but a makeable play. What Josh Allen did was far more heroic than what Jared Goff did on that play. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to mix that up. But that's a catchable ball. And I feel bad because it wasn't easy. But Kincaid's got to catch that. And quite frankly, if Buffalo goes and scores and wins the game, it carries the day. It lives forever in Buffalo. But it's the story of the day. But it didn't happen.
So I'm going to give Josh Allen a ton of credit on this play. I think that's exactly who he's going to throw the ball to. I think the play was designed perfectly. If you look at that 360 aerial view, Kincaid's running wide open. The issue is, obviously, Josh Allen is under pressure. Not only is the free blitzer coming, but the other two guys that were supposed to be blocked beat their man. So he's got essentially three rushers coming at him. And is throwing the ball for a Hail Mary better than taking a sack in that point on fourth down? Of course it is. Yep. But I think he was looking for Kincaid, but he could not get enough on it. It's actually a miracle he got that much on it going backwards because he's got a cannon for an arm.
Yep.
And so with that being said, he gets as far as he can. It does duck. It flutters there. And Kincaid's got to stop and kind of go back a little bit. But it's more than catchable. And in big games, big players makes plays like this to have these big moments. And Kincaid's he's not a third down blocking tight end.
No.
This guy's a pass receiving Pro Bowl type tight end. And he dropped the ball, or whatever you want to call it. But I think it was a great last ditch effort by Allen, and Kincaid had a chance to make Bills history.
I think that would have been one of the most talked about NFL postseason plays ever, had they gone down and scored and won the game. And it'd be if we were doing this show in Buffalo, the two topics would be, can't we get a call on a big play, and that. And like the previous caller said, I give him credit. He feels bad nominating Kincaid for this, but it is what it is. It's a makeable play. 248-539-9797. TJ's in Detroit and next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, TJ.
What's going on, Doug?
How you doing, sir?
Well, I tell you what, man. I'm going to start by saying watching football for me right now, it's kind of cool, man, because I know with my team healthy, none of these teams are beating us, man. So I got good comfort. I have great comfort in knowing that. I want to give you my champ, and that's going to be my boy B. Graham, man, going back to the Super Bowl to get him another one, even though he ain't playing, man. What a good, illustrious career my boy Brandon Graham had. And the chump, of course, has to be the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, I won't say the Chiefs. I will say the referees that always get to referee in Arrowhead Stadium. The NFL has to do something about this, man. It's ridiculous. Like, you know, with Jones lining up in the neutral zone in that play and they don't call offsides, it's just like you watch that game sometimes and you watch they have to do something with those side judges too, because I see that too many times where one judge is 1 yard up, one judge is 1 yard back. They need to just make one line judge make that call and live with it, because at least you only got one person to blame instead of having all this two people running in. Because how do you explain that at the end of the day? But one thing I want to leave you with, Doug, that I don't like what I'm hearing over and over on the radio week after week, man. Football is a team game, man. I played college ball, and when I tell you football is a team game, I'm sorry. If we had a defense, then guess what? We're the only team in the NFL, I believe, that can win a football game with 3 or more turnovers, because our offense is just that good. The problem is we didn't have a defense to be able to get people off the field. Because if you turn the ball over, it doesn't necessarily mean that the other team has to score. Because if you got a good defense, they probably won't. So I just want to give my boys credit. I know the schedule's tough. I'm not scared of that schedule, man. The league better hope we come back again and be injured, because that's the only way we won't win a Super Bowl.
TJ, you have a very healthy attitude, and my only follow-up is, where did you play college football?
I played at Anderson University in Indiana with Steve Kosker is an alumnus at Anderson University.
That's awesome. TJ, it's a very healthy attitude. It's a very healthy attitude. And I'm sure I will get there. And I know what you said is true. I fully believe, and it's one of the reasons why, this whole thing stinks, is we know we belong. We totally know we belong. Didn't happen for us this year, but it makes it really, really weird and difficult to watch these games. And that's kind of the tenor of our discussion today, is how did you feel watching the AFC and NFC championship game? Because I felt completely different. I didn't enjoy it as much. And I guess deep down, that's a good thing, right? Why didn't I enjoy it as much? Because we belong. And feel like there is a place for us at that table. We didn't make it, but there's a place for us at that table. And if we can zoom out and look at the big picture, that's a great thing. Kind of messed up what I used to like as a fun Sunday in sports. Just didn't, it rang hollow. I went through the motions yesterday. 248-539-9797. Dave is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Yes, good morning.
What's up?
Well, the way I handled my NFL playoff depression yesterday was I did have it on in the background. I didn't watch it much, but I put together a Comerica Park jigsaw puzzle.
That was your coping mechanism, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Yeah. You ready for baseball? And it killed some time.
Yep. Well, and the other thing I want to comment on what that guy spent $200 on Lions gear. Until probably last year, I just have not had any power, any emotion for the Lions. I've lived here for 33 years. I'm a lot older than that, but I just had no great emotion for the Lions until last year, really. And I was going to get on that bandwagon. I resisted, buying that gear, and I'm glad I did. I'll see what happens next year.
There it was, Ken. Classic. I've been a Lions fan since 2023.
The gear is still good for next year, people.
Yeah, the gear carries over. But we haven't confirmed this, but I'm pretty sure next year they're still going to be called the Lions, and the color scheme is going to be the same.
It's still the Detroit Lions.
It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out Sick, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator Out today. He's sick. I got to tell you, one thing that's been going on in the show in the studio, and those watching on video, there was a problem with the mic I usually sit on, the side of the desk I'm on. So I had to sit in Gator's spot, and I was totally discombobulated.
Yeah, people don't know, man. Lift the curtain, Doug.
So I went from Kang being on my right and the clock being on my right to Kang and the clock being on my left after like 17 years of sitting on one side of the studio. I kept looking at a blank wall for what time it was and turning and looking at an opposite direction to address Kang. And it's not like I don't see you. I could see you. It's just totally threw me off.
And also, when you first brought up the callers, the phone bank is different. It's on it's on your other side.
I started punching up. Suffice to say, it was a very, very backwards experience. And did you text Jansen?
Yeah, I text Jansen because I figured he would get this the most.
Yeah,
as far as my analogy.
This is
comparison.
perfect. This is actually absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I text Jansen. I go, Doug, it's completely thrown off this morning. It's like going from left tackle to right tackle.
John made the point that going from tackle to guard, he said this years ago, going from tackle to guard, which he did, wasn't difficult. It's going from the right side to the left side was difficult. Going from right tackle to right guard, easy. Going from right tackle to left tackle, you have to invert everything.
Yeah, you had no practice reps either, man.
I
You
had
just
no
got thrown
practice
in
reps,
there.
yeah. But we're all good now.
You're good now?
Yeah, I'm reoriented.
And by the way, to bring it back to the Lions.
Yes.
A lot of people were down on Graham Glasgow this year. I honestly think the switch from right guard to left guard played a bigger role than people realize. And if they don't bring back Zeitler and Mahogany goes to the left guard, they could put Glasgow back to right guard, maybe a more natural fit for him, and he may be better. So that's something to look into, by the way, as this season goes along.
248-539-9797. Kyle is on a cell and next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kyle.
Hello, guys. Good show.
Thank you.
Wanted to kind of get in here. I got a kind of different take with the refs, and then I also got a little champ in the chump.
Okay.
As far as watching the game last night, I'm watching it right after halftime, and it's 21-16. And I'm watching Kansas City come out, and they're moving the ball on Buffalo. And you watch a pass, and I do believe it was to Hollywood Brown. He completes it. They missed the face mask call on Buffalo, which would have gave Kansas City another 15 yards. They sack Mahomes, Kansas City ends up punting. Don't even get a chance for a field goal. Very next drive, Buffalo starts driving on Kansas City, running the ball. They even announce it on the game. It looks like Buffalo's, jumping off sides a little bit, false starting. They end up scoring that James Cook touchdown. They go up. Kansas City comes right back next drive. And Buffalo's jumped.
So your argument is Buffalo got calls too.
Buffalo got calls too, which is it's a sports thing. But I watched that whole third quarter, and it seemed like Buffalo got calls. They got the lead, and then fourth quarter, Mahomes does what Mahomes does. And it's not saying that he doesn't get calls at times or Kansas City doesn't get calls, but like I said, that's sports.
They do.
And I just looked at it more as Buffalo, like you guys have been saying, had the chance to win. Josh Allen had way too much time after Kansas Came down and kicked that field goal.
Has this ever happened to your team where you just felt like you were running into, I don't know who's your favorite team, Kyle?
My favorite team is the Miami Dolphins.
Do you ever feel like the Dolphins ran into a game where the refs were against the Dolphins?
I don't remember so much as the refs against the Dolphins. For me, growing up as sports in general, you watch Jordan to the point where Jordan extended to being, the greatest in 6 out of 8 years of championships. Tom Brady with New England and his system, where everybody kind of gets calls at times. Your fan favorite pitchers for baseball.
No, I think that's I'm glad you brought it up. I think that's how people feel about Mahomes. Is he gets Jordan calls. He gets superstar treatment. Here's what I think would have happened if everything was inverted. This is what I think would have happened. And I don't know this, but on the very last ditch Josh Allen effort, the arm punt that Kincaid couldn't catch, if everything was inverted and it was Patrick Mahomes that threw that pass that fell incomplete, I have a hard time believing that wouldn't have been roughing the passer on Buffalo. And I don't think it was roughing the passer. Let me be clear on that. It didn't look like roughing the passer. I feel like that would have been the flag. If Mahomes had been the guy that was hit on that blitz, just letting it go, that would have been the classic Patrick Mahomes roughing the passer.
Well, let's talk about the flag that was or wasn't there, Doug.
Another weird thing.
Yes.
Apparently on the radio call, they said there's a flag.
They did?
Yes. And the TV call, they put the flag, and then you're sitting there waiting for this.
So obviously I'm watching on TV. I'm not listening to Chiefs radio or any national broadcast. Jim Nantz literally said there's a flag, and then on our TV screens, everyone saw it. Yep. The flag, word comes up with it in yellow on the bottom screen of the screen. And Jim Nantz said, producer basically told him there's a flag on the field, and Romo said, I don't see a flag. So someone told somebody there was a flag.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Look, it feels like after many big Chiefs wins, there's a call or two that they had to have and they got it. And And again, we go back to Kang's stat. 12 straight playoff games. The other team has had more flags thrown on them than the Kansas City Chiefs. And, Jansen said that's what happens when you're a better team. The other guys get called for holding because you're a better team. That could be it.
I think that's true for the most part. Yeah. I do. I really do. But the 50-50 ones, they don't seem 50-50 with the Chiefs. That's the issue I think everyone has is that catch that Xavier Worthy had. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't think that was even 50-50. They're like, the ball hit the ground. How's that simultaneous possession? The Josh Allen, did he get it on 4th down in inches? Like, they're like, you're telling me that ball did not cross any point that ball touched, the 1st down line? Things like that where the Chiefs always get that call. I think that's where people are really suspicious and they're getting sick and tired of it.
Greg's in Detroit and next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, Greg.
I just want to elaborate on how I feel. For my last 365 days was for Sunday. That's what I've been living for. Figuratively, of course, to get to the second quarter, to get to the second half, to relive where I sustained my new sports car. And so this season kind of was hard for me because that's all I was living for, and I didn't get a chance to live last summer because all I cared about was when summer camp was going to open up. All I cared about was preseason starting. All I cared about was the season starting.
You wanted a redo of the San Francisco second half.
I wanted to get to that point to
to do it right.
And to heal this wound that was a forever scar. Because I know that without a doubt that it is the things that have to happen, the intangibles, the idiosyncrasies that have to happen for you to get back to that point. I mean, case in point, it had to happen that we had to have a bad call at Dallas. It had to happen that we had to have a no roughing and passer call against Matthew Stafford when we at the playoff game here. It had to happen that we didn't even get a Angeloni late hit call that it wasn't called for us to beat the Rams. So many things has to happen and line up for you to get back, and we were 2 completions away from going to the Super Bowl.
Greg, it's such an interesting point in that what haunted us was the second half against San Francisco. And yesterday was supposed to be take 2. Yesterday was supposed to be our chance to right that wrong, to do it all over again, to maybe a better way to put it is just to come back better. Just to come back and do it again, but do it right this time. Yeah. To show the improvement from the year before. That was San Francisco that haunted us. There was a little bit of, hey, we're on our way up. This is going to be okay. But that was supposed to be our time. He's right. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's Manning versus Manning. Every Manning for himself. The Super Bowl II legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn your share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick and don't forget to tune in to watch this showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Pistons have a huge game tonight. We'll get into it next hour. Feels like a huge game for what, a late January regular season game for a team that's on the rise. I think there's some premium on this game. We'll get into it next hour. 248-539-9797. Look, it's weird. It's weird how a football team that has frustrated the hell out of us historically truly has kind of changed, I think, the DNA of Detroit sports fans. Because we're getting a lot of this today is what I think for most of our, I don't try to speak for everybody. I never have done that. I can just speak for myself, but we're getting a lot of people that feel the same way. The championship Sunday in the NFL had been a great day, been a fun day. And we could always sit there and dream about what it was like to be in that game. And then we got to experience it at the end of the 2023 season. But here we sit a year later, and I went through the motions yesterday. It rang hollow. It was having me ask existential philosophical questions. It was a weird day. I wasn't into it. And it's because we feel like we have the proper credentials to be there. We feel like we have deserve a seat at the table. And I think all those things are true. We do have the proper credentials. We do deserve the seat at the table. It just didn't happen. And this is a lot harder to just appreciate, the magnitude of these games, the intensity of these games. And then there's a level of frustration when every time, Washington would commit a holding penalty or fumble a kickoff, we'd be like, where was that 7 days ago? But the bottom line is, it's the zoom out is that's a great thing. We got a really, really good football team in Detroit, and really good football teams aren't guaranteed anything. You have to do it on the field. You have to do it on the field. And the prime example might be what this era of 49ers football might be. Came close a bunch, went to multiple Super Bowls, always in the mix. But are they ever going to get to the mountaintop? There's no guarantees. No guarantees. 248-539-9797. How would you characterize your feelings yesterday? Champ and Chump come out every Monday. Got a bunch of those votes we got to get to, and we will. Coming up, if you send a text, there's a good chance we'll read it. Stay locked in. Gator's out sick today. Let's go to Blair. He's on a cell and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Blair.
Hey, guys. What's good? I just got a quick question. A lot of us feel like it was inappropriate for Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn to be interviewing during the bye week because it took their focus, off of the game. And now that the Chiefs and the Eagles have a bye week, do you think it's appropriate for their OC and DC to go looking for a new job? Or should they be preparing for the Super Bowl? And if it's different, why do you think it is?
Kellen Moore was taking interviews when he didn't have a week off, and I didn't even know you could do that.
That's wild.
Yeah. So, I don't fall. This is the way the calendar works. I don't fall into I think the NFL needs to take a look at, all right, do we just put a freeze on the hiring and firing period until after the Super Bowl is played just to kill any speculation about this? Would the coaches prefer that? Does it really matter if everybody who fires a coach has to wait until the Super Bowl is done before they can officially conduct interviews? I don't know why. I think Ben Johnson's game plan wasn't turn it over 5 times.
Right. It's like looking for a new wife while you're planning your wedding.
No, it's not. Because you're not committed for life to a coaching position.
Oh, yeah, I suppose, but I don't know. I just feel like it's inappropriate. You should be focusing on us now. You can do that after the season. I know a lot of us feel that way.
I don't know that you can. I know a lot of people feel that way. But because if you say, I'm not going to talk to you till after the season's done, there's a chance that you're not going to get a shot at that job. But
this goes back to, Doug, how, we've always talked about it with players, coaches. Fans want the people on their team to be 1,000% committed to only winning a championship for their entertainment. They don't want an outside life. They don't want personal things. Like, hey, you should just be getting healthy, staying healthy, learning the playbook, practicing, go to bed.
Yep.
Right? And that's just not the case. And especially for coaches, like, this is the system they've always had. And now Lions fans care because it affects them. But this is they have a window when they can interview for opportunities to better themselves and their lives and their families' lives. And it's unfortunate. It is the timing. I don't love it either. But they can do two things at once. I know people don't like it.
It's really interesting, right? Because what this is the system that we have. And there are plenty of examples of coaches taking interviews in the past and going on to win Super Bowls. But the only people that really know if they weren't totally focused are Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, and probably Dan Campbell, and maybe other members of the staff. Was there anything about the game preparations that was lacking? The rest of it is just speculation and looking for something, some sort of scapegoat or something. But when you do this, and this is not unusual behavior. Like, I'm not mad at the caller or anybody really. It's so much easier to say it was this one thing and it was only this one thing, and without this one thing we would have won, when it's rarely just one thing. Logan's in Detroit and he is next. Hi, Logan.
Hey, Doug. I just wanted to say that I was watching the games yesterday, and maybe not like other people, but just was watching, seeing how Philly played so well on defense. I was just sitting there like, yeah, there's no way that I think we were beating Philly, even if we beat the Commanders. Just watching how the Commanders couldn't run the ball at all on Philly. Meanwhile, they were able to run it for like 8 yards a clip on us. And I get that was because of our injuries. So I'm just looking at it like, this wasn't a 15-2 team that fraudulently got to that stage and then, lost in the playoffs like the Vikings with all their players. You know what I mean? This defense had an historical amount of injuries, and we're still able to put together 15 wins. And then unfortunately, matchups matter a lot in the playoffs, and we didn't match up well against, the Commanders offense. Even if our offense has a B game, we might, win. So it doesn't take away from our offense playing bad. But I'm looking forward to next year already. So we got a good team, and, that's where I'm at.
I'm very much looking forward to next year. And because I am so looking forward to next year, and the product has a chance to be a great product, is why I wasn't looking forward to the AFC and NFC title game nearly as much. And I can probably say with a degree of certainty that I probably won't enjoy the Super Bowl as much as I did in the past, which was always sort of this great celebration of football in America and beer and food and wings and family and friends. And it was just, everything about it was great. But I don't know if I'm going to look at it the same way. I only know in that moment of time if I'm as excited about it in the moment as I have been in the past. But you're right. The reason is because things are good. Like, it's totally worth the sacrifice, is a good way to maybe put it. The sacrifice of not being as thrilled by the AFC and NFC title game and not being as thrilled by watching the Super Bowl, it's totally worth that sacrifice because we got a really good football team. I'm not feeling it in this moment. I'm not stoked about it in this moment, but it's true. Brian in Lansing writes in, Champ Madison Keys winning the Australian Open. Chump me for buying closets full of Lions gear throughout the last 50 years.
Huh? Has he just completely given up?
I mean, are you still... You have more reason to own it now than any time prior in your life. Right? Have we ever gone into an off season with this much authentic and justifiable optimism? Unnamed texter, Champ Saquon Barkley. Chump, whoever told Nance there was a flag on that 4th and 5 play.
That was just, I still think that's really strange.
So, yeah, maybe we've got the radio call somewhere. Kevin Harlan. People are saying Kevin Harlan said there was a flag on the play. Now, maybe he said a flag on the play because they had the TV screen in front of them and they saw the flag graphic. But that was weird. And all it does is fuel speculation. They picked up a flag against Kansas City. From Brian and Troy, Champ, there are no champs today. It's a sad world. Chump the refs in that Bills game. The NFL might as well be WWE now. Okay, so WWE is scripted. Maybe this is just a classic. I'm going to overemphasize the point. I just think Mahomes gets superstar treatment. And I think he exploits it. Slows down near the sideline to induce him getting hit as he steps out of bounds. faking the slide and turning upfield, faking running out of bounds and turning upfield. That is taking advantage of the rules, and it leads to more speculation. Champ Saquon Barkley, chump Joe Schoen for telling Barkley to test the market. That's the GM of the, I said his name wrong, the GM of the Giants?
Yeah, I think that's who he's referring to.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Let's talk about this Piston-Cleveland game, too, next hour. Look, when you are where the Pistons are, and you're midway through the season, these are big games. And I'm excited for it tonight. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Red Wings veteran Patrick Kane remains out tonight against the Kings. In fact, he's yet to return to practice. Vlad Tarasenko missed the morning skate and is not feeling well, so he's considered questionable. JT Compher is nursing an injury from the Lightning game. He's day-to-day as well. Detroit hunting for a 3-game winning streak tonight. Here if they can do it right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. The Pro Bowl alternates are filtering in. Amon-Ra St. Brown is injured and will be replaced by Malik Neighbors of the Giants. Penei Sewell also sitting out, but he's being replaced internally by Taylor Decker. Michigan basketball back at Chrysler Center today as they host Penn State. Coverage on WWJ News Radio 950 at 6. KenPom.com gives the Nittany Lions just a 21% chance of winning tonight, but they also have Michigan dropping in the rankings from number 10 last week to number 18 currently. The latest AP poll is due out this afternoon. The Pistons live in Alt 98.7 tonight. Veteran Tobias Harris is questionable with a post-traumatic headache after he left the game versus the Magic early. Tipped there at 7 as well. Ex-Chicago Bears coach Matt Eberflus heading for an interview with the Cowboys today per Tom Pelissero. If it goes well, he's expected to be named their defensive coordinator today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. Championship Sunday. We spent a good portion of time in the first 2 hours of the show talking about, as Lions fans, I bet a lot of people in Detroit sat back and watched yesterday completely differently, and understandably so, given that, we have the proper credentials, deserve a seat at the table, and just weren't there. But it's really, really difficult to watch these. I found it really difficult to watch these games with the same level of enjoyment that I had in the past. Because there was a disassociation with, it being something that it was certainly deserved by our team. And we do deserve it. We're good enough to play in that game, NFC title game. We're good enough to play in the Super Bowl. It hasn't happened yet. You got to do it on the field, I guess, is really proving you're good enough. But on paper, they're certainly good enough. And so it's maybe a little bit more difficult from a standpoint of trying to just watch football games and enjoy them when we're not involved. Football games of this magnitude, I found it that way. I went through the motions yesterday. Games were on, but wasn't the same. Heart wasn't in it. Harder to enjoy, I guess, is a better way to put it. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Pistons, game with the Cavs tonight. Now, this is a measuring stick game when you are the Pistons. The Cavs probably won't come at it with the same intensity if this were a playoff matchup. It could be two teams that face each other in the postseason at some point. Cleveland, that team that got off to a 15-0 start, is still the best team in the East by a handful of games. I think they're 4.5 up on Boston. But, and this goes back to, are the Pistons getting them at a bad time or a good time? The Cavs have lost 3 in a row, and they're 3-5 in their last 8. And of the 5 losses, they've given up over 130 points 3 times. 3 times. That's one of the absolute worst defensive teams in the NBA. Actually, over the last 6, they'd be right at the bottom. Now, sometimes that's not a good time, to get a team. In fact, I think Cleveland's going to look at tonight as a get-right game. They've won 10 straight over Detroit. They're used to beating Detroit. And the Pistons coming off a frustrating loss, but it could be a galvanizing, another one of those losses that, really brings the team closer. It was a physical game. There were 7 technical fouls. J.B. Bickerstaff was ejected in that Orlando game. And it was funny, man. Kang, I think we did a decent job lip reading today because the broadcast had a bunch of tight shots of JB who went into full mock mode of that ref. He was mocking the ref, clapping for him, saying to him, "Good job." In between "good job," this is what we were able to figure out. He said, reading his lips, "Oh, that's awful," followed by a mock clap of the official. "That's terrible. That's bull crap. Hey, blank you. Hey, go blank yourself." And then added in, "Good job." I found it all hysterical, and good for you, JB. Good for you. So now as we sit here for this game tonight, if the Pistons win it, okay, to me, there is no doubt that the Pistons, this means a ton to them. They will look at this game as a chance to prove themselves. There is almost no way that it'll be looked at the same way by Cleveland. But I'm actually kind of glad they've lost 3 in a row because you know what I think that means? I think it means that it will be a team that isn't going to go through the motions. They are a team that's trying to get right, stop this losing streak, and they can specifically discuss and look to correct things defensively. And which means I think Detroit's going to get an effort from them. They're going to get an effort from Cleveland. So while it isn't a desperate game for Cleveland to try and prove something, I think without question for Detroit, desperate's maybe a strong term, but I think Detroit's trying to prove something tonight. So I'm looking forward to it. I really am.
Who would have thought that, on January, 27th?
Yep.
We'd be saying, pretty big game, Pistons-Cavs tonight.
Yep.
And that's more than what I could have asked for when the season started. I wanted improvement. I wanted development. I wanted to see what kind of core the Pistons really have. I think I've gotten all those questions pretty much, headed in the right direction for me at least. And tonight is a big game. I don't care if the Cavs have been struggling. Good. Get on top of them. Keep that struggle bus going for the Cavs. They're playing the best basketball in the East right now. They're the 1 seed for a reason. They started this. I forgot what their streak was. I think it went like 20-0 or something to start the year. And incredible. This is where you kind of want to separate yourself from that 6, 7, 8, 9 seed, right? Because they're all bunched together. And if you show you can beat a team like the Cavs, I think you show, hey, we can get to that 4 or 5 and separate ourselves from the rest. Because what you really want to do is avoid the play-in game. You don't want to be the 7, 8, 9, 10 seed. You want to get a real playoff spot, and that's the 6 seed or higher.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Eddie. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, Doug. Good morning. Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I watched it cover to cover. Okay.
Watch what?
And
the football?
For me, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, football yesterday. I watched it cover to cover. I wanted it to burn in my retinas. Okay. And I hope the guys, the players, everybody in the organization watched it too. Really, they need to walk into next year, and it's just, we are in a spot where we're ready to go. I know it hurts, but there was such glaring playing that happened yesterday. All 4 teams had some sort of assembly of a pass rush, which we did not have at all for probably 16 straight weeks of the season. So if we can get to a place where our starters from this end of the year become our true backups and we can get our starters back and we can get that defense up into playing the way that it's supposed to be playing, like you said before, this is the best roster in football. And the whole losing the Ben Johnson thing, that's fine because Green Bay and Minnesota have to deal with the same guy too, and we already went through a gauntlet with Minnesota. So I don't know. I think it's kind of a wash because he's going to target those 2 teams just like he's going to target us. So I am so ready for the season already. Last year it probably took me 2 months to get ready for it. I'm ready right now. And I'm going to be that geek that looks at every single blog and every single free agent because I'm telling you right now, and I'll go on a shoot the boot if you want me to, but we're going to win the Super Bowl next year. That's guaranteed.
I got to tell you, Eddie, I appreciate your enthusiasm and channeling the frustration is probably a very healthy thing to do. To me, I'm not going to go. We're not going to make you shoot the boot or anything like that. They're in a great spot. They really are. They're in a really, really good spot. Is it where they want to be? No. Do they have a chance to? Should they be back in the mix next year? Yeah, the roster's really, really good. You got to see what everybody does in the postseason, but there is no denying that bringing back all that they should bring back in terms of just getting healthy, and if they have a normal injury year and not a historic injury year, they should be right in the mix without question.
As soon as Aiden Hutchinson steps on the field, that makes Anzalone that much better. It makes Derek Barnes that much better. It makes guys like Branch and Joseph that much better. I'll tell you, Branch was a not. I mean, you can look at it. He was a pretty big disappointment. Halfway through the year, he wasn't making big plays, and then I took a step back and I'm like, he wasn't even in spots to make big plays. He had to cover guys he wasn't supposed to. So this whole thing really relies upon building that defensive line up and getting guys, and it's a health thing. But if Aiden can come back and play even a quarter what he was on a historic defensive player of the year. I mean, there's a stat out there that he led the Lions with sacks, and he was injured in week 5. So, look, I'll tell you this much. I'm betting the house on Aiden winning the comeback player of the year and the defensive player of the year. if anyone knows that guy and how that guy's motor is, he's going to come out and destroy people next year.
I got to love Eddie's commitment to making bets. He wants to shoot the boot guarantee they win the Super Bowl. He wants to bet the house that Aiden will win Player of the Year. I'm not saying you need to make yourself familiar with the number. I don't know what you do, but the phone number. But he wants to make bets, doesn't he?
Big, tall buildings in the desert.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about that. Like, I hope all the stuff he says is true, but I'm sure there's some guy in Philly guaranteeing Jalen Carter is going to win the Defensive Player of the Year, and all this stuff next year.
You hope everything that he predicts comes true.
Yeah, for the Lions. For
I'm
our
not
sake,
sure. I
but-
don't need my man betting the house on Aiden Hutchinson winning Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, you could feel confident and do what you want to do with your money, but and drink beer out of whatever you want to drink it out of. But you don't.
That's like
slow down a little bit.
He wants to make the point. I'm going to back up what I say.
Sure. I mean,
I appreciate my man's commitment.
The Lions have never even been to a Super Bowl. But,
Don't get carried away.
Yeah. Brian Branch has not been a disappointment. He didn't fill up the stat sheet that you want to, but he also got made. He got selected to his first Pro Bowl ever, so I think the league recognized he was a pretty good player this year. The stat out there, quote unquote, is yes, Aiden Hutchinson still leads this team in sacks. That's been the case since the day he broke his leg on the field. No one has overtaken him in sacks on the Lions team. There's going to be attrition. You're right, though. The historic attrition is what really killed the defense. They could not get pressure. They could not stop anyone. And the key turnovers that were kind of keeping them in games and winning games, like Kirby Joseph leading the league in picks, they didn't happen against the Commanders, And I put it up as the dam finally broke. That leak finally happened. And, we didn't think it could because they had won 15 games, got the number one seed with all these injuries continuing to rack up every week. But if they come back healthier, they're right in the mix with everybody else. And that's all what you really want is a shot at this thing.
Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Carson Anderson, Gator out sick today, 97.1. Doug Harshgater out today. Oh, we're in a weird place. Weird place. In that the Lions have taken the fun out of Championship Sunday for me because it feels like they should be in that game. And just watching it for the purity of the excitement of that day is now lost on me. Games were on. I was going through the motions. But, not everybody's different, but it was a weird day for me. I wanted it to be everything it had been in the past, which was an exciting, great day of sports. And what I ended up feeling was empty. It was an empty feeling. And then there was just the sheer annoyance. I bottomed out during NFL Network's pregame. Like the one guy who called up, everything was our last caller, said he watched everything cover to cover. I tried. I had the NFL Network's pregame show on at 10 a.m. But at sometime in the 11 o'clock hour, they went to live shots from the parking lot at Lincoln Financial Field and from the tailgates outside of GEHA Stadium in Kansas City. And what it did was make me mad, because what I got to see was Philly hosting another NFC title game that I just couldn't escape. That's supposed to be ours. And no, we didn't win the game. You got to do the work. I understand that. But as the 1 seed, it was really, really difficult to watch somebody else that was benefiting so much from our loss, somebody other than the team that beat Detroit. And the Eagles fans got to celebrate again. And then they went to Kansas City, and I'm like, you guys do this every year. Screw you. That's when I bottomed out.
So, like, for you, obviously, it hurt both games. Like, you never got it back for the AFC game? Because I did. No. Like, the NFC game was what hurt me. The AFC game didn't affect me as much because the Lions weren't going to play in the AFC Championship game. They had nothing to do with the Bills.
Would have been very difficult for them.
I think they would have been some kind of record, I think, Doug. But, but the fact that it was the Bills, the Chiefs, I got ramped back up because Mahomes, Allen is a great matchup. I was okay for the most part watching that. It was only the NFC title game that bothered me, where in the middle of the first quarter, I'm like, what the hell? Yeah. This should be at Ford Field. Oh, so they're doing they brought the Fox crew here. Where would they have broadcasted at Ford Field? Things like that started to enter my mind.
Yep.
But it was only the NFC title game. And once we went over the AFC, I was back to watching football.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Champ and Chump. We talked a little bit about the Pistons as well. Piston fans, look, this is a big game. This is a big game tonight against Cleveland. Are they catching Cleveland at the right time? I think Cleveland's going to come out and throw a big punch at the beginning of this game. In the NBA, everybody makes a run. I think Detroit will. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Pistons fall behind early, come back and win this game tonight. 248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Fellas, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I'd like to share a fairly interesting and exciting thing that happened to me yesterday. Oh, sure. I really frustrated going into the first game. I didn't watch any pregame, nothing. I just turned it on. All right, here we go. And, going, in my feelings, going through everything with the Lions, I felt like I should scrapbook it or something. But then about 5:45 last night, I started getting this really unreasonable hatred going for Patrick Mahomes again, as I do every year. And by the time, and I'm a Josh Allen fan to begin with, so I was excited to see him. And by the time the game started, I'm like, everything wrong in the world is Patrick Mahomes' fault. Like they screwed up a pizza like a week ago from a pizza delivery place. It was Patrick Mahomes' fault. I am wildly unreasonable, unhealthy hatred for this guy. But it made me enjoy the heck out of the game. And when I say enjoy, I mean anxiety and frustration and all that stuff. But enjoy it like I enjoy a game of this magnitude normally, even though the Lions weren't in it. So I guess at the end of the day, I got to thank Patrick Mahomes for getting me fired up enough to enjoy the second game, like really enjoy it.
I got to tell you, this is an interesting approach, and probably for you, it works in the moment. I don't know if it's going to work for everybody, but I don't know if there's anything funnier said on this program today, or will there be anything funnier said than Patrick Mahomes was the problem with everything in the world? It was his fault.
Well, like I said, it's totally unreasonable, but I'm just, I'm admitting it and opening up about it. And today, I all I can think about is the fact that the Lions should have been in it, and but at the moment, man, I was in it. I just wanted to see the Bills truck stick that guy, and it's like, get him. It was kind of insane, to be honest.
You can channel, Jay, you can channel that emotion in the Super Bowl because Patrick Mahomes will be there again. Monty's in Belleville and on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Monty.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yesterday was an interesting day because I was just super busy throughout the day and evening, so I didn't get a chance to fully focus on the games. But, I am a fan of football, and I was interested to see how Washington was going to do considering they beat us. But I think the reality kicked in that it would have been probably a 100-point score game if we would have had our running backs running the way Saquon was running, or we would have got ran all over because of all the defensive injuries that we have suffered. Because it definitely would have been an even playing field, no elements inside. And in regards for Kansas City, I've always liked Andy Reid as a coach, thinking back to all those years that he kept going to the NFC Championship and losing and trying to get to the Super Bowl. So good for him. He finally got a team and a quarterback, and, he has a chance to build a dynasty.
Yeah, I wish I could channel that kind of positive attitude about it. That would excite me, but it doesn't. As far as the Philly thing, look, Detroit played teams and offenses, really good offenses this year, and beat them. What they didn't do against teams like San Francisco and Green Bay and Minnesota is turn the ball over. Like, I'm not buying into they wouldn't have beat Philly anyway. And the reason I'm not buying it is because they helped Washington beat them. They didn't help San Francisco beat them, and they didn't help Green Bay beat them or Minnesota beat them in all those games. And those were really, really, really good offensive teams. So they could have beat Philly. They certainly could have beat Philly. Now, every time you level up, it gets harder. You make it to the NFC title game, the opponent is probably going to be tougher. You get to the Super Bowl, the opponent is probably going to get tougher. It's not like it would have been easy, but they beat really good offenses with a depleted defense all season long because they just got a stop or two and they didn't turn it over. And this time on this particular day, they just turned it over way too much.
Like, I personally don't think they would have beat Philly, but they definitely could have, and I would have loved to seen the opportunity to do that. And I thought they should have beat the Commanders. I mean, we could talk about the turnovers, the defense, all that stuff. The Commanders were the better team that day. It was shocking. You're the 1 seed going in. You're playing at home. I was gutted, disappointed, didn't expect it. Had they found a way to beat the Commanders, yeah, I would have gave the Lions a shot, though, at beating the Eagles, even if I didn't think they necessarily were going to. But it wouldn't have been shocking because they've been doing it all year long. And that's kind of what I was buying into as well, as far as the fact that the offense was elite, was they were writing their own script. No one can write it for them. Dan Campbell says it all the time. They go out there and they decide it.
I don't know if this is what he was getting at, but this is not, for me, an effective coping mechanism.
Yeah,
no, they wouldn't beat Philly
anyway.
And that's, that can be an effective coping mechanism. And again, for the people it's working for, good for you, because you're probably doing better today than I am, but it doesn't really work for me because I thought they could beat anybody. And, there are just no guarantees they would have won. I mean, I think you want to be so good that every time you take the field, there's no doubt you're winning the game. No matter what happens, you're winning the game. And that's probably, for the most part, not realistic. 248-539-9797. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harshgater out today. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. A whole bunch of it coming in, and we'll get caught up on votes here in a minute. In the meantime, there's weird coping mechanisms that we all have, and the fact is, it's a different feel when your football team's really, really good, and don't make no mistake about it. And the disappointment doesn't cloud rational judgment that this is still a really damn good football team. And so it makes it a little bit different though when you watch these games and have to kind of cope with the fact that as a team that belongs, not being there makes it harder to appreciate it was a Sunday I used to really appreciate. Let's go to Kevin and Warren. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good afternoon, Doug.
What's up?
Hey, I'm at the point where I'm waxing philosophical now.
Yep, me too.
I'm going to preface this. But philosophically different, and I think, from where we're coming from. Right after the game and for 24 hours, I feel like I had been punched right in the lower extremities, and it hurt. But I think, you know what, athletes, they talk about, and coaches, like the 24-hour rule, I've moved on now. And here's my perspective. I think the Lions fans need to learn what it is to be a really good team and just come up short. I mean, this is all brand new for us. And, there's been some great teams. I think of Buffalo, for instance, who I think is almost a perennial playoff team. Over the last 30 years, they've been to the playoffs 11 times. So only one out of every 3 years. That was their second AFC championship game they went to in the last 30 years. So, we've got to pay our dues. And remember the Wings when they would win those President Cups year after year after year, fall short in the playoffs. It hurt all the time. But
did we lose you?
Now we should just get a rubber stamp. It's just not that easy. And all the analysis about the game, it's pretty simple. You know what? If you play the game with Washington and you play it even in turnovers, the Lions win that game. And we're going to be back. And here's the thing, too. I don't want 6-11. I don't want those days to come back 8-9. So what do we got now? We got a regime and a culture that's going to be here.
Okay, we're having problems with your phone. Appreciate the call, Kevin. But look, they should be here to stay. Without a doubt, they should be here to stay. Without a doubt, they have a credible football team. You're right about Buffalo, though. Like, Buffalo is an example. It doesn't, just because you're really good, you're guaranteed nothing. I keep using San Francisco as an example because San Francisco has been right in our face in the NFC here. But maybe I should, use Buffalo too, because the Bills are sort of the benchmark for coming close but not finishing the deal. Like, how many people have had to deal with the losing that they've had to deal with?
As far as historically, franchise, yeah, of course. I mean, we all know about the empty Super Bowl trips they've gone through, but currently they have a really good team right now with a great quarterback. No Super Bowl, not even appearance. And throw the Ravens in there. They got maybe a 3-time MVP at quarterback. Can't get over the hump. Now, the AFC may just be in trouble because Mahomes is on that side.
Yeah.
And I feel like I was talking to Paul, who's screening calls for us today. Like, do you think Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen are on a thread going, dude, one of us has to take out Mahomes? Like, this is actually, like, he's stopping us, guys. And Burrow did it one year, and he ends up losing the Super Bowl. But, I mean, like I said, that they might have a Mahomes problem on the AFC side. As far as the NFC side, the Lions, you feel like you got set up for a big quote unquote window, but yeah, nothing is guaranteed. No. Look at what can happen with injuries. Look at what can happen with a team like the Commanders coming out of nowhere being good. Like, so you can't take for granted where you at. That's why you really got to capitalize when you get there.
Yep. And look, just look at our contracts. Look at the Lions contracts. Look at the core of their talent. Step away from Detroit. Pretend you're a fan of some bad team. You would give anything to have what the Lions have. And we would have as well for years. Talked about organizations and teams we're jealous of. This is the first time people are jealous of us. This is the first time as an organization that we are getting picked over for any scraps that anyone can grab to try and mimic the Lions' success. And I understand that, and I would be doing the same thing. But the one thing that the unicorn that we have here, we've got two of them. One is we appear to have a draft ninja. I almost called him a Brad ninja. Sure, whatever works. We have a draft ninja. And two is we have a one-of-a-kind, kind of never seen before head coach. And this isn't a recent observation. This goes back to when he was hired. And people that were skeptical of Dan Campbell were looking for comps. And we started looking for comps. Who's come in like Dan Campbell and had that football? And let's face it, the way it came across was a bit, this is a football Neanderthal. This is a meathead. And we couldn't really come up with a comp, a big-time successful comparison. And it's worked. It's worked because of the authenticity. Man knows how to coach. The man gets his roster to perform for him. And so grabbing Ben Johnson makes sense. Grabbing Aaron Glenn makes sense. But they are really good position coaches. There's one Dan Campbell. And now you hear about in other towns, fan bases and media trying to compare what they have to Dan Campbell. And he's still here, and he's going to be here. And Brad Holmes is going to be here. Jonathan Gannon did a few things last year in Arizona, and people were jumping all, is this Dan Campbell? Is he channeling Dan Campbell? This is a lot like Dan Campbell. Which was weird for me to see, because I don't think he's anything like Dan Campbell, but people want to be like Dan Campbell. They want their coaches to be like Dan Campbell.
Doug, it was weird for me to seeing other teams try to poach our assistants and
Crazy.
our coordinators. That's never happened before.
No.
You take a step back, and it was kind of surreal. Like, everyone wants Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn to interview, and then they go after the guys underneath, the receivers coach, the D-line coach, the O-line coach. I'm like, what kind of bizarro world are we living in? But in the end, you're right. We got the one of one. The one of one is Dan Campbell. And he doesn't have to control a room. He controls a locker room. He takes command of a locker room. He gets guys to buy in, execute, perform, maybe outperform what they're supposed to do, what their ceiling is. And so I feel confident that he can get the right coordinators like he did the last time and continue this thing going on. I do go back to nothing's guaranteed, but I feel confident with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell on top of this organization.
I mean, outside of Kansas City right now, who would you rather be? I get you might say Philadelphia, and that might be being a prisoner of the moment. Nobody would have said that I shouldn't say nobody. Most wouldn't have said that 2 weeks ago, right? So, hey, in Philly, there's always a Sirianni question, even though it's hard to make an argument that he's a bad coach. But, we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. Now, does it change the time I had yesterday? Sure does. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt on a cellular next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, a couple things. One, I do feel that the interviews during the postseason are a distraction, mostly because, the interviews are only a couple hours, but you also have to do your research, to see if you're a fit for the team, what their designs are. And that takes time, time away from the coaches that could be devising a plan. So I feel like part of that interrupted the Lions' progress. I was at a bar watching the game and was chanting Jared Goff, but it didn't go nowhere. I got shut down. Second,
this was yesterday. You were doing a Jared Goff chant.
I was in the bar. I was trying to chant it, but no one was with me. So I was like, all right, whatever.
Weird timing.
This is not a defense for Mahomes. This is not a defense for Mahomes. But I look at Mahomes just like we looked at Tom Brady. Tom Brady was in the Super Bowl every year. And I was sick of seeing Tom Brady. And now we're getting to the point where we're sick of seeing Mahomes. They're the same player.
Yep.
Eventually, it's going to come to an end. And the Lions will get their Super Bowl. I just hope it's really soon.
So the one thing that's kind of fun, Actually, I'll get in. The one thing about this Super Bowl matchup, I'm something I'm really looking forward to. We will get to that today at 12:48. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, they're Lions fans all season long at UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. And what an epic season. Lions clinch back-to-back NFC North championships. Jahmyr Gibbs shattered rushing records. And to celebrate, right now, you can earn 4% on CDs. That's right. Secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. Celebrate the Detroit Lions. 4% on CDs. Just become a member at umcu.org. It's quick. It's easy. I did it. You only need $1,000 to get started. It's umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Champ and Chump, do it every Monday. 248-539-9797. Okay, so this Super Bowl matchup, Philly and Kansas City. This is one of those games where I'm not sure that either team curries favor. They're both eminently dislikable. They've both had a ton of success. Their fan bases are both spoiled and nauseating. They're easy to dislike, and so there's a couple of ways you can root for sports. One is you're rooting for a team or a player or someone you like, And the other is just the spiteful, hate-fueled root against a team. Sports hate. I use that term in context. You root against a team. This one, it's super easy to root against both, and this is where you get all your neutral observers to be rooting for a meteor strike, and that's of course ridiculous, but also fair. So how do you determine who you are rooting for in this game, or what you want to happen in this game? And my guess is what I will want to have happen is some sort of prop bet is what I'm going to end up rooting for, and I will take the game in. I always, though, root for the perfect script for me. Okay? What do I want for Doug? And you should be doing the same. What do you want for you? Both these teams are on the Lions' schedule next year. The Lions go to Philly and to Kansas City, which is pretty amazing, really, when you think about it. And I like beating the defending Super Bowl champion. I guess my perfect scenario includes ending the run of the Kansas City Chiefs. And, the Chiefs, if the Chiefs win this Super Bowl, I'm not going to root for them, but it sets up for the perfect script. And I'll give you an example. Weren't the Pistons championships of our lifetime, those of us that lived it, better because they had to beat the Lakers in 2 of the 3 of them? Those were kind of the perfect scripts. The Lakers are the team that's often in the conversation of, is it another Laker dynasty? And that adds to it. It's better to be the guy that's trying to end the dynasty. The first Bad Boy championship, when they beat the Lakers, it wasn't completely perfect. I wish they beat a fully healthy Lakers. When Magic got hurt, that series was essentially over, and while I celebrated it and loved it, it would have been more fun to take out a fully healthy Laker team, and I think they would have, but I have no way of knowing. Beating Portland wasn't a bad guy. Nobody hated Portland. Beating the Lakers, though, with Shaq and Kobe, that group, that was pretty damn satisfying, wasn't it? I want to beat Kansas City in the Super Bowl when Kansas City's going for a 4th in a row. And so I guess deep down, while I won't root for them, I think what sets up the best is Kansas City winning this game. I love that Detroit plays both these teams next year. They're guaranteed a game against the defending Super Bowl champ. That'll be a big game. I made a bold-ass prediction a month and change ago that the Lions were going to open the season in Brazil against a team from the AFC, and at the time I speculated it would be Cincinnati. I'll stand by it. And those games are reserved, am I wrong here, Kang? Those games are reserved for non-Super Bowl champions or non-Super Bowl participants?
I don't know on that.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out. Anyway, so I guess I want Kansas City to win while not being able to stomach them winning. However, I don't know that I'll be able to stomach Philly winning either. And if Philly wins, maybe Detroit can return to a bit of an underdog role in the NFC, because Philly would be coming back as the defending Super Bowl champs. So it sets up for a damn interesting 2025 Lions season. I hope that the one thing we warn against doesn't, this isn't the year it breaks the mold, because everybody looks at schedules at this time of year and goes, boy, that looks tough, or boy, that looks easy. And then we'll get 2-3 weeks in the season and we'll roll our eyes. Why did we believe that again? And now Detroit, the schedule looks ridiculous in retrospect. At Kansas City, at Philly, at Washington, at Cincinnati, at Baltimore, at the Rams. Those are the 6 non-divisional games they were given?
It's actually incredible. And you know me, I'm the number one guy that says don't look at strength of schedule because you don't know how good these teams are going to be.
Yep.
But also, you missed out at North Korea. What the hell the NFL did to the Lions with their road schedule next year is absolutely insane. To go on the road at North Korea, that's going to be tough.
They're going to the Vatican to play the Pope. Tough home field.
But seriously, though, Ravens, Eagles, Chiefs, road, Bengals, road. Like, you just named them all off, but that's a hell of a road schedule, man. Yeah, as far as, I think obviously winning any Super Bowl is special. And there's different levels of specialness, right? And you're talking about maybe taking out the Chiefs for coping. We're talking about a lot of coping today. You know, how you watched football yesterday, if you watched at all. Do you think it'll be harder for Lions fans to stomach watching the Eagles win it because they might actually say that should be us more than if the Chiefs win it, then that should be us? You know what I mean? Because if the Eagles win it, they're coming from the NFC.
Yeah.
And you feel like, hey, we would have played the Eagles at home. All that comes into your mind. You start, it starts snowballing in your head like, hey, that really could have been us.
Well, the thing about it is when we say should be us, understand, we understand you got to win the games to get what you deserve. But there was a path, a realistic path to the Super Bowl for a team of Detroit's resume, and it didn't happen. And so it maybe could be us is a better way to put it, so we don't get people worked up about the word should versus could. But it so felt like it easily could have been us. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Oh, we got a bunch of Pistons feedback. I want to get to that because the Pistons deserve some time today, and they are playing a game against the 1 seed in the East tonight, and I have a feeling the Pistons are going to take a big roundhouse punch early, come back and win this game. Here's the feedback from an unnamed texter. The Pistons may just be a consistent Ausar jump shot away from being a real threat in the East. If he can just be respectable from three, it unlocks so much more for them. Next text, I think the Pistons already beat the over-under on wins for the season. Should have took that bet. Next text, the Pistons aren't amazingly better than last year. Last year, they had a coach doing a masterful job at trying to lose and get fired. I watched every single game, and I was mystified at the number of times late in the game when Monty would take a timeout and sit a hot hand, typically Jaden Ivey. Next text from Ben at the Tire Shop. My champ is Cam Talbot for getting a shutout against a hot Tampa team. My chump is Alex Bregman for still not signing with a team. This is ridiculous. The Bregman story's weird, man. It's weird. I think I saw a reporting this weekend on Alex Bregman that I fully believe this is an agent trying to save face. There's a report from the Boston Globe this weekend that the Red Sox have interest in a deal, but they don't want it to be any more than 5 years. And the story went on to say that then later in Houston, Ari Alexander, reporter for KPRC, reported that the Astros offer still on the table, and reportedly at least 3 teams offered 5 years or longer. Okay? It's from a Houston reporter. 3 teams offered 5 years or longer. I don't believe that. I think Scott Boras is telling people that there's multiple offers of 5 years or longer to try and get somebody to give his client, Alex Bregman, a longer term contract, because what they turned down from Houston has still been their best offer. Now, this is just rampant and irresponsible speculation, but I believe it. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mike on a cellular on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
How you doing, Doug?
Hey.
We had a conversation on Labor Day. With my buddy and I, we bet $1,000 for the Lions to win the Super Bowl. But these last 2 Sundays, I just lost my love for football. I'm watching a game, listening to music, and they were great games looking at them, but I felt like I was in a cloud, and looking at Philly being in a Super Bowl, that should be us, but we win, we lose, right?
Well, they lost. I mean, it is what it is. They lost in a game that, was a 5 turnover, my God, why did we help this team beat us kind of loss.
The only thing that really would have scared me was Philadelphia, because I still have reminiscences of Wilmot Brown's guarantee in the playoff game, and we know what happened back in the day.
I'm sorry, did they scare you because of Lomas Brown's guarantee?
Oh, no, just what Philadelphia, the amount of points they could put up on the board against us. I could see we lost a playoff game like 51 or something. But
that wouldn't. I mean, it really has nothing to do with today. But that's a irrational paranoia, in my opinion. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Karsch Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Okay, look, we're all still coping. And trying to move on. I mean, look, we love the Pistons, what they've been doing lately. Red Wings had a very good back-to-back games against Montreal and then Tampa. And it's not like they exploded offensively, but they are scoring more than they were in that drought where they went through 3 games, scored 1 goal per game. And, they're hovering. Red Wings are hovering. Pistons are capitalizing. And we hope that it would be great if both those teams can make the postseason. Because in hockey, everybody's got a shot. And I know it doesn't feel like it, but we were too often the victim of the 1 seed losing to an 8 seed to make it and think, hey, there's a fighter's chance you get into the postseason. And the Red Wings are going to be a hungry team that is, just desperate to play some playoff hockey. So, they've got some veterans in here, guys that have been there and done that. I still think there is a very legitimate shot for that team to make the postseason. Meanwhile, the Pistons are flirting with getting into they're just playing for whatever seed they're going to be kind of place. They look like they are very healthy in terms of being in the playoffs. The first team out is 5.5 games behind Detroit. But there's, half the season to go, so a lot has yet to happen. But big game tonight. Big game tonight. Now, I don't want to fall for the trap of the Pistons go win this game, and I think it's indicative of them being the best team in the East. What is cool is because Cleveland's lost 3 in a row, they won't be going through the motions. Because they've given up over 130 points 3 times in their last 5 games, they won't be going through the motions. Cleveland needs a get-right game, and Detroit's next up. So I think they're going to get Cleveland's best shot, but there's no question it will feel like a bigger game for Detroit than it feels like for Cleveland. 248-539-9797. Any thoughts on that, King, before we get back to the phones?
No, I mean, first of all, with the Wings, I wonder if the new coach smell wore off a little bit. We were worried about the possible new coach adrenaline dump happening and how they would respond. So we'll see how they respond moving forward here now that little bump wore off, it looks like.
Yeah.
And, but with hockey, just get in and you feel like you got a shot, With the Pistons, you feel like this year just try to develop, get better, and I think they've gone above and far and above and exceeded that as far as we're looking at. Dude, can they get the 4 seed, right? You just want to stay out of the play-in game, 7, 8, 9, 10, but I think they're to the point where, hey, 5 and 6 is cool, but 4 would be really cool. And if you can get to that seed and avoid a Cleveland in the first round, a Boston in the first round, that's huge. So, tonight I think it is a big game. I think if they do beat the Cavs, I think you feel really good. I don't want to overplay it either, but you feel like, hey, we belong. I mean, they beat the Knicks this year, and they're a team that's supposed to be one of those title contending teams. They made that big trade. So I feel really good about the Pistons, man. I think the core is definitely there. Now it's developing the core. Maybe at the trade deadline, Doug, it gets real interesting. Does this team add at the trade deadline to go for it?
They are the only team in the NBA currently under the cap. That is begging for them to take on some salary.
Well, the thought was take on salary, but now the thought may be take on good salary, like good players with salary. Before it was like, all right, we'll take your contract. But no, we can get something to help us.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Sal next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sal.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Just wanted to call in. I've been listening to your show lately, especially last week. I tried to get in, but you guys were real busy with obviously with the loss. But a lifelong Lions fan here since 1989, going back to the Barry Sanders, Chris Spielman, Mel Gray days. But anyways, I wanted to chime in on the loss against the Commanders. I think it's pretty obvious. Ben Johnson should have gave the rock to Jahmyr Gibbs more, and he was pounding it good. He was getting 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 yards to carry like it was nothing. He got away from it. Same thing happened in the NFC Championship game against the 49ers. First half, they were getting 6, 8 to 10 yards a crack. Even with Montgomery healthy that day, too, they were running the ball up and down their throats, and then they just got away from it, and I'm just not sure why. And it's kind of concerning because they could have easily won that game if they stuck to the basic game plan.
Well, you don't have to deal with Ben Johnson's play calling anymore. I mean, he's one of the best in the business. I think they got skewed because of the time and score in the game. They got behind. They felt like a lapped NASCAR trying to get back on the lead lap, which is what they did to other teams all season long. Ultimately, he probably would do some things differently. I think at the end of every game, an offensive coordinator looks back and says, these are the 12 plays I called that sucked. And maybe in this game, he said, these are the 15 plays I called that sucked. But they still, all of that feels like minutia compared to don't turn the ball over. Like, I don't think there was anything wrong with the game plan. Don't turn it over five times.
Yeah, no, that definitely was an issue. And then obviously no pressure on the quarterback. So all you could do is hope for next year they get some good coaches. I know they just hired their defensive coordinator. Not sure what they're going to do with the offensive coordinator, but if they can get Hutchinson back 100% healthy, get another D lineman to put some more pressure on the other side. I mean, like you said, the schedule's tough next year, but, what are you going to do?
I think the Calvin Shepard thing is really interesting, and Dan Campbell said that he doesn't want to change too much defensively, so promoting from within. It was pretty clear to me during the season, and I said it during the season, they seem to be grooming Calvin Shepard in case Aaron Glenn leaves. But if they're going outside the organization for an OC, given he was here for a year, and the dude that they were interviewing who went to John Morton, who went to Denver, he was here for a year, so maybe it doesn't mean anything. But going outside the organization, does that mean they're going to change some things offensively? I find that a little curious, but whatever. We'll see. The fact that he's been here, he must be pretty well respected. And I would have to imagine you're not hiring a guy who was here for a year as an offensive assistant, which is kind of a vague term. But I'm going to bet he did a lot of work with Jared Goff. And it feels to me like Dan Campbell probably goes to Jared Goff and says, what do you think about bringing this guy back? And Jared Goff says, hell yeah, bring him back.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of letting players pick their coordinators, but I don't mind them asking for input, and what they're looking for, who they're comfortable with. I think that's very important with the quarterback, especially.
Given how much Goff talked about his input was valued in the offensive game plans.
Yeah, he liked it.
Yeah, and I think it tells you that the Lions value Jared Goff's opinion.
As you should. He's the franchise quarterback. I think with the Calvin Shepard, bringing him back, I think what Dan's going to do is, and I trust Dan, I think you do too, that he knows what style of offense and what style of defense he wants to play. But he's also going to let coordinators be themselves. You know what I mean? You don't want someone to hire someone to just be what you want them to be. I think, go back to just the personality of letting Shepard keep his hair long. Remember that whole thing in the offseason a couple years ago? Like, he's like, Dan, you want me to cut my hair? All this stuff. He's like, no, man, you be you. I hired you because I like the way you coach. I think you whatever it is, and I hired you because you're you. So stay you. And I think he's going to do the same thing with the offense. He wants to bring a guy in that, hey, whether it's Morton or promote someone within, to be who you are. But this is the style of play I want to play. I want to be aggressive. I want to run the ball. I want to go deep here and then. So I think he'll be all right. Dan Campbell picked the right man.
Brandon and Shelby, you're next. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Okay.
So I've been a diehard Lions fan forever, and I wanted the Lions to win the Super Bowl this year. But so every kid, when they're young, has a team that they root for. And in 2004, I picked the Eagles with McNabb and Reed and Westbrook. So I've loved them since I was a little kid. I never really realized that their fan base is kind of crazy. But my whole life, like, besides Lions gear, my parents bought me Eagles gear, and they knew I loved the Eagles. So the Eagles have always been my side team. And I feel like the bad guy. Like, I went to Meijer this morning, and I had my Eagles gear on, and I felt like people were going to bash on me.
Yeah, people hate the Eagles.
But, like, when you were a kid, didn't you have a team that you had a jersey that meant something? Like, I know you liked the Padres.
Yeah, without question, but it wasn't a hateable team.
But when you're 14 years old, you don't realize who's a hateable team,
I understand that, Brandon. I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm just telling you, Brandon, I'm not trying to say that you're in an unpopular space. I'm saying that because you root for the Eagles, you are a bad person.
I am the bad person this year, but you know what's cool though?
I'm just messing. You do realize that, like, I mean, that's got to be a tough thing the pill to swallow. Like, the team you like, everybody hates.
Yeah, but when you probably didn't realize it till you're like 21.
No, of course not. You be you, man. You be you. I'm just messing with you.
I don't know if you guys have ever taken like a trip to go to an away game. Like, I've never been to Philadelphia, so I went to Philadelphia for the first time. It's to see an Eagles game while I was in Philadelphia, but I saw them the year they won the Super Bowl, which was awesome. But that might have been one of the times when I showed up to the link, I was like, oh my God, these guys are awful.
You said they're awesome or awful?
Awful. The Eagles fans, like I still love the Eagles a lot, but Philadelphia fan base is a bunch of crazy people.
Yeah, well, look, like I said, I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't take me seriously, but yeah, man. I mean, Philly's not likable. Sirianni, if I will use him as the benchmark for what smug is in the future. I will use him to sort of gauge it. How many Siriannis plus and minus the real Sirianni are you? Like if you are even more smug than Nick Sirianni, you might be Sirianni +1, +2. If you're just shy, you might be -1 Sirianni, just below what Nick Sirianni is. But he's not likable. They're fans. The thing about it was I think when you're in our position in Detroit, everybody that has repeated success becomes so annoying. Like the Clark Hunt accepting the AFC trophy again with his canned remarks. You know when he got dressed in the morning, he was wondering what he should wear for the celebration. The hairstylist coiffed his hair perfectly. He chose the special AFC Championship game ascot he owned. Like you knew, I've been there and I've done this. What should I do this year? Blank you, man. We just want one trip. And then beyond that, we want to win that on that one trip. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. 97 won the ticket. A Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who will take home the MVP trophy, or who will win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump in on the action, adjust your bets, ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to final whistle. Be careful. Be smart. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karskater out sick today. Look, this is weird. This is really, really weird to be in this position and have, at this point in my life, a football team here in Detroit completely changed my outlook on football. The NFC and AFC title game rang hollow to me. I went through the motions because I feel like for the first time in my life, we deserve a seat at that table. Did not capitalize on this opportunity, and I'm really nobody to blame but ourselves here. You can't turn the football over 5 times. Watching Washington, it's pretty amazing. They have 0 turnovers in their first 2 playoff games. They go to Tampa, and they won in large part because Baker Mayfield inexplicably had a weird exchange fumble thing with the wide receiver, and they just dropped the ball, and Washington pounced on it and turned it into points. We don't need to really even discuss the 5 turnovers they got against Detroit. They were up 6, +6 in turnover margin through 2 playoff games. And they get to the NFC title game, and brace yourself for some deep football analysis. They turned it over and lost the game. That's right. Turnovers, again, brace yourself. Turnovers are big. And they turned it over 4 times. And it was frustrating. We kind of predicted it last week and said, watch how normal they look when they aren't given 5 turnovers. And look, there's reason to be very excited in Washington. That's a damn good young quarterback and a team that looks like they're going to be around for a while. So I give them a ton of credit. However, there's no doubt in my mind that Detroit helped them win that game. And look, I don't want to be dismissive of the previous caller's theory that the play calling was bad. And I'm like, look, the play calling never accounted for 4 turnovers, 5 turnovers. Now, did any of the play calling lead to the turnovers? I suppose you could make the case that J-Mo throwing that pass might have been. They shouldn't have had J-Mo throwing the pass. Okay. But there were 4 other turnovers.
Well, 1 at the end, did that really matter?
No, I guess it didn't.
I still lean, listen, there's clearly an effect the turnovers had on the game. There's no doubt about that. My slice of pie was always the attrition on defense was too much in that game for them to overcome. Especially, add on 4 turnovers, not counting the last one.
Yep.
Because with the offense, I'm not going to blame Ben Johnson. Like, you can kind of with that offense and the play calling, he put up 31 points. 500 yards of total offense, okay, with that play calling, that terrible play calling, right?
Yep.
You can question the timing of maybe the trick play with J-Mo. I'm positive he told him not to throw it if it's not there, And
then he proceeded to throw it.
Yeah, exactly. So, but you can question the timing of that, I guess. But I can't. But question it a little bit because every other time it works, you can't say, "Well, I didn't like the timing of that call." People don't like the result. Is end up what they complaining about, and yeah, the result was not good on the J-Mo. End around pass. But, hey, you got to give the Commanders credit too, Doug. They're the ones that took advantage of those turnovers. They're the ones that created them. Yeah, they created them. They got an opportunity to get in front of a pass or force a fumble, recover that fumble. Things happened in that game that hadn't happened all year for the Lions. Goff had not lost a fumble the entire year. He lost a fumble that game,
It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a crazy game.
All right, so anyway, we're all coping in our own ways. And for me, I didn't really cope. I just had football on. Football had been reduced to being a television show and merely that yesterday for me. That's all it was. In the meantime, Pistons big game tonight. Look, we didn't even get a chance to talk about beef stew. It was a 7 technical game. JB Bickerstaff got thrown out. Beef stew gets tied up with Wendell Carter Jr. They get locked up. And what's so funny about it is Wendell Carter locks him up. They ride into the Orlando bench. And I think Wendell Carter thought, I really don't want this smoke. And watching him get out of there was hysterical. And now his bench is in the middle of pushing and shoving with Beef Stew, who looked like he was ready to fight their whole bench. And had he decided to do that, I think he would have won. I think he would have beat up the entire Orlando Magic. But that's a physical game. And as Kang said earlier, Detroit is developing quite a rivalry with Orlando. who's kind of in their peer group on that edge of being, top tier in the Eastern Conference. And ways to go, a lot of work to be done. Maybe not the edge, but they're flirting with it. They're trying to take that next step, the rungs up the ladder, as I like to call them. I think it could be there. It could be something they could achieve this year is, get to that next level and then move forward from there with a good offseason. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Karsch and Anderson. Gator out today, as I mentioned. More of your feedback coming into the Karsch and Anderson inbox. I didn't watch the NFC game. I only watched the last drive of the AFC game. When I saw a Bleacher Report notification pop up my phone showing the score 32-29, I looked at the box score, saw the Bills had the ball with a couple minutes left. Tuned it in. John in Lake Orion. Champ is Tom Izzo. He might have one more Final Four run left in him. Chump, Bregman. Just pick a team already. 12 in a row? 12 in a row for Michigan State. This is incredibly hard to do. They're playing very well right now. Chump, Bregman. I don't know. I think the speculation that he turned down an offer from the Astros and is waiting to find a better offer to save face is what's going on here. Like, to me, Bregman's an example of a player or an agent that probably overvalued what they would get on the open market and now are a little embarrassed. Brian writes in, I watched the games with very little emotion. I thought about what the Lions would do in certain situations in both games. Then as soon as both games were over, I turned them off. I couldn't watch the celebrating. 248-539-9797. George is next. Hi, George.
Hey, Doug, how are you?
What's up?
Hey, you were talking about before what you thought might be a perfect Super Bowl ending or game.
Yep.
I would love to see a sloppy game. Air fills, sloppy, maybe a rugby scrum in the middle. It would kind of devalue both teams.
You want the game to, you want both teams to look like crap.
Yeah.
I guess I wouldn't hate that. I don't know if I'd be that. I don't know if I'd be that satisfied, but I suppose I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, it gives some solace, I think, Lions fans. I couldn't watch the championship games either. I checked on the score and turned it right back off.
I understand. I mean, I stuck with them when I could. I had a hockey game in the middle, but at a baseball practice, so I missed a little bit here and there. But ultimately, yeah, it was tough. 248-539-9797. D is in Detroit and next. Hi, D.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, sitting here.
Yeah.
Talking.
Yeah. Doug.
Yeah.
Climb down from the bridge. It's not that serious. We had a good year. Lions had a good year. And we knew that, we were going to run to it like a buzzsaw at some point because we had no defense. But the thing about it is, I've been a Lions fan since 1990 when I played for Osborne Knights.
There you go.
And that was, when I started loving football. Because before then, when I was, a little bit younger, I played chess. I loved the game. So as far as, they didn't get here this time or last time they supposed to get there, you gotta come down. You gotta break it down a little bit.
So,
because I listen to you all the time.
You are overestimating. You're overestimating, D, my level of maturity.
No, well, go ahead. Yeah, I want to hear that.
I don't think I'm as mature as you are at this particular instance.
No. I don't think so. But hey, you got to come down because they made. It was some plays. What do you say? Things happen. You know what I'm saying? So that's all it is.
Hey, so you said something when you were young. I got a quick follow up. You said when you were younger, you played chess.
I played chess when I was younger, like, pre-teen. I learned the game of chess.
You didn't have to retire, did you?
I got into football when I went to high school. I got into football. I was like, this is similar.
You could still play chess.
No, I can still play chess, yes.
It sounded like you gave up on chess, and I'm like...
No. At times when I focus on it, I got them out of there. I played really good. But what I'm saying about the Lions, I mean, no, this is the best we've ever seen. And yeah, I went numb. Actually, I went numb. It's like, okay, well, this was not supposed to happen, but it did. I went numb. I'm like, okay, we just gotta wait. But
D, you're more well adjusted than I am. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator out sick today, 248-539-9797. It was a weird weekend. Well, it was for me. I mean, for fans, it might be different. And like the one caller was giving me way too much credit for being way more mature than I am, and why it shouldn't have impacted my enjoyment. He kept telling me to step down from the ledge. Look, we flirted with something and very authentically flirted with something that we've never seen before, and that's a trip to the Super Bowl. And while the bracket, we'd made it deeper in the bracket the previous year, I didn't have the same confidence last year as I did this year. And this year it backfired. I go back to stuff that happened during the season, where we said a lot, anything had happened. Remember when Jared Goff said this isn't easy? It's all true. they made it look easy for a while there. The Lions were making it look easy. They were pounding people. And even bad teams, a lot of bad teams play a lot of one-score games, and the Lions weren't doing that. They were playing 5-score games. And it probably filled us with a bit of a unrealistic sense of, that it's going to happen this year. But it was in play. They just picked a really bad day to have a really bad day, in my opinion. Others think that this is very strict. Ben Johnson had a bad game. Just blame Jared Goff. Just blame the defense. It's all part of it. I think the biggest reasons they lost were the turnovers. They uncharacteristically turned it over, even though they did have a turnover-filled game with the Houston game. But uncharacteristic turnovers are still not what they did most of the year outside of that game. And, their defense couldn't come up with enough stops on a day that their offense wasn't at its best. Then we can get into the rest of it. But, hey, so what it meant for the here and the now, is that I spent yesterday kind of in a haze watching a weekend of football that I used to really, really authentically enjoy. And it just wasn't as much there. Pistons big game tonight, playing the Cavs, measuring stick game in the East, taking on the 1 seed. Cleveland, that team that got off to a 15-0 start, has now hit a bit of a rocky road. They've lost 3 in a row, and they've won 3 of their last 8. And in that stretch, 4 times, I think it's 4 times. 4 times they've given, 3 times in that stretch, they've given up over 130 points, including, I believe, their last 2 games. Let me just check that. They're going to try and have a get-right game. Yeah, 132 to the 76ers and 135 to a Houston team Detroit beat last week. I think Detroit's going to get a big punch in the mouth right out of the gate tonight, and so be it. But they will. I think they'll make a run back. And look, I think because in the end it probably means more to Detroit. I think the Pistons are going to win this game tonight, and we will be rightfully fired up. A lot of basketball to be played, but 248-539-9797. Jacob in Royal Oak, you're next. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, Karsh. Hey, Kang. How you guys doing?
We're good. Thank you for calling.
I wanted to comment, man. Karsh, I agree with you with the whole watching the game thing. I've been watching football for a long time, and every Sunday I sit me and my wife down on the couch and we watch football, even if it's a nice day outside. She might complain that we're not going outside and doing anything because I'm sitting there watching football.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, man, I think I watched the first quarter of that Eagles game, and I didn't want to watch anymore. And then the next game, we were watching it, and I kept telling her to change the channel. I want to watch something else. And then she kept telling me, no, it's a close game. Come on, you love football, this and that. And I'm like, ever since the Lions lost, I don't care. I'm like, I don't care anymore. I'm like, it was hard to watch that game.
Did you always care before? Like, was the NFC and AFC title game a big weekend for you prior to yesterday?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was the biggest weekend of the year. I mean, you watching the Lions not in there every single year, you don't care. But when you think that they're going to be there, and you have hopes, and then they're not there, it's hard to watch the game. Just knowing that somebody else is going to be celebrating when you're sitting on your couch watching at home. So
it's a reminder of what we don't have and have ever had. And that is that trophy presentation and going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll say we're going to get it next year, man. I'm going to be hopeful. I'll watch all year until we lose.
I think what they have next year is they will have a bunch of chips on the table. It's still a roulette wheel that you need your share of good luck, good fortune. You try and maximize. The better your team is, the more chips you have spread out around the table. I guess the difference is no matter how many chips you put on the table when you're trying to go to the Super Bowl, when you win, the payout's massive. You are a net way ahead. Whereas if you bet every number and you win, you're bet right. You don't pocket the big jackpot. This is a team in the Lions that is fully capable of being there next year. There's nothing about this team that shouldn't have us confident. Now, I mean, maybe it's coordinator hires if you're looking for reasons that might undermine their chances. But coordinator hires are less so than having to revamp rosters or get a quarterback or upgrade the defensive personnel, which we all think, of course, they need an upgrade. But as one caller put it last week, and I think it was so perfect, compared to the defense they put on the field, next year when they step on the field, it's going to feel like they signed 7 impact defensive free agents because of how many guys are coming back. Right? How many guys are coming back? There should be reason to feel damn confident. So, lots to look forward to. When are OTAs?
Oh, see, you're already getting over it, Doug. Good job, man.
Is that a first step?
I had a question for you. So what do you think about having to replace 2 coordinators? Like, this is not a good thing. I mean, it is and it's not. I mean, It's a good thing because your team must be pretty good. Other teams want coaches off your staff. But it's a bad thing as far as continuity is. And, especially if they're good coordinators, you don't want to lose good people. 4 hours ago, the Detroit Lions Twitter account, all right, the official Detroit Lions Twitter account tweeted out Brad Holmes on replacing Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. And it's a picture of Dan Campbell and then a quote from Brad Holmes from his presser that says, "I have full faith and trust in Dan to make sure we're going to have the right people in place in those spots." So why did they tweet that out 4 hours ago, by the way? I don't know if you want to speculate at all just because, or just a random tweet. And then how do you feel about, moving forward with 2 different coordinators? Because Aaron Glenn's presser's right now, by the way, with the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we'd expect anything. The level of competency with which this regime operates when it comes to getting players, I don't know why that wouldn't also apply to coaches. I think they really do a good job at identifying good assistant coaches. So we haven't seen it as much. They haven't had to do it nearly as much. They don't have a draft of coaches every year like they have a draft of players. So I feel I have no way of endorsing an offensive coordinator that hasn't been hired. I think it's really intriguing that a guy who was here 1 year is on their radar. Must say something about that 1 year. As far as the timing, why'd they send it out 4 hours ago? I have no idea. Do you have a theory?
Maybe because Aaron Glenn's presser is today.
Okay.
That would be my thought on it. Or maybe they're close to hiring
I was about
their
to
offensive
say,
coordinator that's about to come out.
If this time tomorrow we're talking about the new offensive coordinator, I think it's pretty safe to say that this was a message that they've done it. Don't worry, we got this. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matthew in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, Karsh. So I, like so many other folks, am just feeling super deflated over another Chiefs, another Eagles Super Bowl. I don't know if I'm going to watch. I was really hoping the Bills were going to take care of business last night. And so, yeah, I mean, on top of that and the Lions loss, feeling pretty deflated. I think the one piece of solace that I'm taking in specifically the Eagles going to the Super Bowl again is just kind of zooming out and looking and saying, okay, it can feel like Lions went to the NFC Championship game and lost, and then this year we got knocked out in the divisional round. Like, is the sky falling? Is this a regression? Is this going to keep going? But then to look at the Eagles and say, okay, Eagles made the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They got knocked out in the wild card round last year. And then they're going back this year. That's a much bigger swing. And I think obviously you can't just generalize, that trajectory for us or for anybody. But I think just pointing to the fact that it's not necessarily going to be linear, I think gives me some kind of solace in terms of saying like, okay, look, we got knocked on our asses this year. That doesn't mean we can't go back and get back to the trajectory we were on.
Very well put. I think you're spot on that it's not always linear, and there's way many examples of that being the case. Way many, whatever. There's so many examples of that being the case. I think you're spot on. It's reassuring, and I think it's accurate.
Yeah, as much as I don't want to watch, but still.
I could feel that emotion as well. Thank you, Matthew. 248-539-9797. Hey, they are Lions fans all season long at UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. What an epic season. Not only did the Lions clinch back-to-back NFC North championships, but their guy, Jahmyr Gibbs, also shattered the record for most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate, UMCU has a great offer for you. Right now, earn 4% on CDs. That's right, secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. Like the confidence you have in the Detroit Lions being back again next year. Like the confidence you have that Jahmyr Gibbs has a fine career in front of him. Yep, that kind of confidence. Celebrate the Lions with 4% on CDs at UMCU, and you only need $1,000 to get started. So get started today. This promotion is available for a limited time, so join the winning team today. Joining is quick, it's simple, it's easy. Even I could figure it out. You can too. UMCU.org. Go to UMCU.org to join and take advantage of 4% on CDs with $1,000 to get started. Some restrictions do apply. UMCU.org. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Noah in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Noah.
Hey, what's going on, Doug? Thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure. Thank you for listening.
Hey, I had a quick question for you.
Sure.
And I'll get out of your hair. Looking at next season, right, with the 2025 schedule,
yep.
I feel like it's not talked about enough of how, the difficulty spike is going to be going into next year because, we played some hard teams this year, but looking at it, we're playing the AFC North, we're playing the NFC East, and then we obviously have the NFC North. This is a gauntlet that I'm looking at, and, it's a little daunting. I just wanted to get a gauge from you for where you're at with how successful the Lions would be.
So Noah, I guess you haven't heard. We've talked about it actually a couple of times in today's show. In my opinion, it is a common mistake, and we are guilty of it, of looking at the schedule when it's released and think, oh my God, that's tough or that's easy, because invariably there always are surprises, and nobody's schedule is what you think it is. Does it look hard on paper? Yeah, it does. It looks tough on paper. But, there's going to be a surprise or two on the Lions schedule. I made the comment earlier that I think that there is a high probability chance that Detroit's resume won't be as impressive, but deep down they're a better football team. And what I mean by that is because this schedule still looks pretty tough, I think you're looking at a team that is going to be better. They're going to be healthier. They're going to have better personnel, but just might not be a 1 seed. That's going to be better, but their offense might not rank as the best in the NFL. That's going to be better defensively, but might not look that much better defensively statistically. And it all has to do with the strength, the possibility that this strength of schedule is insane. The fact that they're road games alone, they're non-divisional road games, looks like a who's who of Super Bowl contenders is crazy. Both Super Bowl teams, they have to travel to Philly and Kansas City. They have to take on Baltimore, Super Bowl contender, Cincinnati, legit squad, Washington, eliminated Detroit. They got to go to the Rams, who are a really good team. Like it's pretty incredible, really.
Even you got to admit the game at North Korea is going to be tough. Even you, Doug.
Even I will admit. So yeah, I made the prediction early in the show. On paper, the resume, when it's all said and done, might not be as good, but you can still win the championship. Just get yourself in the dance. I mean, look at the college game, right? We just had a national champion that had a Duke's Mayo Bowl resume, but they got in the dance and got it done. And that's what matters. That's what matters. And I'm looking at this Lions team next year, very confident that they're going to be better. The record might not reflect it, but I think they'll be better. So yeah, it's probably going to be a tough schedule. No guarantees, but it's probably going to be a tough schedule. It's going to be a damn interesting schedule.
Feels like every week, big game. And it is kind of in the NFL anyways, the way they set it up, but like big matchups, where the national media is talking about it, especially those road games you just brought up.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? I mean, did we get a little bit sick of Sunday night, Monday night games, Thursday night games? There's no way that they're not maxing out next year.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I see 6 primetime games.
They are. The only reason they wouldn't be 6 is because they want to hang on for the possibility to flex the
a late game.
Flex the late game, yeah.
A late season game, yeah.
Yep.
Can we get 2 bye weeks now? Because I feel like we need it. I know there's talks if they do go to 18 that, hey, they're going to add an extra bye week. I feel like they could use it
for the preservation of the health of the players.
Yeah, the league.
There should be another bye week, and rosters should be bigger. Especially if they get into 18 games. You should have 60 plus guys. You should have more than 45 on game days. And you should have another bye week mixed in. But I know these decisions are made. These decisions are made motivated by, get this, money and the long-term ramifications, the health of the players. I mean, it's kind of. I got irritated yesterday when a couple of Phillies injuries came up. Oh, it's going to be tough. Oh, is it? Do they have it tough? They're going to be missing some guy. 248-539-9797. So now we get Kansas City and Philly in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that matchup, Doug? I know right now the early read from the country is they're sick of it. What about you, Doug?
Well, the good news is these two teams played a really good Super Bowl a few years ago. They played a really good Super Bowl. And they could do it again. It was 38-35. Late score from Kansas City sealed the deal. And that we might be in for another fun one. Philly was up 2 scores in that game, weren't they? They were up 24-14 at half. And Kansas City roared back as Kansas City's known to do. I said I'm not rooting for Kansas City, but my perfect story includes taking down the NFC champion Philadelphia next year in the NFC championship game and taking down Kansas City in the Super Bowl. That's the perfect script. I'm going to root for that. Because here's why, for people who lived it. Wasn't beating the Lakers more fun than beating the Portland Trailblazers when the Bad Boy Pistons did it? Wasn't that more fun? I don't want to play an upstart spunky group from, Chargers team in a Super Bowl if the Lions get there. I don't want to play an upstart spunky group of Falcons in the NFC title game. I want to take out the big boys. So, I guess with them both being on the schedule next year, you see that, but ultimately, I guess I want to be a team that ends the Chiefs dynasty.
That would definitely be cool. I hear what you're saying for sure. But I think that with the Lions specifically, the road from 1957 till now is the story, So even if they do play an upstart team or a team that's not the Chiefs, I think there's still going to be a huge story. And I it's just the craziness that the Lions fans have gone through from grandfather to father to, son. Yeah. I think that's going to be a big story if they ever get there. Would it be a little cherry on the top of the ice cream sundae if it's the Chiefs to knock them off? Absolutely. But, but I get where... Could you imagine if the Chiefs make it again next year? Talk about fatigue. Like, people are already pissed at the Chiefs now. They've become... I used to like the Chiefs, but they've become unlikable, man. And it's everything. There's so many things going on with the Chiefs. People want to blame the refs, Mahomes flopping, Mahomes' family, his brother, his wife, his dad, Andy Reid's son. Their mascot was arrested for robbery. You know what I mean? There's all kinds. There's the Kelsey Swift story. So there's so many layers to people just not liking the Chiefs right now that I get it. But then you have Sirianni on the other side. Does anyone like the Eagles at all? They don't like the fan base.
Maybe this is just one of those games where you just are hoping that you can enjoy the look on the loser's face.
Wow, Doug, that's not being respectful, man.
No, it's not. It's not like me.
Come on.
I'm trying not to be that guy. I don't like being motivated by spiteful, hateful things, but that is definitely a spiteful, hateful take. They show the shot. The post game, how they won. Hey, my team won. I can't wait to hear what they say at the podium. I'm going to be that guy going, I can't wait till Tracy Wolfson gets to go in the loser's locker room and interview the losing coach. Is Andy Reid unlikable? He's really not, is he?
He's not, but like I said, I mentioned his son, getting in trouble and doing the things he's done. People would say he got, some preferential treatment there. So I don't think Andy Reid himself is unlikable. I think he's actually funny in those commercials he does. Yeah. But, the Chiefs, I think there's Chiefs fatigue, man, going on. I think this might be a Super Bowl where as soon as it ends, all the TVs in Metro Detroit and Michigan just shut off. They don't want to see anybody celebrate, right?
A low post-game rating?
Yeah. When is Watson on? No, I was kidding.
Yeah, right.
I know the game's on Fox.
I'm actually looking forward to Watson this time around.
So Love Island, what do they show? I don't know.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. What's up, man?
What's happening?
Well, another day of dealing with not being in the NFL season anymore. Yeah. On the docket.
Probably a rough weekend for a lot of people.
Well, it was weird. I typically like this weekend, but not so much this year. I didn't enjoy it nearly as much.
Really?
And what's funny is last year we lost in the weekend, but it felt like we had a chance. When you're not in the game, you don't have a chance. So.
I've heard.
Yeah.
I have heard that.
Yes.
You have to actually play in order to win.
That is correct. How are you? Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Just kind of sit back watching games just to watch games.
Mm-hmm.
And not have to, with Lions, it's kind of watching the Bills and Chiefs, and you realize, man, it sucks to be a Bills fan.
Well, it does. It does suck to be a Bills fan. But.
So close all the time to be eliminated by the same guy.
Yeah.
Well, I look, not Buffalo radio, but it's almost like what's worse, the 4 straight Super Bowls or keep losing to the same quarterback.
I don't know. I'm sure there's a level of frustration there, but is that where you're starting the show?
No. It's just starting the show with just kind of, if you're a Lions fans, what did you take away from this weekend about your team and the pecking order of the NFL.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, Paul Serra has started with sultry music on a Monday. And I say Paul Serra because almost as if it was a sick and twisted synchronized swimming team, Kenny and David called off sick within 3 minutes of each other. So, Paul, you are our everything today. By the end of today, Rico and I are going to be looking at you like Kevin Costner looked at Whitney Houston in The Bodyguard.
That's a little disturbing, but okay.
Oh. Because Paul is our lifeline. Paul is aces.
He is.
We are happy to have you here. And don't be shy with the microphone, damn it. Your sports takes are good. We have a lot of ground to cover, and I really don't know what people are going to do. We talked Friday about, are you even watching these games? I can only offer my perspective. I'd love to hear yours. We did not talk this weekend. I'd like to hear from the people. I want to tell you the biggest takeaway, other than Taylor Swift runs the NFL, is I actually found watching the Eagles dismantle the Commanders cathartic. I just was like, if the Eagles had played like a 1917 game, I'd be like, damn, maybe the Lions, maybe we really blew this. You didn't. The Eagles would have come here and butchered you. They would have shoved your head up your own ass. I mean, they put a 50 burger up without even trying in the fourth quarter. Their ground game was unstoppable. Their passing game was unstoppable. Jalen Hurts is healthy, and their defense ain't got nothing to do with the Commanders. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, they dominated the line of scrimmage. And I'm like, you know what? Thanks for saving me the time.
That's what it felt like.
Because if you took it hard losing to the Commanders, people, how would that have felt knowing you were in the NFC title game back-to-back and you got beat at home? In your current state, not the healthy state, your current state, if the Eagles played that game yesterday, you weren't beating them. So for me, it allowed for healing, cathartic.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine what this defense would do with Saquon Barkley because you couldn't handle Brian Robinson. You made him look like he was in the
back.
You made him look like he was an all-pro. So Saquon, oh my goodness, he may have had 250 yards.
But yeah, I walked in today like, you know what? They actually did us a favor. Because I'll tell you this, I could never survive what the Bills fans have gone through here. Forget about the 90s. I'm talking lately. Like, let me lose in the wild card divisional round every year before I lose in the AFC title game or lose to the same team every year.
It was funny because I was talking to Doug during crosstalk, and it's look, I realized not Bills radio, but I don't know what's worse, the 4 straight Super Bowls or losing to the same guy 4 straight years.
Can it be some form of satanic push?
It's what it seems like. Because in all the games, you're close. I mean, you go back to the 13-second game, and the NFL has to now change the rules because of that game.
Well, like they changed the spot yesterday?
Yeah.
We can get to that later. I just would like to know as we start a Monday, assuming you watched, what were you feeling? I mean, many of you already thought the Lions were in these games this weekend. That somehow, I mean, I talked to Cookies, and he's still playing this game of, God, I wish we had just given the ball to Gibbs more. I go, why? To get murdered by the Eagles? It played out actually in the least painful way possible. No, I don't believe being in that game and losing in that game was somehow better. I don't. But I'm the same guy who'll tell you I'd rather be a Giants fan, win 3 games, and be numb than be a Bills fan. And deal with Patrick Mahomes dropping his chandelier on my head every playoffs. Rico, I would never be able to handle it. I couldn't do it. No.
Because I'm like, man, I think for the Bills it's more frustrating because it literally is that commercial with the dude with the dollar on the fishing string.
Yeah, I can't do that.
And you're like, I'm so close.
I can't do it.
Like, you're not getting blown out.
And listen, it doesn't bring me pleasure that the Eagles won in the way they did. No. Understanding that if they play that way, you weren't beating them. Look, I still had to watch the guy my team gave away go to a Super Bowl in his first year somewhere else. I'm not mad at Saquon for being there. I'm mad at the Giants for mishandling the whole situation. Yeah. But to me, yeah, easier to be on the sidelines and avoid the pain. You weren't beating that team. And I don't care whatever kind of copium and hopium you want to sell. I was telling Jim that. And then I finally got him to say, all right, yeah, we probably weren't beating them. I go, then why do I need to care if you got there? There's no consolation prize.
No, but the only way that you beat the Eagles is you would have needed a ton of turnovers. You would have needed just like some things straight from God in order to win that game if you would have played them. But I think if you're a Lions fan, if you're deep down, if you're, now that the swelling is down, you can realize may have been a good thing. 248-539-9797 because the Eagles were a machine.
And you weren't prepared to stop it because of the injuries. That's it. Look, if the Lions were fully healthy, that's a different conversation. I do believe you'd beat the Eagles. You weren't fully healthy. Team had plenty of injuries that aren't even in the public record. The defense had been gutted.
Yeah.
You couldn't stop the worst offensive line left in the playoffs. What the hell were you going to do with the Eagles?
Right, because in the event that your patchwork secondary actually stood up and guarded Devonta and A.J. Brown.
Doesn't matter. Jalen go right out the back door.
Right.
How are you going to stop their ground game? You couldn't stop the Commanders. So, I'm with you on this, but look, if people would say, look, I still wanted to get to the game, you can do whatever you want with it. I'll just tell you.
Or if you have a way that you think that the Lions could have beat the Eagles, I would love to hear that. I really would.
I'll tell you what, Rico wants to hear that. I'll leave. Look, I'd rather the Yankees not make the playoffs than lose in the World Series. Straight up. Don't need it. Don't need that kind of frustration in my life. So that's the whole principle.
But see, here's the thing, though. It's hard to say that with this Lions team because it was 4 months of we're winning the Super Bowl. It was 4 months of Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. That's why I said, on Friday when I told TJ, I think that it was harder to lose the game a couple of weeks ago than losing last year because last year it was for about an hour or hour and a half. You thought we got a chance at doing this.
Right, but what's easy is knowing you weren't beating that team. That helps you navigate the pain you've been in the last week. No Lion fan that has a clue about football and is not fully immersed in their own delusion thinks that they could have beaten the Eagles. As they're currently constituted and as the Eagles are currently playing. You're not beating them. Saquon's a joke at this point. That offensive line, that running game, a week after you couldn't stop the Commanders? Come on, man. Not you, I'm saying them.
Right.
So for me, watching the games against my will, I actually felt better about it. I felt better that we didn't even have to get butchered by the Eagles and losing the NFC title game. And then, honestly, I felt better because I'm not a Bills fan. I just could never. Imagine the Lions losing in the playoffs 5 straight years to Jaden Daniels. You can't clear the hurdle. You would be driven to Howard Hughes madness. Maybe not bottling your own urine, but you'd be insane. If you don't get the reference, you can Google. The point I'm making is I came away #blessed, #thankful. I watched yesterday and went, you know what?
You wanted no parts of that.
That was the cleanest death possible because if they had gotten back to the NFC title game and lost, that kills you because it's the same game they lost in last year. Yeah. And again, you and I have a different perspective is that I think the closer you get to the Super Bowl, the more the loss hurts.
Oh, it does.
But it just...
Oh, no. All the way up to losing the Super Bowl. Hurts even worse. And if you want the double kick in the balls, lose in overtime. But, yes, eventually, though, they had to experience that pain the last year. Even if you lose the Super Bowl, you have to experience that pain before you could say, well, I don't want to ever experience that again.
Okay.
You've seen championships, so you know what it's like to be on the top, and it's a journey. And if you fall off, the slope gets slit. It's a long slide down. If you screw up, when you get the closer you get to the top, they didn't get a chance to do that. And I thought that this team, they went out, they bought all the equipment, they had everything ready to hit the mountaintop, and they just tripped and fell right out the gate.
One way to put it. And like I said, I'm not mad at you. I happen to agree with you. If you ran the ball more, you beat the Commanders, maybe. You probably don't turn it over as many times and therefore probably win. Guess what? It ain't got nothing to do with beating the Eagles. Because you know what you weren't going to do against the Eagles? Work your way up and down the field. And you sure as hell weren't stopping them. So I actually walked away feeling good. Maybe you feel worse about it. Maybe you live in a world where you feel like you would have dominated the Eagles, and you do whatever you want. But I'll tell you this. Lion fans don't get a right to be salty because at least we're not Bills fans. Bills fans right now, that is sports hell. That is hell. They have lost to the same annoying, arrogant, pain in the ass Patrick Mahomes and this Taylor Swift run league. 4-0 in the regular season. I think Allen's now 0-4 or 0-5 in the postseason. It's the same guy.
Yeah. And in a weird twist of irony, you made it to the game because Mark Andrews dropped an easy pass.
And you know what? If I were the Bills, I would have rather not made it at all.
And then
I would have rather Andrews caught the ball and then beat me in overtime.
You lose the game because your guy drops a pass on 4th down. Hits him in his arm.
Twisted irony, isn't it?
It is.
I'd rather not make it. Yeah. I'm telling you. Like, listen, I know my team blows. It's easy at this point. Right. We're terrible. Why would I want to endure that pain? You're a Bills fan. What value do you take in having a good regular season? Nothing. What value you take in Josh Allen being super popular or winning an MVP? Nothing. What value you take in being the 1 seed? Nothing. What value do you take in anything about your team, including your stupid Let's Go Buffalo song? Stugotz. Nothing. All they have given you is pain. They have drained your blood slowly over the last 5 years to where now you are a shriveled corpse.
So being a member of Bills Mafia ranks right up there with the Lions takeover people.
Pretty much. Hope you enjoyed it. You blew all your money. You're probably in debt, and you got nothing out of it. 248-539-9797. I'd rather be a 3-win team. It is cheaper financially and emotionally. And so says the Lord.
That's funny. I'm sorry.
What? It's not meant to be funny. It's just the truth.
No, that's why. It's a 3-win team. You're not taking over a lot of stadiums.
Take over? I don't even take over my own living room.
Nobody's chanting Daniel Jones.
No, they're flying a plane that says F the owner.
Yeah.
It's actually easier this way. That's the mindset I take, is that by the Lions losing to the Commanders, it made the pain less, because losing to the Eagles would have hurt way more. And I don't think you were beating them. Yeah. But create whatever fantasy you like. I don't care. 248-539-9797.
And according to you, nobody's beating the Chiefs.
Well, it depends. What mood is Taylor in? I mean, with the way that game went yesterday, the guy who had no view of the play, walks from the Chiefs sideline and overrules the guy with the view who had given the Bills the first down. Coincidence? I think not. Taylor had the earpiece in, the MTV disaster date. Change the spot. I'm telling you.
Taylor Swift on the mic. Oh, hell no.
And then Sterator comes on. He goes, yeah, guys, they got the first down, probably by about a half of football. Cutscene. No, they didn't. What's the rules expert for if the rules expert is never right? We'll be here all day.
I like that.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls on a Monday. FanDuel, you can kick. The kick of destiny. This thing is back again. The Eli Manning.
Oh, you got to be Team Eli, right?
I honestly hope he blows his knee out kicking the ball. Super Bowl, 2 legends take the field in a field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli. Gee, if it's anything like football, you know Peyton will win it. Live from New Orleans, 1 kick, ultimate family bragging rights. What does it mean to you? Bonuses for you. All right, they're sharing $10 million in bonus bets. You do whatever you like. Pick who's going to win it. Go on your FanDuel account. It needs to be done by, 3 p.m. Eastern? Is that when the game starts? Download the app, head to FanDuel.com/ticket, and bet with FanDuel, the official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 and up, present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. Void where prohibited. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so we're trying to see how everybody handled the weekend, what you got out of it. You can tell us where you're at. For me, it was cathartic. I mean, it could always be worse. We could be Bills fans, guys. That team has gone to the Super Bowl 4 times, lost them all. And now, every year, it's like taxes or Christmas or your birthday, you're going to be beaten by the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs. Doesn't matter how. In every painful way possible, including Taylor Swift hitting that button yesterday to get that call reversed.
He's going to really roll with that, huh?
And the other one I'm going to roll with is the Eagles dropping a bomb on the Commanders. Ooh. Helps me navigate the emotions of the Lions being out. Because you know what? It's better than having the Eagles beat us up and down the field. You weren't beating that team. Not as you're currently constituted. And I think we all know it deep down. You want to lie to yourself. Do whatever you like. I don't care. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who say if you would have run the ball more against Commanders, you would have won against the Eagles. Am I right? Well, he's one of them. 248-539-9797. Want to go to the people?
Let's go to the people.
Greg is going to bat lead off on a Monday. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, Mike?
Good. What's up?
Well, I called you Friday, but I never got a chance to talk to you because I just was on hold the whole time. But this is what your point that you made on Friday was you're not watching any of the games on over the weekend. And I thought to myself, Mike, come on, that's kind of ridiculous.
That's not what I said. Greg, it's not what I said. No. That's not what I said. I said if I didn't do this for a living, I wouldn't. But I have to. So I did.
I know what you meant. And I'm not beating on you. I'm not hurting on you. I'm just saying you made some such valid points about why you wouldn't that you changed my mind. I'm like, damn, this guy's right on.
Oh, no.
So I didn't watch any. I just turned back to check the scores.
Okay.
And I'm so glad that the new Lord and Savior Jaden Daniels got his butt beat as much as he did. And,
oh, man.
And I think you're right about the Eagles, man. I was so nervous about playing the Eagles in the playoffs this year. I was like, oh, I don't want to face the Eagles. We are not going to look good against the Eagles. And that just kind of proved my point, the way they just manhandled them and just they controlled the game.
No, they did. And the Bills thing is just it's not where you're at. But I'll tell you, I can't imagine, Greg, I cannot imagine losing to the same team over a 4 or 5 year span every single year.
Oh, you're not kidding. Oh. That'd be like us losing to Minnesota every game. And that would kill me. But the thing about it is, 3 weeks ago, I'm 60 years old, and I've been working for my entire lifetime, and this is the first year I've ever taken the Monday off after the Super Bowl. And because I'm thinking the Lions could have a good shot of going.
Yep.
And now I'm thinking I'm not even bothered to watch the Super Bowl.
Oh,
Greg! I hate those two teams.
No, I'm not mad at Greg for that.
He'll watch it.
Maybe
casually. I'll check up on it, but I'm not going to be into it.
You won't be invested.
Really been invested in it because my team's never been there.
No, and it's like when you know you had a shot, and like Greg, you took the Monday off.
And that's when I took. That's when I took the day off. I thought I'd beat everybody to the punch, and now I'm like, you know what? I might just go into work.
Oh, don't do that.
So anyway,
well, you got to get the PTO back. They're going to give the day back?
I get yes. Every time I get paid, I get my hours back.
Okay. Well, listen. You know what? Stow it away for if you're not going to do anything that weekend. Yeah, Greg, go
for a warmer day. Yeah. Take a longer weekend.
And Greg, trust me.
Anyway, guys.
No, I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure we didn't start out on a wrong tone. It was like, no, I have to watch.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I didn't think that he was going to say, "Oh, you watched it." No,
you're damn right. I did. I have to. If I didn't do this for a living and I was a Lions fan, there is zero shot I would have watched those games this week. None. My team's out. I don't want no one happy. Oh my God, it's so great. Taylor's kissing Travis. I don't care. If a cartoon safe could have fallen out of the sky, great. I didn't want anyone happy this weekend.
America's couple, man.
Is it? Is it?
Nah,
you can't find one person who's pumped up that whole deal's still going on.
Nah, you probably can't. Somebody in this building.
Who? Doug?
No.
Oh, well, you're referring to somebody I don't know. So that's fine. We'll go to Julian, 97.1. Jules, what's going on, buddy? Or Jules hung up. Tremendous. We'll go to Max, 97.1. Max, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon. A couple of things. First, I enjoyed that Eagles game. watching that guy jump over the line a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Very hilarious to me.
I have never heard that announcement made in all my years of watching football. I have never heard the ref say, if it happens again, we're going to award a score. I was shocked.
Max, what I really needed him to say, if this happens again, we're turning this car around.
I was just about to say, I was hoping I'd hear the announcer tell like Washington to like, look, knock it off before we just give them the touchdown. Second, I'm a Chiefs fan. I do agree with you, Mike. There were some questionable calls, like the 4th and 1. I was watching it and I saw Allen go over the line for a first down. I was like, okay. But to me, my observation, Mahomes is like the new Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Tom Brady went to the Super Bowl every year, and now we got sick of seeing Tom Brady. We hate Tom Brady. Mahomes is the new Tom Brady just for this era, and it won't happen all the time. Now, I am rooting for my team to win the Super Bowl because I'm a Chiefs fan. But
of course. Listen,
Mahomes is just
I think you're right.
the new Tom Brady.
No, I think you're right, and I'm not demeaning the Chiefs in any way, shape, or form because we went through this with the Patriots. Max, anytime there's a seminal moment in a game and there's going to be a call or something subjective, it was always going to go the Patriots' way. It's the same deal here. And whether it was a Xavier Worthy catch that I still don't think was a catch, or whether it was a spot overturned by a guy who had no view on the play and overruled the guy with the view. It just, Max, it is what it is, and maybe it's a part of greatness. Maybe you earn that by the fact that the Chiefs are truly a modern dynasty. Yeah, I mean, it just, it's okay to acknowledge it. It doesn't mean I'm not demeaning it as, no, Mahomes is Jordan. He is Kobe. He is Brady. He's just that guy.
You did make me laugh when the show started when you said the Giants owners just flying the plane saying F you.
But that's, I mean, Max, for me, you got to understand it, Max. It is far easier from my position because I look at it and go, oh my God, if I were a Bills fan, you'd be driven to madness.
Yeah.
You'd be walking around like the Joker.
See, I wonder, Mike, if that is fair of us to say that because you've experienced a Super Bowl. But I do understand that because, around week 11 or so, I was like, you know what? I'm done. Season's over. And
you check out. It's just emotionally easier.
Team draft pick. And I just sat back and said, wow, okay, this is pretty interesting.
It's what I walk away with is still, yesterday allowed me to know in my heart you weren't beating the Eagles.
No.
Therefore, we can just be done.
No, the little brotherly shove would have they could have did that for 99 yards.
I was going to bring that up later in the show. What a disgraceful afternoon of football where I feel like I watched a dozen of that play between the two games. That's an embarrassment.
It's almost like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree because Big G texted me something very similar to that.
My dad was very upset at several points.
Livid.
I know. And I'm like, Dad, what would you like me to do? Call the rules committee from my couch? 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls. We'll get to some football today. We've got a lot to do today. 97.1.
Hey, listen up. We may be in the middle of winter, but trust me, it's going to get warmer. As a matter of fact, this week the weather's supposed to start to break. What does this mean? It means that pretty soon you can hang out on your brand new Trex decking if you get started today and let my guys at Coy Construction do the job for you. Not only will they do the job, they will design and build a perfect deck just for you. Not cookie cutter. They'll come out there, they'll look at it, they'll listen to you, and they'll design it the way they did mine. And it was up within a few days, and I couldn't love it more than ever. Why? Because come spring, I'm going to be on my deck. And while my neighbors are out power washing their wooden decks, I don't have to do any of that, and you can too. It is very simple. Call Coy Construction today. Let them design and build your deck for you because they're still building decks in the winter months. Limited spots available, so you got to get on their schedule. But call Coy Construction today and let Coy's expert team bring your vision to life. Don't wait. Call Coy Construction today and get your winter deck project underway. You'll be glad you did.
All right, let's check in on the ticket text. We'll get with the people. Odyssey.com, Odyssey Rewind. You missed anything, and it's simple today. What is your emotional state coming out of the weekend? For me, cathartic. I'm healed based on you weren't beating the Eagles. You can delude yourself all you want. You weren't beating them. And at least we're not Bills fans. I don't ever wish on Lions fans what Bills fans are dealing with right now. Be awesome every year. Be Super Bowl caliber every year. It doesn't matter. You're going to be Patrick Mahomes wet wipe every year. I think, what is that, 4 years in a row? 5 years in a row?
4 out of 5, I think.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah, because the Ravens were last year's.
Imagine losing on that spot here in Detroit. Exactly. So I walked away, all things considered, good weekend.
I think Paul put it best. Imagine if every year it was Jordan Love just knocking you out of the playoffs each and every year. What if we played him in Green Bay? What if we played him in Detroit? Doesn't matter.
Honestly, that would have been what happened if they faced Rodgers a lot in the playoffs. They just never made the playoffs when he was making the playoffs all the time.
It's fair. What do the ticket techs have to say?
This is from Justin. Hot take: the Bills need to fire McDermott. Can't lose to the same team that many times in the playoffs and expect to just keep running it back.
Okay, I agree with this person, but I know I'm viewed as insane for it. I wanted to fire McDermott 2 years ago. I wanted to fire him for ever having Leslie Frazier in his employ. I don't like Sean McDermott because anytime I've needed the Bills to get a big stop, they don't. What's Sean McDermott? Defensive head coach. His fingerprints are all over that defense.
Oh, my God. And the fact that when the announcers are calling, well, it's 4th down. So, they're just going to roll the ball out and he's going to run towards the sideline. And that's the only play that Kansas City kept doing, and it worked. And it didn't work for like a yard or two. I mean, he scored a touchdown off of one. Like, guys, step up. You know what the play is. Load up that side of the field and stop it.
Well, I could understood the first one because the first one, when they rushed up to the line, it kind of looked like they were going to do the tush push, and he just like rolled out of it. But once he did it 2 or 3 other times in the game, you saw it.
As soon as he did it, I'm like, they don't do that. He's going to roll out. He's going to break your heart. I've seen it personally. And teams just fall for it all the time.
This is from an unnamed texter. Gentlemen, I've been saying this since last Sunday morning. It did not matter how the Eagles played us. We were never going to beat them as we currently were.
I don't believe so either. And there was no point in having that discussion when you had to beat the Commanders. But no, I mean, if you had played the Eagles, I was picking the Eagles. You weren't in any shape to beat high-caliber teams. Yes, you could beat a ginger pumpkin. Maybe you could beat a rookie quarterback. You weren't going to beat a high-caliber, Super Bowl caliber team. You didn't have enough bodies.
Yeah, and the fact that you struggle with the rookie quarterback, and granted, he's going to be the rookie of the year, but when you really look at it, how many weapons does he have on offense? Not a ton. And he had his way with you. Philly is loaded. It could have got ugly.
Well, it's basically you have to stop Scary Terry, and they couldn't do that even.
No. And like I said, Philly's got a bunch of receivers. And by the way, then they got a running back coming out the backfield. And then they got a tight end. Oh, and if you stop all of them, Jalen Hurts.
But I do think, and look, the Lions aren't there yet. They're 2 years away from it. But look at the Buffalo Bills and understand, if you don't get it done, you're arriving in that very same space where nothing will matter. The winds won't feel as good. The food doesn't taste as good. The air's not as clean because every year, everything you do is for nothing. Mm-hmm. So you've ruined. I truly believe the Lions have really ruined a couple of great ops. Now, last year, up 17 in an NFC title game, you're never going to get that opportunity again. If you're in an NFC title game, the odds of being up by 17 are like 0.01%. So this year, the injuries took it from you. You should have beat the Commanders. You didn't. You wouldn't have beat the Eagles. Watch what happens next year if you tank out. This whole thing changes you as a fan.
Well, and Mike, we pointed out that historically speaking, you lose both coordinators. You're not as good that very next year. So I don't even know if you'll have that same type of opportunity where we may be sitting here saying, hey, if we can get to 10 wins here in Detroit, that's a good season.
Plus, all the extensions are going to start kicking in on Goff, on Sewell, on Amon-Ra. So they're not going to be able to keep stacking the talent around Goff unless Holmes can keep drafting well.
Paul, to me, next year is that final year where you get the free roll. After that, it's going to be now you got to play the business of the NFL.
Here's an interesting take of text that came in. I'd like to get your guys' takes on this. I'm tired of hearing about all the elite and great quarterbacks in the AFC when all of them, minus Mahomes and maybe Burrow, have done nothing.
Yeah, the problem is it's because they have to face Mahomes. I mean, no disrespect, but all these guys are getting aced out by Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the equivalent of what? Making fun of the Pistons because they couldn't get to Jordan? Like, I don't know. Is it making fun of the Rockets because they couldn't clear the Lakers in the 80s with the Twin Towers of, Akeem and Ralph Sampson?
Right.
Like, these guys have to go through.
Or making fun of teams because they couldn't get past Bird and McHale and Parrish.
It's just, I don't know, man. I have a hard time knocking those guys.
It's like ripping guys for not being able to take out Tiger Woods in his prime.
Here's the thing. Right now, yes, the AFC does have the better quarterbacks. Now, I do think that in time, the NFC will balance that out. You got a lot of young talent that's there, but, man, you can't sit here and make fun of them and say that they don't because, let's face it.
Like, making fun of Lamar, it's because he doesn't even get to the point where he faces Mahomes. Now, last year he did, and he looked terrible. Burrow broke through. Allen beats Mahomes in the regular season. You can't get him in the postseason. But and by the way, you end up with playoff matchups between elite quarterbacks in the AFC where it is Lamar versus Allen.
Right.
I don't know. That's not where I would go with it.
Because, this year, who was the elite quarterback in the NFC?
Jared Goff and Jalen Hurts, and you want Matthew Stafford?
Right, but I'm saying, but if given the pick, like, okay, well, you could have one of these guys, okay, well, I probably would take Jalen Hurts. Stafford probably past his prime, and Goff, don't really know if he is the difference maker or if he's just the conductor of the team.
He's a really good player. I don't know. He's probably not an MVP candidate. He was in the MVP this year, but is he truly an MVP guy? No. I can say that. No. I don't think that that's slanderous. Let's go to Jim on a cell, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Long time. How's it going?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
Well, I tend to agree with you pretty much on every end of the subject. And, you take a look at it, I'd much rather be a Lions fan in this case because at least we have a crutch we can blame if we need to. We won 15 games missing our friggin' defense. Who else can say that? And we came up short. It reared its ugly head in the playoff game, finally. And plus, Goff had a bad game. We just stunk that day. And we shouldn't have, but we weren't going to beat the Eagles, like you say, without our starting defense. If we're whole, we go through the entire season with our starters on defense and everybody's basically healthy come playoff time, I give us the edge because we're at home. All right? We get to the Super Bowl because we're at home. But the way we were, no, you're right. We weren't going to beat them. And as far as next year, if we can stay healthy and we can rekindle some of that magic, it's going to be hard to do losing Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. We don't know. The team's going to have to get a whole new feel for the new guys, and that's going to take half the season. And in the midst of that, they're not going to go 8-0, okay? So we don't know what's going to happen next year. So like you say, 2 years away, I agree. If we might get lucky next year. Who knows? But
yeah,
I agree
it's
with
just you. Jim, listen, it's nothing I want to happen, but yeah, watching the Bills, I think about it and I go, man, you're not far off from that. It's just not the same team doing it to you. But your playoff failures begin to stack up. Ask the guy to my left. That's no fun. All this euphoria and all the innocence and all the disco and all, let me tell you, that's all dead. That's burnt up in a bonfire. So now next year becomes another layer that's peeled back from the fan onion, which is, I don't think no matter what they do next year, you're going to have the vibes of, oh, what a magical season. It is, did we win the Super Bowl?
Yep. But that's a sign of a good team, a sign of a good program where you got enamored with the 15 wins and the double-digit disco and all of the stuff that came with this year and the grit and, we took over every stadium and nobody could stop us and we're loud and Eminem and all of that stuff. That's fine. It got you nothing but some good feelings for 4 months. But from here on out, you don't really care what happens between that time period. Did we make the playoffs? Check. Did we win playoff games? Check. Are we in the Super Bowl? That's what you care about.
And it's not like a place like Buffalo where they only have this team. Sabres don't count. They're terrible. This is all they have. We're a 4-sport town with 2 major colleges. Like, you're just gonna get to a very different space. But for this weekend, no, it's why I walked away feeling okay. That Eagles team, nah, you didn't want a piece of that. And the Bills' fate, man, I'd rather not make the playoffs than deal with that for 4 straight years. 248-539-9797. That's just me speaking for me.
Nah, because I'm sitting like, not like
that. Dude, that's all you can say with the Bills. Not like this.
Because I'm thinking, okay, this is it. And then all of a sudden, Spags just dialed up the defense, and I'm like, okay, guys, he's going to keep blitzing.
I still couldn't believe he brought a corner blitz right there. On that seminal moment, the 4th down play, a corner blitz in that spot is almost unthinkable.
Titanium balls.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He needs to borrow Campbell's wheelbarrow. All right. Well, Hungry Howie's, you got 2 weeks till the Super Bowl. If you're going to watch the Super Bowl, it's up to you. Mix and match deal, $6.99, and your game day setup will be, all set. The whole menu's available, from the Howie bread to the flatbread, salads, subs, you name it, it's available. Mix and match, $6.99 each. So get your Super Bowl plans in order. 8 different flavored crusts. And remember, Hungry Howie's Mix and Match, it is a limited time only, so take advantage before it's gone. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, we do it every week on Monday. Rico asks us provocative questions about the sports world, and we call it, Can We Say That?
All right.
Or there won't be production this week. F it.
Nah,
Rico,
you
go
threw a
ahead.
curveball on us. We were going with the other one first. All right, Michael. Evan Jenkins
joining us.
Hello.
Nobody else in the office. Why not?
You know what? Let's just go with the elephant in the room, guys. Can we say that Kansas City is kind of like Thanos? It is inevitable.
Feels that way, at least as it pertains to the Buffalo Bills life cycle. I want to work my way into the Eagles winning that game, but when push comes to shove, it's like this past weekend. Why did I pick the Chiefs? Reasons. That's just, if there's a big moment, they make the play. If they need a call, they get it. Bundle Lawrewski. Yes, you can say it.
I think you can say it too, because, I mean, there was never any point in that game where I expected them to lose. Even if the Bills would have gone and scored with 20 seconds left, I would have expected Mahomes to go lead them back down again.
Or gotten a bonus personal foul worth 48 yards in one shot.
Okay, you know what? How about a bonus? Can we say that? Can we say that I wasn't the only one that every time Mahomes got hit, you expected to see the little flag thing on the TV?
Yes. The flag graphic is what you actually watch when you watch a Chiefs game.
Yes.
You just wait for that to bail them out.
Because there were a couple hits that I was just like, oh, that's going to be roughing. Oh, it wasn't.
Even the last play of the game with Josh Allen, that pass, they're like, there's a flag on the field. And they're like, I guess there was not a flag on the field. I'm like, what were you guys seeing that you're saying that there's a flag?
Can we say that Andy Reid is the best coach in the NFL?
It's tough because if you say yes, it's almost like you're dismissing that he has Patrick Mahomes. It's back in the day. Was Phil Jackson really the magic man, or was it because they had Jordan and Pippen?
Same with Scotty Bowman.
So it's difficult. I want to give more credit to the players.
But there is an art to keeping all of those egos in check.
I'm going to say he is, only because we watched him fail with Philly. If he
Well, hold on. He made 5 NFC title games and a Super Bowl.
We watched him fail and learn his lesson.
So
and he became the best coach in the NFL.
So he got Mahomes and not chunky soup guy.
Didn't he also go to an AFC title game with Alex Smith?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, he did. So, yeah.
All right. Yes. I'm going to say yes to all of it. Bundle Rooski.
Can we, I don't know how to quite phrase this, but guys, did you know that the referees could reward a touchdown if there was shenanigans on the field? Because basically,
never seen it before.
I hadn't either. And I've watched sports and I was, wait. Did he just say basically the equivalent of, you keep this up and we're turning the car around?
I only learned it when the announcers brought it up before the ref did it, but it does make sense. I mean, how many times are you going to let them jump off sides before you're like, all right, you know what? It's a touchdown. The ball
in theory,
was sitting on the line.
Half the distance goes pretty much to infinity. You'll never cross the goal line. I didn't realize that they could just, because I'm thinking to myself, if I'm them, I'm just going to keep timing the jump as well.
I don't think it's a sportsman thing either, because you're right. You're trying to stop them and you're doing it off a cadence, right? And
yeah.
What is the big deal? Remember when Vrabel did that thing with the clock against Belichick and they found a loophole? That's what this was, I thought. And until the refs were like, no more.
Listen, the whole tush-push, brotherly shove thing, or the Buffalo Boogie or whatever they call it, it's got to be taken out of the sport. Because 8, 10, 12 times yesterday, you know what we were stuck watching? Rugby. There is no way to stop it.
Well, it also hurts that they jump offside. They're offsides every time. It's a false start every time they do it. The 2 guards are always ahead of the center on the snap. That's a false start.
True. That's true. It is a false start. It looks that way. You guys just leaned right into this next one. Can we say that the Bills relied too much on the tush push?
Yes, and the fact that Josh Allen went left when it was on tape, and
they forgot that they had a running back that was actually pretty good.
Well, that's the other one. How do you go 9 minutes of game action without handing James Cook the football? It's just, it's all of it. Thank God I'm not a Bills fan.
Well, it's a copycat league. Let's just hope somebody eventually figures out how to stop the Eagles.
How, Evan? A landmine?
Well,
how?
I don't know. Mental errors?
There's no way. It's why the play shouldn't be allowed.
But other teams can't execute it the way that the Eagles do.
No, it's that they don't try.
They try.
They try.
Who lines up like Philly and Buffalo does? Nobody. You don't see the Lions trying it.
They don't have to.
No,
had Ben Johnson.
Marcus Mariota tried it.
Yeah.
No, he tried a pitchy woo-woo.
I know.
I'm just telling you, it's not football. Get rid of it. Here's what you do. You just say straight up, line up however you want. You cannot push your quarterback. He's got to do it on his own.
That was the rule. And then they changed it.
You just go back.
Damn you, Reggie Bush.
Okay.
Good pull by you, Notre Dame game.
Yep.
Bush push.
Can we say that the Chiefs won the Xavier Worthy trade with the Bills?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not? Sure. How about the Bills were the team that made the trade with them to get Mahomes?
That's what I said. Oh, wow. Good pull on you. Wow.
Buffalo Bills, you sealed your own fate.
I mean, you knew that Worthy was going to work for them. You just thought it was going to work a little bit sooner than it did. He came out hot in their first game, and then he was nowhere to be found for like 6 weeks.
It takes time for rookies, but just watch what's going to happen when Rashee Rice is healthy next year. Oh, God, good luck. Why not just give him the Super Bowl until Mahomes gets bored, and then we can all move on?
It.
Well, all right. Let's talk about the rest of the NFL.
Oh, okay, good.
Can we say that Aaron Rodgers is going back to the New York Jets?
No. I will be in stunned disbelief if Aaron Glenn is going to put up with that nonsense. And he can say whatever he wants at a press conference. He was very verbose, Rico. Aaron Rodgers, as a first-time head coach, you will get steamrolled by this guy.
I think Aaron Glenn's going to look into his eyes and get seduced like all these other coaches do. Because it's going to be their best option. And Aaron Glenn's going to try to win right away because the Jets are built for this bleep, like he said at his press conference. And I think that's a guy that's going to try to win right here, right now. And Aaron Rodgers will give him that best opportunity.
Oh, no.
He's back, baby.
Can we say that the Dallas Cowboys blew the hire again?
Yeah, it's
Brian Schottenheimer.
I'm just convinced now Jerry Jones has to have a puppeted coach. He can't have a coach that stands on his own 2 feet. Like Dan Campbell could never coach Cowboys because Jerry couldn't outshine him. I mean, the idea that they went and hired Pete Schottenheimer, whatever his bum's name is, it's unthinkable. It's unthinkable. You got rid of Mike McCarthy for this?
Well, I think it's better than Dion or Jason Witten being their head coach.
Okay, but see, for me, guys, at this point, if I'm the Cowboys, I'd rather wait until the Super Bowl is over and then interview the coaches off of that staff and bring somebody in.
Do you actually feel bad for Kingsbury that didn't interview for any job and now?
No, I'll tell you why. He's still getting paid by the Cardinals.
Okay.
He doesn't need to interview.
Oh, yeah, remember
He's
that
getting
house?
paid like a head coach, and he gets to rehab his image. And I'm with Rico on this. Next year, if he guides Jaden Daniels to an MVP candidate, he essentially is Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Because then he will be given things that no one would offer him this year. I think he's the smartest guy in the room. Take one more year, get more of that sweet money from Paradise Valley, and we'll see you next cycle.
Yeah, and at that point, now you go into the draft, you get some more pieces to play with.
I'll never forget that house he sat in on draft night.
Oh, the
Wayne
Bruce
Manor.
Wayne Manor, yeah.
Just empty, one couch,
He's
windows
sitting
everywhere.
alone in the house. He's got loafers on. I'm going, what planet are we residing on?
Yeah, got the water in the background. Yeah. All right, guys, can we say that Chip Kelly will end up back in the NFL?
As what, a ball boy?
Offensive coordinator.
No way. I'd be stunned. For me, no. It was a disaster. You can't relate to NFL guys.
It worked for that 1 year when they were running a play like every 15 seconds. I don't know if you
Yeah, they
guys
went 10-6 and went nowhere.
Yeah. I think he has such a cush job at Ohio State right now. You're going to take no blame. It's always going to go on Ryan Day if something goes wrong.
They got plenty of budget. Not a Knowles left. They probably slap him with another $500,000 just for smiling and having rosy cheeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an easy gig to sit there and collect a check and win championships.
And think about it. Rico, they can buy the best play. They can buy whatever they want.
Right. But I'm just saying maybe he wants to go back to the NFL.
I think his ego's in check after UCLA and the Eagles and all that stuff. Yeah, he's good with what he's doing.
He just looks like a guy that wants a burger.
So do I.
He's just chilling.
Does sound good.
Can we say
John Mara will never sleep again? Yes.
Well, no. Can we say that
if he gets one of those sleep number beds?
What, Mike? I'm going to ask. What was going on with the Empire State Building being lit up green after the Eagles won?
Okay, there's a word that rhymes with duck, and it doesn't start with an F.
Ooh.
That would describe what I think about how New York City behaved in lighting that building up for the Eagles.
Why would they do that? Is the building owned by somebody from Philly?
2 words from you. Jerry Falwell.
I know what word you're going for.
That's Jerry Falwell behavior.
So
Empire
the Empire
State Building lit green and white for the Eagles when they are the Death Star of the NFC East.
I thought I was like, this is photoshopped, right? Like, no, it's legit.
Jerry Falwell, pool boy in bed with his wife, corner pocket. That's what New York and the Empire State Building acted like.
Yeah, it's like Beaumont Tower sitting there.
Ones.
Yeah, Beaumont Tower is blue and yellow when Michigan wins. Like,
oh my goodness!
All right.
Can MSU afford lights?
Yes. Lastly, Pete Carroll will bring the. Can we say that Pete Carroll will bring the Raiders back?
No, absolutely not. That might be the least inspiring hire, not named Schottenheimer, of the cycle. He will take the job as the league's oldest head coach. No pathway to a quarterback. They don't have enough gum in the Vegas desert for that. No, that was. I couldn't believe that was real.
I'm intrigued only to see that division and what happens within that division with all these big name head coaches that they have now with Peyton, Harbaugh, him.
It feels like he's like a babysitter for who's actually going to be the head coach. I couldn't believe it. No, my answer is no.
Yeah, does he have a kid?
He's 75.
Yeah, he does.
That's in coaching?
Yeah, he does.
Well, that's your next coach.
He was I think he was the Huskies offensive coordinator,
okay.
I believe. That is, can we say that? 97-1.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Also, check out our YouTube, the Plenty Rico Show. Simple. Just subscribe. It's free. Why? Evan tells me that helps us. I think that's a pretty nuanced description.
Yeah.
I don't do algorithms. So listen, we started the show in a very open-ended manner. I have no problem continuing it. Lots of people want to talk. But if you watch the games this weekend, want to know what your emotional state is, what was your takeaway? And not in a sense of, I really like the approach by this. No. Your takeaway in your year's over. The year was a failure. Injuries robbed you. So did your performance against the Commanders. The Eagles blowing the doors off the Commanders made me feel better because it let me understand just how far away you really were. You weren't beating the Eagles. It's, in essence, they saved you the pain. It's like the difference between dying in your sleep or getting hit by a car. I don't know. Choice A sounds better. And the other one was watching the Bills. Well, go full Bills. Losing in the most heartbreaking manner to the same team. And there was a controversial call where I'm sorry, Taylor had the earpiece in. That ref who ran in from the Chiefs bench with a totally obstructed view to change the spot, even as Gene Steratore said they got the first down. Look.
Actually, 2 controversial calls.
Oh, yeah, the Xavier Worthy thing. Yeah. Yes. The
Because
bottom
that
line,
one is the one I think that I would be livid if I was a Bills fan.
my 2 takeaways are, you know what? As bad as this was, it could have been a lot worse. A, you could be a Bills fan. You could be one of the best teams in the league for 5 straight years and have nothing to show for it. You've only done it twice. And the other part was the Eagles playing the way they played. Hurts was totally healthy. He looked mobile. The passing game was back. A.J. Brown put the book down, caught some passes. The running game's fierce. The defense is fierce. It's like, yeah. You know what? I'm happy to not have to look at Nick Sirianni bleep talking the fans here in Detroit. So I walked away from this weekend. Actually, it was cathartic. I felt good. But I want to know what you guys think. Look, I got into an argument with Cookies on the podcast about it. He was all bent out of shape. But I still wanted to be there. And I'm like, to do what? Great. You made the game against the Eagles, and then you had to watch Nona get shot in the head.
Because if you're
what
there,
is the point?
Because if you're there, you give yourself a mathematical chance of pulling off an upset. You give yourself a chance at making the Super Bowl. If you don't play in the game, there's no way you can win.
And my point is, by not playing, you avoided real pain. If you thought the Commanders game was bad, what would losing the first and only and probably last NFC Championship game in Detroit? What would that feel like? Oh, and getting dotted by 20.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm good with it.
Well, I mean, you're already questioning the whole validity of the 15-2 season. But yes, if you were to play the Eagles, you would see, wow, we did all of this just to watch the pain, I guess, in 70-degree weather rather than watching it in the cold.
So that's what we want to know. And if you didn't watch, there's no shame. I just wonder what the hell you did with your time. But those 2 results, I walked away not feeling good, but I felt better about things because I don't live in delusion. You weren't beating the Eagles. You didn't have enough bodies. I don't need that. I mean, I made the joke in the first hour to you. I said, look, at least if my team's bad, I can emotionally detach and just move on. Like, the Giants are terrible.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that than whatever the hell the Bills are attempting to accomplish. What the hell do you even say? Imagine if the Lions lose a couple more years in the playoffs like this. What's it all for?
Right.
See, this is my question is, did this season change you as a Lions fan? Now, this topic is probably way too deep, but I'm fascinated by the psychology of fan behavior. We've all gone on our own journey of fandom. The me of 10 years ago was different than the me of 20 years ago. With it, my fandom has gone a certain direction. It's been replaced by jaded pragmatism and cynicism. But I want to know as a Lions fan, look, many of you went on a magic carpet ride this year or the last 2 years, and you have nothing to show for. Now, last year, Rico's right. It was so magical. Maybe you let yourself off the hook by blowing the opportunity to go to a Super Bowl because it was a year ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
It was unexpected. It was this amazing thing. Everyone went into this year where the Lions, for most of the season, were either the top choice or the number 2 choice to win it all. This whole thing, 15-2, we're coming to your city, takeovers, credit card debt, chaos, garbage cans, disco shirts, MVP, Jared Goff chants at churches, all of it. It was all for nothing. Yeah. Does this change you as a fan to where now you look at it differently?
Yeah.
Because I don't think the innocence is possible.
I was about to say, the innocence is gone. You don't see this differently anymore. You were forced to grow up, and now you have to be an adult about things and realize, you know what? Certain things matter, certain things are fun, and certain things are meaningless. Whereas this season, everything mattered, everything was fun, and everything had meaning, and it really doesn't.
Think about this. This would drive me to madness. Like Jared Goff had a really nice year, but he didn't have this kind of year. Josh Allen finishes the season with a 92 Pro Football Focus grade. So just right off the rip, that's an insane grade. 5,000 passing yards, 46 touchdowns, 6 picks. You know what you got to show for it?
An MVP trophy.
Stugotz. Nothing. That would drive me to madness.
You're right, especially if Lamar ends up with the MVP. You got nothing.
He cut the turnovers. He played the best football of his life, and still he had the football down 3, chance to really rewrite history and cement a legacy and clean up ILU.
Yeah.
So when you think about being a Lions fan and you watch those games this weekend, are your takeaways different than ours? And then there's this additional question. I want you to really search your soul on it. Do you believe you are changed forever as a fan because of the success of the last 2 years? They've never had it. You've never really been a Super Bowl caliber team. Reminder, 1991, I'm not making fun of you. You were 17-point underdogs at RFK Stadium. One of the largest spreads in playoff, or if not the largest spread in playoff history.
Mm-hmm.
So you weren't that type of team.
Right.
Last year, 7 points. This year, you were 9.5-point favorites.
Yeah.
You've seen both ends of the spectrum. The point is, you were good enough. Are you different now? Because I'm with Rico on this. I think the innocent is gone, and you look at these two teams, and you look at what these fans are going through, and you go, okay, this is the terms of, terms of use.
Yeah. Here's the problem.
What?
You've reached a point now, and think about this, Mike. It's the reason why it's hard to get excited about the Wings and the Pistons and even the Tigers, because you saw a winning team, you saw greatness, and if you're not close to greatness, well, call me when you're ready. For the Lions fans, I think that just because it is Honolulu blue and silver won't cut it anymore. Now it's, okay, is this going to help us win the Super Bowl? No, then I don't care. Is this going to get us over the hump to get into the Super Bowl? No, well, then I don't care.
See, I think what you're saying about the Pistons and Wings is spot on. I'm guilty. I can't go from watching a team chase a Super Bowl to, yay, we're the 8th seed. And it's like,
yeah,
that's insulting to the Pistons, and I don't want to be, because what they're doing is valuable and it is really encouraging, but it doesn't mean anything.
No.
The Red Wings, forget it. It's a tired, stale Tupperware.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they, plus 500 to make the playoffs still? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? To do what? Get aced out in the first round?
Yeah, and like for the Pistons, even though it was like 20 years ago, you still remember when they were at the top of the NBA. They were making it to the finals every year. And now, yeah, you know what? They could be the 6th seed in the playoffs. Okay, I guess that's good. Maybe I'll watch a game. Maybe I'll go down there. But there's no excitement. And I think for Lions fans, unfortunately, you may have graduated to seeing the Lions in that same viewpoint where if it's not a Super Bowl, if it's not an NFC title game,
it means nothing.
Yeah.
And listen, if you disagree with that, I don't think it's good person, bad person. I think we see the world in entirely different ways, and that's fine. But asking the question, I do wonder about it. Like, I wonder, all jokes aside, I break his balls on a daily basis. I wonder if Costa will be different.
I think he will.
You can't be this way next year. It's not possible. If you are, it just means you're an idiot.
No, because think
and
about
I
it.
don't think Jim's an idiot. I think he's a very intelligent guy.
Mike, if they go out there, let's just say that lightning strikes twice and you hit a home run with the coordinators. Oh, by the way, it looks like they're going to be hiring the Broncos passing game coordinator, Johnny Morton. They're flying him into town. You hit a home run. You go 15-2 again. Are you that excited as a Lions fan? No. Because you're like, well, we've seen this before.
I think the other thing we've got to talk about, and we have months to do it, is just, do you go all in versus this we want to be good for a long time tagline? I think there's so much to unpack. So we'll get to the people. This weekend was something. I'll just tell you. I feel for you, but it made me feel a little bit better because it beats losing to the Eagles. And for me, it's like, yeah, I don't want the pain you're feeling. I don't want to deal with what the Bills are dealing with. I'll just sit over here with my 3-14 team. Leave me alone.
You ready for your new QB?
Yeah. I don't care.
You're getting one.
Rico, I got nothing to lose. I mean, what are you going to do?
I mean, we're
taking Jackson Dart. It's going to be exciting.
You get a QB. You got a lot of pieces in place. And nobody wins the NFC East twice. Okay. You're back.
You're selling, you're selling me a burnt out building and using AI generated photos. Cut it out.
But it's got an LED roof.
Right. Super Bowl 59. I'm not reading this. Look, it's simple. Do you want to bet the Super Bowl? I mean, I can't go through. This is ridiculous. 2 teams, 1 game. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Super Bowl's in 2 weeks. If you're watching it, bet with FanDuel. And if you're not watching it, God bless. I understand it. The Lions ripped your hearts out. The point is they have more betting markets than anybody. So you want to do the silly props. You want to bet the color of Gatorade. You want to bet the national anthem. You want to bet whether Saquon had a good or a bad day. Whatever you like. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. New users bet 5, get 200 in bonus bets. Again, it's FanDuel, the official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to the people. Full rack of calls on a Monday as we all process the weekend and its relation to the Lions, your fandom, and God almighty, if you're a Bills fan, good luck. Go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's up?
Good afternoon, my good friends, Michael and Rico.
What's happening, Paul?
Paul and Shelby under Paul and Frazier? What the hell's going on here?
I moved to Frazier, Mike.
I had no idea. Well, welcome back.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's kind of odd. The previous caller before me, Jim, good friend of mine. We text all the time during Lions games.
Look at this.
He was actually the guitarist that did all the guitar work on the songs that we wrote for you about 10, 12 years ago. But I digress. I can be rather verbose, as you pointed out.
Oh, stop it. So what do you make of it?
Well, after the disappointment of the Lions kind of faded, I'm a football fan. So, of course, I watched, but, with a very uninterested, indifferent kind of a viewpoint. Me and the lovely missus, of course, had it on. I did want to see Philadelphia beat Washington just for personal satisfaction and the fact that my son, my eldest son, lives in Philadelphia. But I didn't think they're going to roll them like that. And it's like what you said earlier, you and Rico. In our current state, we wouldn't have stood a chance. They're hitting on all cylinders. My God. I think they could be the team to unseat Kansas City. I really do.
They just own the line of scrimmage. And, I mean, especially right up the gut and some of the problems you've had with Glasgow not having a great year, Zeitler being hurt.
Yep.
Now, Mahogany's good, but he's still a rookie. But, yeah, Paul, I don't know. Maybe it's a loser's mentality. I think it saved me a lot more pain and the people of this town a lot more pain.
Well, I don't know, so much about that. But there was also something that Rico said, a little bit earlier. And, as far as like next year with the Lions goes, and, you have to admit, between 1935 and 1960, the Lions were good. However, none of us were alive to see it. And now this is entirely new territory for us. So I am actually really looking forward to next year because I know how good we can be. We have three of the most important elements going for us. An owner that steps aside. We have no Jerry Jones. We have a wizard as a GM and a dynamic head coach with a lot of talent on this team when we're healthy. So, yeah, I really think that, next year the Lions are going to be right back there. 15-2, probably not. But, a division title is totally possible.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, look, I think you said it best. The 15-2 stuff and the indomitable monolith, no, I don't buy it for a second. Can they be 11-6? Maybe 12-5? I think everything's in play. But you know what else is in play? And I hate saying this. Go ahead and don't get some of these hires right or have the wrong injury on offense. You know what else is in play? 8 wins. We've seen it. Go look at the Eagles from 2022 when they lost their coordinators. So it's just going to be more volatility. I think we all still have a belief they're built the right way. They're going to win a bunch of regular season games. They've just got to A, be healthier, and B, look, we have all off season. I know Rico's already eyeballing me like, don't you dare, you SOB. I'd like it to be an all-in off season. I just don't think that's what they're going to do.
No, I think Brad Holmes already kind of came out and said that I'm not going F those picks. I'm going to be very responsible. He believes in the core. He can afford to say that, okay? Unlike other teams in this city, he can afford to say, you know what, I believe in this core, and we just need to add a few pieces. Hopefully, they address the defensive line, but I digress. But yes, the upcoming season, though I look at it, Mike, as of right now on paper, man, that thing's going to be a bitch and a half, especially in road games.
Look, and that's my whole point. Like, I'd like to see some Super Bowl caliber moves. We'll find out. They got, Lord knows, we haven't even started the offseason truly. Let's go to Julie in 97.1. Jules, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
How are you, sir? What's up?
I've got a couple of takeaways. I'm going to try to get through all of them. I'm going to go in chronological order to try and be efficient. I wasn't able to connect with you boys last week. My takeaway from that game between the Lions and the Commanders was death by 1,000 cuts. I don't think it was any one thing that beat them. There's the turnovers. Which one's more egregious? I don't think it matters. And then when the offense sputtered, they didn't have the elite defense to kind of bail them out. And the thing that really stood out to me that I think you guys highlighted, which for me is maybe the biggest takeaway, was the Lions lost their identity in that game, right? You go back to Campbell's speech, you're going to punch us in the face, we're going to fall down and take a kneecap, etc. I mean, the Lions got punched in the nose at the beginning of the game and they were out of it. So to me, that's the real takeaway, that the 15-2 team, the kneecap biting team, they didn't have their identity in that game. Watching the Phillies and Commanders game, which for me, I had all my eggs in the Bills KC basket. I had plans with friends because I've got close friends that are huge Bills fans, and I was in the anybody but Mahomes and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And so watching, my takeaway from the Eagles-Commanders game was a little bit salty, actually. And the reason is the Eagles reaffirmed everything that I think Lions fans and you guys talked about in the week leading up to the Lions-Commanders game, which was pound the rock, rookie QB, on the road, win in the trenches, and the Commanders aren't really a threat. And the Eagles proved that had the Lions done that, again, back to my previous point, had the Lions stuck to their identity, they would have creamed the Commanders, regardless of the injuries on defense. The offense would have overwhelmed them. They should have gone up multiple scores, established the run, and then I don't think with the turnovers, Jaden Daniels, gets that confidence and has his way. So for me, a little bit of salt is saying, guys, if you had just done what you've done all season effectively and what you've communicated as your identity, they would have had no issue with the Commanders. Now, just a quick aside there, Mike, to your point about how good the Eagles looked and they would have had their way with the Lions. If you copy and paste the Eagles' performance from yesterday against the Lions team that was in the postseason, I think that's a fair point to make. However, I would highlight a couple of variables. The game would not have been in Philadelphia. The game would have been at Ford Field. And what I would have loved to have seen, which we will never know, is the Lions defense and the way they played, more importantly, from the Vikings game, the last regular season game. I want to see that defense with the Lions offense of Jahmyr Gibbs, running for 8-9 yards per carry and exploding, and Jared Goff not turning the ball over and no fumble, strip sacks, etc. Give me that Lions team, which was a very real team, at Ford Field, NFC Championship, against an equal or lesser Phillies team from yesterday. I don't know. I'm not saying the Lions. But
you've changed every variable. It is not a blow. Yeah, but hold on, Jules. The problem is in all of this. Yes, that Vikings game was great. One problem: Sam Darnold's a pumpkin. When you want to win in the playoffs, you're going to have to beat elite quarterbacks. This defense, as currently constituted, is incapable of beating an elite quarterback. Second of all, I don't care if they played a game on the effing moon. The Eagles are going to line up and pound on you. But you know how I know it? Because a terrible offensive line and a terrible running team did just 8 days ago. So you can't change every variable about everything. You versus them, and you don't beat them. Oh, but if I can get this defense from week 16 and I can get this offense and the Eagles played her B-, well, I mean, at that point, Jesus.
Yeah.
Ifs and buts are candy and nuts. What a Merry Christmas we'd all have. That doesn't work that way.
Yeah, if we would have had 4 pick sixes. And,
Julian's a good caller and he's a smart guy, but Jules, I just personally think you're in your feelings a little bit here now.
A little bit.
Come on now. We'll get more to calls momentarily, and I got a treat for you guys. This is something very special. It's a while you were busy with Real Sports Blitz. What you've missed. Probably do this at 4 o'clock. It's day one of college basketball. A Rico Beard production. everything you need to know about the sport you don't care about because football's on. Well, now we don't get a choice.
You'll enjoy it.
Will I?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, also, first system that's not a system but plays like a system.
No,
Selection.
it's back.
It's back.
It's back.
Evan will have that out to the people tonight.
Okay.
Unranked favorite over number 3 in America.
Oh.
What could go wrong? Tasty.
You know what? Let's be curious.
Okay.
All right. Specs at LTU. Specs at LTU is here for you. You want to make a career change. You want to do radio like you hear us doing every day, or you want to go into television. You're a graphics design artist. Let Specs at LTU get you started on the pathway to your new career. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means from day one in the lab, you're going to learn what it takes to make it in your new field. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. It's very simple. You want to make a career change. You want to go into radio, TV, or graphics design. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Just a small update. We'll get to you at 3:45. It looks like the Lions may be zeroing in on an offensive coordinator. We'll get that to you momentarily. I want to knock out some calls. We got Rico's What You Missed While You Were in a Slumber During Football Season. We'll do it at 4. Let's go to Adam, who's up next, 97.1. Adam, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mike?
I'm okay. I feel decent after watching Bills fans lose their souls and the Eagles destroy the Commanders.
Yeah, that tough. I was at the bar last night and I had my Lions sweatshirt on. I was like, what am I doing?
It was a reflex because for 5 months, that's the go-to. You're rocking it. Everybody was.
But speaking of us losing in the playoffs this year, you hit the nail right on the head. All the elite QBs they got to play next year, especially on the road, that window and door might be close to getting slammed on you. And on top of that, you're replacing your DC and your OC. I don't know. You asked the Eagles what happened to them last year. It took them quite some time, but the way I look at it next year is they're going to have to win the division to even, I think, even get in the playoffs because I think they're going to lose 6-7 games next year.
Yeah,
I don't see them.
Adam, here's what I'll tell you.
Road games.
The conversation about Super Bowl windows is a flawed one because no matter when you have it, so much is going to happen that is out of not only your control, it's nothing you can forecast. Like, we might feel great about this offseason, and then you have a non-contact injury in week 2 and it upends your whole year. They have a core that's going to keep them good. Are they going to be good enough to win a Super Bowl? Well, certain things are going to have to happen that we can't sit here on January 27th and say, but like, no, Adam, I think the thing I always remind people of is while the salary cap isn't real, it's a factor, meaning you can create cap space. Now, their effective cap for 2026, I think I've seen it as $4.8 million. Clearly, they will have to redo Jared Goff's deal. Why? His number balloons to almost $70 million that year. So when you do those things, it just makes your future tougher. So, Adam, I do believe 2025 will be your best shot moving forward because starting after this coming season, you are going to lose people.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. You got a good point there, Mike. And that's why with Brad Holmes, where we have to hope he hits home runs on some of these draft picks. But I mean, you can only do that so often. I feel like, I mean, truthfully, realistically, you're going to have to go all in on some of these picks and trade these pieces for some superstar because in order to, face these elite quarterbacks, you need some dogs on that defense. They're not saying they don't, but you need some guys that can run these quarterbacks down that are mobile because you clearly can't contain them.
No, and listen, Adam, that is the thing Rico and I, we have banged the drum the last couple of years. You must invest in the defensive line. And as great as Aiden is and Aleem is, you're nowhere near the caliber of the teams that were left in this tournament. Not with Philly, not with Kansas City, and probably not with Buffalo. Now, when you lose an Aiden or you lose an Aleem, no, you're just wholly outclassed. You had nothing to offer. So when you talk about, well, how do we upgrade there? No, I don't think the 28th pick in the draft is going to walk in the league and do that. Well, then you enter free agency, which they have not been willing to do in any big, meaningful manner. Don't sell me DJ Reader or Marcus Davenport or a trade. Now, that's going to get us into a different space because the minute you say trade, people panic and they go, oh, we don't want to do FDM picks. Well, nobody said you had to. But you're going to have to go and get a Hellraiser. You got to get somebody who can backstop Aiden and Aleem. And I want to remind you of this. Aiden's coming off a broken leg. That is nothing minor. And Aleem's coming off a second catastrophic knee injury. He may not be ready when the season starts. Just like DJ Reader was coming off a catastrophic quad injury. He had blown a quad in the left leg and the right. He wasn't the same player. So look, Rico, I'm not speaking for you on this. No. It's just if there's ever a time where you're going to have to get bold and bring in a D lineman, it would be this offseason.
Or You get fortunate in the draft because we do trust Brad Holmes. He hasn't missed yet. You go get a George Karlaftis guy. The Chiefs took him late in the draft, and they paired him up with Chris Jones, and it's kind of working. So if you could find that DN that's out there late in the draft that kind of slid down, by all means, please take him. It just seems like it's not a high priority, but no, you said something that look, it'll be a topic for later days, I'm sure. But man, you rework that Goff contract, and he's your guy for a long time.
Well, and again, I'm not saying it's the wrong move. What I'm saying is all of the flexibility, right? All of these great deals that were dirt cheap because of how wonderful Brad Holmes has been. Those are all disappearing.
Yeah.
All these things hit.
Yeah.
And then you start to future cast and go, all right, so we know we're fine this year.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond 25, what are you doing with J-Mo?
That's true.
What are you doing with Brian Branch? Do you want to hand Kirby Joseph a bag as if he is name elite safety? You want to pay $18 million a year for your safety? How about Sam Laporta?
I was about to say, what do you do with Laporta? So there's a lot of things that you can do. Yeah,
My point is the time's now.
You're going to learn the business of the NFL in another year, where you got to say goodbye to some. You got to make some tough choices.
My point to you is go all in now.
Yeah.
If this weekend showed you anything, it's that as good as your football team can be, might be, you have one major weakness. And look, I think the Bills are having the same conversation. Because when they needed it, when their season's on the line, did their defense play well? No. Did they get a key stop? No. We're kicking the ball to Kansas City with all of our timeouts. Can we get off the field? Nope. Had 2 shots at it. It is just, they got to find that last missing piece. And yes, Aiden being healthy will help. But you know what? You know how bad you were up front? Aiden led your team in sacks. One problem. He didn't play after week 4. So when Rico and I say, hey, man, let's go all in and do this, it's because I got to be candid with you. And the Tigers throw this thing out there all the time, and I'm not interested. We want to be good for a long time. I don't care. The Giants win a Super Bowl once every 10, 12 years, and then they basically massacre themselves with a cheese grater. Which is better? Ask Buffalo what being consistently good feels like. Today, they're trying to find a 6-foot hole, leap in it, and pay someone to put the dirt over the top of them. So it's going to be fascinating. I just know I'll probably be vilified because, they have to go all in. Let's go win this thing.
You will be vilified.
Consistently good.
Consistently good makes you.
Maybe they'll sell a T-shirt at the team store. Consistently good.
But even the Bills made those moves you wanted. They got Von Miller.
But they tried. They tried and it didn't work. No, Paul, my point is you got to try. You can't. I think Lion fans are fooling themselves if they think they're just going to be this good in continuum. The league is designed to destroy that notion. 248-539-9797. All right, if your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, we'll take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're going to get to the phone calls. Rico's going to catch everybody up to speed while you were paying attention to football. Give you a little primer as we turn the page and figure out what we're going to do with our sports time in the aftermath of the Lions and the NFL. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We go to Cal, Plymouth, 97.1. Cal, how you been?
Good. How are you, sir?
Excellent. Nice to hear from you again. What's on your mind?
I just want to make sure I understood something. So you think this season was for naught?
I do, yes.
Okay. I personally think that it's the complete opposite, because I think that this season meant everything in the development of the Detroit Lions fan. I think one of the things we're hearing a lot less of, although we still hear a little bit of it, is that we no longer say same old Lions. And if anything, if we still have those doubters who go back to that, it's actually same old Lions fan there. But we officially became invested with the team. And, you know, this morning when I was listening to Karsh, he was talking about how he just felt gutted watching TV watching the game this weekend. And I think we all felt that way. And the reason why is because I think we've all gone through a paradigm shift, not to, use such a fancy word, but, mentally we have just really adjusted the way that we now watch and support the Detroit Lions. We have become part of that team in the sense that, the foundation is different. Before we used to wish, we used to, hope. Now we want. Now we expect. And I think that makes a massive difference in the way that this team is also developing itself as well. So I think that our emotional roller coaster this week was based on the fact that, we legitimately wanted to be on that ride, and now we know what it feels like. And then the last thing I want to say is, because you started talking about this in the last few minutes, was I'm not worried about the fact that players are going to be coming and players are going to be going out of this team. The core remains the same. And I think that for a long time, this team has built itself for that. Again, I think it's a matter of being a strong supporter of your team, a strong fan of your team. You understand, people come, people go. But the team develops its culture, its core. And I think that that's what's changed for Detroit. So that's my positive that I take out of this. It's not same old Lions.
Well, first of all, really Cal, I have never invoked that SOL stuff. I hate it. I couldn't agree with you more. They killed that last year. I think they killed it 2 years ago, the way they finished the season. So the SOL stuff is for other shows or other callers. I want to just say this, and when I tell you from the bottom of my heart there is no smarm or sarcasm, listening to your words, all I could think of is that is a very, for instance, one of my very, very dear friends is originally from England, and he's an Arsenal fan and was a season ticket holder and a supporter of the club and the whole thing. What you're describing, and I mean this with no smarm, Cal, that is a very European approach to sports, that it is the support of the team and the understanding that comes with it and how being a supporter rises above all. I look, I admit it, and Cal, it's my weakness, but I can't be anybody else than who I am. I have a New York approach to it, where if we don't win it, everybody can burn in hell. That's kind of my approach. So it is the opposite school of thought. So I appreciate, no, but what Cal is saying, I understand a lot more people are going to side with Cal on that. And that's fine. It's just, I am built different with it, where Cal, now that we're here, you have to worry about players leaving, because if it doesn't materialize into something more, do you know what we become? We become the Buffalo Bills.
And I was going to say, Cal, so next year, the regular season still is going to feel just as great for you if they go 14-4 or 12-5.
Yeah. I mean, as long as they make the playoffs, and we can give the support. What I would not be happy about next year is I won't be happy not winning playoff games, because now the team has to learn itself. But as a fan, for the first time, and again, I've been in Michigan for almost 40 years, and I was raised on understanding that never count on the Lions. They just are awful. They'll never win. And I just didn't understand that mentality. And again, Mike, I couldn't agree with you more about the fact that being a Giants fan, you are
invested because you're invested in success. And what really hurts for you right now is seeing what the Giants have become. And that's painful. But I also had the pleasure of spending a lot of time in New Orleans, and I got to see a fan base that I thought, this is what we need. You know, we need a fan base that supports their team through and through. And we're getting there. We've got there. I think that's why I call it a paradigm shift. I think the mentality has changed. I am not worried about the future of players coming or going because the team has set itself up properly that they will be signing up. And for the first time, I think you can agree with me on this, players want to come to Detroit.
Yes.
Again,
100%.
I talk about my past history.
100%.
So
I agree totally.
That's all I wanted to say.
No, and Cal, it's different perspectives, but I have. There's no issue with it. My main issue is you take these gaps of 6 months between calling the show. Please, let's be a little bit more consistent. Your calls are always thoughtful, enjoyable. I mean, Cal's called the show 15 years, but he picks his spots. He's like a sniper. He pops up. He gives look. I am fine with the different perspective, but I'm telling you, that comes from a different place. That's not how I'm wired. So that's where there's always going to be a difference because
that is the anti-you.
Yes.
Or you're the anti-Cal.
Yes.
You are correct. That you two are the opposite side of a coin because you are because it is funny, Mike. It's one of the questions that I get asked all the time.
Oh, let's hear this.
Is Mike really like that? You know, why is he so hard on teams? And they're like, that's just how he was raised.
Yeah, that's it.
And you know, he really does believe that it's not for show. He doesn't do anything on the radio for shtick. He really believes, look, either you win or you lose. Plain and simple. There is no in between. There is no.
The only thing I wish.
Participation trophy.
And if Cal's still listening, he will appreciate this. I only wish the Giants could be relegated like they do in Europe. The Giants would be down in like local park football.
Well, that was the other thing. Like, can he ever be happy? I'm like,
yeah,
yes, but I think he's one of those where sometimes the misery is his happiness, where sometimes watching his team fail it gives him enough to make fun of them, which makes him happy.
When my teams do things that I have foretold are terrible, when my team does the Javi Baez stuff, yes, I take pleasure in it because I find teams to be so smarmy. They act like they're curing cancer. It's like it's not that real.
Yeah.
Okay, you work for billionaires and you are millionaires and you buy and sell football players for money. All right, do a good job at it, will you please? They act like they got the launch codes.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to solve the Israeli-Palestine conflict. I'm asking you to draft a quarterback. Like when you do stupid stuff, what am I supposed to say? So yes, you're right. Right now, am I enjoying John Mara vomiting all over himself in his Barca lounger? Yes. Why? Because he's a spineless coward. Yes.
So I tell people, like, he's just built different.
Yes.
Grit.
I don't have the niceties because for Iowa, what's the Niners thing called? The supporters club.
Oh, the faithful?
Yeah. Hey, how's your faith? What's it yielded? You haven't won anything in how long?
Been a while.
Oh, Bills Mafia. Hey, I got a table. There you go. Ask first.
To put in perspective, the last time the Niners won, they beat Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman and those guys as Cowboys.
And those guys are all dead.
They're all in the Hall of Fame.
248. All right. So listen, we'll get back to your calls. We've got to do this. I'm excited to do this. Rico's going to put his professorial glasses on and catch us up to speed. Sit tight. We got a special blitz for you next. 97.1. All right, 97.1. So, rightfully so, we have all been Lions crazed, NFL crazed, and you wake up and you're in the wilderness. It's a scene from American Primeval. And now the frontier is out there. What do I do? Well, one sport nobody cares about until right about now. It happens to be Rico's specialty. So we're going to do Day Zero. What you've missed while watching real sports. College Hoops Edition. Good luck. You won't know who plays where. Rico, take us all to church.
Well, Michael and everybody out there who is just starting to pay attention to college hoops, let me start by saying this. It just means more.
The SEC's dominant.
The SEC is the best conference in college hoops. If you are just starting to watch, don't freak out when you see 4 of the top 8 teams are from the SEC.
Bama, Auburn, Kentucky, Tennessee. I have the 4 right?
Yeah.
Kind of feel good about that?
Auburn won. Yes. Auburn is 1. Alabama is 4. Tennessee is 8. And Florida is 5.
And Kentucky, they're good too, right?
Kentucky just lost 2 in a row.
Oh, my bad.
But they're sitting there at, I think, 11.
And they brought back those throwback uniforms from the 90s with their new coach. They look nice.
Okay.
So, yes.
So the SEC is doing in hoops what they're supposed to do in football.
But isn't college basketball better with Florida being good?
I've never liked Florida, but...
Well, you weren't a big Teddy Dupay fan?
No.
Okay. You didn't like J-Dubs? No. Jason Williams? No. Huh?
Nah. But yes, the SEC is the most dominant team in college hoops.
Number 2.
UConn, the back-to-back title team, national title, not that good this year. It looks to be that maybe the NIL and everything that UConn wanted to do and bringing in the players not happening, and the coach is melting down a little bit, saying, hey, telling refs, don't you effing turn your back to me. I'm the best coach in hoops.
I mean, Dan Hurley's the man, but you know what it appears to me is that they're like, just wake us up when the tournament gets here. And it might be too late by that point, but you're right. Some of the transfers they brought in, who was that point guard they brought in? Mike loved him from St. Mary's.
Oh, Aiden Mahaney.
Yeah, it seems like it's not translating. They have a big freshman.
He's also 3,000 miles away. He grew up in a small town right near St. Mary's. He plays at St. Mary's, was like playing at your local church.
Yeah.
And now look, they got that Stephen Castle kid. Didn't they get him from East Carolina? And he turned into, look, you're not going to hit every transfer.
Right.
And you're not going to win it every year. So, it doesn't surprise me. But when Rico told me, when I saw the Hurley thing, don't you turn your back, I go, oh, my dear. Oh, boy.
He's crazy.
Speaking of that, let's just stick with that theme.
Crazy.
Just because you went out and spent a ton of money and brought in all these transfer players doesn't mean it works out. I'm looking at you, Kansas, and I'm looking at you, Arkansas.
All right. May I ask a question, even though it's your blitz?
Yeah.
I want to ask to the both of you. Are these fair or unfair opinions? Ready?
Mm-hmm.
The game has passed John Calipari by.
I think it's unfair. I think he still knows what he's doing. It's just, there's too much
putting
parity.
on a suit jacket?
No, I mean, he still gets basketball, but there's a lot of parity now. He's not just going to get it because of who he is. He's not going to get those top players anymore.
I'm just saying, what does he want in 15 years?
I don't think it's passed him by, but what I think he needs to learn how to do, and this is going to sound silly because it's talking about a coach, he needs to learn how to develop players. It's not simply, I got 40% of the NBA has come through me. So that's really how they've won so many games. Just because you have NBA players doesn't mean you win. Go ahead.
Name one word to describe Bill Self. Besides scumbag.
Arrogant.
That's a good word.
Okay. Because the roster construction, his arrogance is why they're in the spot they're in.
Yes.
Kansas, they're not a well-put-together team.
And you just can't win with Hunter Dickinson. I'm sorry, you can't win with a one-trick pony as your big.
I mean, they went out and they stole Wisconsin's best player in A.J. Storr.
And he got worse.
And Wisconsin got better.
What about OG Ababadabi?
Yeah. Speaking of which, Rutgers has 2 NBA players, but they're not that great as well. Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper. They'll probably be 2 and 3 in the NBA draft, but not that good. But if you're wondering who the best players are in the Big Ten, they reside with Rutgers.
Nice sport.
It's crazy. I'm just sick of hearing how great of a coach that they have.
What, Bob Rice or whatever
Yeah,
his
and
name
it's
is?
like he don't win. And he's got these great players, and then you watch him play against Michigan State over the weekend. Harper was non-existent. He might have been hanging out with his dad. I don't know what was going on, but Ace Bailey, he's just a chucker, and it's like, just get me to the NBA is what some of these kids are doing.
Oh, nice sport. Really easy to buy into, isn't it?
No, there's a lot of parity in college hoops.
Next. Number 4.
Number 4, Cooper Flagg of Duke is the best player in college hoops.
He's Welfare Wembanyama. True or false?
Oh, wow. I can't say that.
I wouldn't put him. It's an unfair comparison.
To call him welfare version?
I think that's giving up too. I mean, dude, Wemby is.
Wemby, I don't think we've seen anything like
No,
Wemby.
You haven't.
But Flagg is the best player in college hoops. And dude, watching him the other day sit up at the podium and Shire's talking about how much the team has not played zone ever with Duke. And he looks at Flagg. He's like, have you ever played zone? He goes, nope. Not a day in his life.
The ACC is bad this year. I know it's normally the best conference in hoops. There's Duke, there's Louisville, and that's about it.
By the way, shout out to Louisville because they've been dreadful the last few years.
Yes.
Dreadful. So nice to see them back. I'm with you. The SEC is a complete nothing burger. Yeah. It's awful. Every team and by the way, Hubert Davis hit the bricks.
Isn't it crazy that they keep trying to bring in these coaches into North Carolina and they just fail? And
You've got to be a Tar Heel man. I'm kidding.
When are schools going to get rid of that crap?
Oh, just wait till MSU does it. They're going to hire Ernie the Can Man.
Oh, boy. Unless he's dead. All right. For those who haven't paid attention.
Meaning everyone.
There's 2 names, 2 universities that are back.
Okay.
St. John's
Yes.
and Memphis are
Also,
back.
yes.
They are actually good teams, both in the top 25.
Tricky Ricky.
Yes.
Did you two hear Patino's comment late last week towards the weekend? They had just blown the doors off Seton Hall.
Yeah.
This is where it's tough for me. They stole Seton Hall's best player. And he goes, guys, he ain't here because he wants to play for me. And he didn't leave Seton Hall because he don't want to play for Shaheen Holloway. It's simple. I got more money than Shaheen. I go, awesome sport. He basically described his best player as a hostage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the truth, but you got to like watching Memphis. Anybody that grew up in the 90s, you got to root for Penny Hardaway, right?
That's me with Patino, with St. John's.
I mean, that's me with Penny. I mean, I see
go
the
back,
shoes.
I go back to the Felipe Lopez era.
All I hear is little Penny saying, I love little Penny, man. Chris Rock, he was so good.
That was a classic.
But I will give it to you. Yes, schools like that. I miss Cincinnati being good. The 90s.
Yeah, with Kenyon Martin.
Danny Fortson.
But if Kenyon didn't break his leg, State would have never won the national championship.
That's probably true.
That's one of the biggest butterfly effects in college hoops. It really was.
What about Scooney Penn? All right, go ahead.
Iowa State, not Kansas, is the best team in the Big 12.
I'm going to stay with Houston. I'm convinced all their players are 35 years old, and they're tough as nails. But Otzelberger has done an unbelievable job. But they're in some trouble tonight. They are underdogs at unranked Arizona. But yes, ISU's for real.
Yeah, they are for real. And after watching Kansas collapse to Houston over the weekend, I turned that game off. And then I was like, whoa, what happened? They turned it over?
Yeah, 3 straight possessions.
Oh, my God.
It was epic.
6 points with like 18 seconds left.
At Fog Allen.
Houston makes every play.
Oh, my goodness.
They're tough as nails.
Yeah. And guys, here's something that if you just started following hoops and you're locally, the 2 local schools are 2 of the 3 best teams in the Big Ten, Michigan and Michigan State. Michigan State undefeated in the Big Ten. Michigan has lost 2 games in the Big Ten, but both teams win a lot of games.
So do this for the people, each of you. 30-second or less scouting report on Michigan and Michigan State for people that are going to rise like Jesus on Easter
Well,
to watch college hoops.
For Michigan, you got two things that are going for you. It's Wolf and it's Vlad Golden. Your 2 7-footers. They play a great pick and roll game together, and they score a lot of points in the paint. The problem with Michigan, they turn the ball over a ton because Wolf is your de facto point guard, and he's 7 feet tall. So you don't have anybody. That's how you lost to Purdue, because you turned the ball over, I think, 22 times at Mackey.
It was
normally means you're going to lose. But those two, when they're in sync, they're unstoppable because you have to pick your poison between Golden and Wolf of who's going to win. For Michigan State, probably Tom's most balanced team that he's had since 2019, because there's nobody at the top of the whiteboard that you have to stop, because everybody does just enough and does their job that they keep winning, but they're a team without a superstar on it. And I think that's what's helped them so far, because there's no one that you say you got to stop Tyson Walker. There's nobody on the team that
Here's
you have to stop.
what's going to kill them in the tournament. They can't shoot the three. True or false?
Now, that was the last thing, is they are one of the worst three-point shooting teams.
They've shot it better this year than they did last. I think not having your point guard get shot in the middle of the year is a big uplift for Michigan State.
I've heard that.
Michigan's biggest downfall is going to be their guards. It really is. I mean, these fans are scapegoating this kid, Gale, that came in from Ohio State, and Enrico's right. But any team that can match up with two bigs, which is probably like 5 teams in America, will give Michigan fits, but it's their guards that are going to cost them games.
Let me ask you a question. Since you two are the experts, I just try to fill in the blanks. I give you these 5 teams or the field. We'll revisit this before the tournament.
Okay.
Okay? These 5 teams to win the national title or the field. Ready? Iowa State, Alabama, Auburn. Who am I missing? Florida, and there's one more. Who am I missing in there, buddy?
Houston.
Those 5 are the field.
Give them again.
I'm going to say the field. All those teams choke in the tournament.
Okay. No, it was
Iowa State.
It was basically your best SEC teams plus
Iowa State.
Iowa State.
Yeah, I'm probably going to take the field.
You're going field.
I'm going to go field.
There it is.
I'm going to go field because you know what? You know who's a team that could just win, but they will come from the SEC? Could be Kentucky. When Kentucky's on fire, they'll score 110 points without blinking.
And I like their new coach. I really do. I think
he's a former player there.
Yeah, and that's why he brought back the throwbacks that he used to wear when he was there. And Auburn, you always see fail. Like, I know that they're a great team, but they always fail in the tournament.
Plus,
Houston fails in the tournament.
You shut your mouth.
They do. They choke.
That is not true. I will not tolerate Houston Cougar slander.
And then
I love those guys.
You got to hope that Jahani stays healthy. So,
Johnny Broom, still in school, year 12.
Jahani.
NIL, man.
Fun fact, he played for Morehead State in 86. He's still in school. He's had 2 full careers.
He guarded Never Nervous Purvis.
Yeah, 1986, Elite 8. All right, that is your While You Were Sleeping Catch Up to Speed College Basketball Primer. A personal injury is absolutely personal, and David Femininio treats it as such. Injury attorney you need to call. You are going to get dedicated service. You will ensure you are getting the medical care that you need to put your life back together. And you need someone you can actually get on the phone. David checks all the boxes. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, Paul, Sarah, if you'd be so kind, I want a couple of the ticket texts. We're going to get back to the phones. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com, rewind. Paulie, what do you got?
So this is from an unnamed texter. Eagles barely beat the Rams, but were saved by the weather. Lions had a good chance of beating them even with the injuries.
Okay. Tell yourself whatever you want, because the one thing I know for certainty, you're home. Like, you can live in delusion. This is the thing that needs to change with this fan base. And it only comes through strife and pain and suffering and failure. You need to get a grip on reality. Because I think for all year, and Jim Costa represents all that is evil with this fan base, it is this whole idea that you are somehow the anointed, that you are somehow on your third Super. There is one fan base who gets to behave that way, and they reside in Kansas City. You do not get to be that way. And you know how I know that? Because a former player who comes on this station said as much this morning. And I've never been prouder of Thomas John Lang. Outside of the time I saw him beat Wade Boggs' record for drinking beers on the lake.
Oh, boy.
The point I make is, TJ even said it. You haven't earned the right to act that way. But go ahead. Tell yourself when you couldn't beat a rookie quarterback last week that you would have beat the Philadelphia Eagles.
But they went 15-2.
It doesn't matter. Because now in the post-haste, when we really look back all of it, how many really good teams they actually play?
2. You played the Rams week 1, and you won because you won the coin toss, and I guess the Texans on the road.
There's your 2. Okay? So the point is, now that we look back, you go, you know what? It was a hell of a regular season. We did our job against teams we were supposed to do our job against, but the reality is we were never as good as we thought. Not post-injuries. That was the whole reason when the Carlton Davis-Aleem thing happened, that's where I opted out. And I go, we're not winning the Super Bowl. But go ahead. You can ticket text until you're blue in the face.
I think also when you autopsy the season, your division wasn't as strong as you thought it was either.
Oh,
because everyone got schooled in the playoffs.
Rico called it the Big 12. 40-11. The combined records of the 3 teams that made it, 0 playoff wins. And I hate the fact he's right. That kills me inside.
This is from an unnamed texter. Last year changed me. Nothing matters but winning the Super Bowl. Season starts when the playoffs start.
Okay, see, that's the question I ask people to start 3 o'clock is, did this season and then this weekend of not being involved in championship weekend after you were last year, and you had this 15-2 record, it resulted in nothing. Has it changed how you view your team? Meaning, not how much you love them, not how deeply you burn for a Super Bowl, but in the innocence is kind of gone. It's you become weathered to where now, if they go 12-5 next year, do you care? What did we do in the playoffs?
Mm-hmm. If they don't win the division, I don't think you care.
I just think it's a stripping of the innocence. You have 2 years where you could have got it done. I think I can say should have got it done when you're up 17 in San Francisco. Should have.
Well, I can say this also, that because you won the division 2 times in a row, you have nothing to show for it. So does it really mean anything that you have to win the division? Because I think for a lot of Lions fans, they thought, okay, but if we ever have to play the championship game again, it's got to be in Detroit. And once it's in Detroit, there's no way we're going to lose, except for you didn't get there. You lost to the Commanders.
If you're a Lions fan, are you at all concerned that all your losses this year were at home?
Paul from the deep 3 right there. Wow.
No, I'm going to say no, but I think I am guilty of something, and I can admit my faults. I think I've probably overstated the home field advantage. I think I still am a little bit seduced from last year in the playoffs where I've never heard crowd noise like that. You know what? Like last weekend, crowd was fine, but I don't think it was great.
No, it wasn't. Well, it probably started off fine, and then, the Commanders scored, and then they scored again, and then at that point it was, oh, boy. Now you're playing the math game in your head. Okay, if we could just score here and stop them, and then maybe we go for 2, and if this and if that, and while you're doing all of that math in your head, they just kept scoring.
Mm-hmm. I think what happened in that game, honestly, was that fans went into that game thinking, I'm going to make some TikTok videos in the stands. It's going to be a party. We don't have to worry about this. And then, like you said, Rico, after a couple scores, they're like, wait a second, do we actually have to pay attention to this game?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened was we're here. We probably should have sold our tickets, but we're here. We're going to be fans. We're going to enjoy this. Let's make sure we document everything and put it up on social media. #grit. And we're going to the Super Bowl. And, yeah. And then before you know it, you're like, put the phone down. We need to root for this team.
So that's my question is, do you think this year changed people? And again, maybe people don't. And look, they're calling up about a lot of other things. I'm not salty about it. It's just, I wonder if man, this is awesome. We're taking over towns, regular season fiestas. Does that all go away now? Now that you understand, you truly understand. Last year was a magic carpet ride. This year was the weight of expectation. Neither got home. Now do you approach this where it's win or bust? Because I'm sorry, I don't view it like yes, 15-2 is great. It resulted in nothing. A Titanic nothing burger. Part of it is their fault. Part of it is terrible luck with injuries. But next year, I couldn't imagine fans doing what they did this year, knowing it's only what you do in the postseason that truly defines greatness. Yeah. No one remembers all of the wonderful regular season teams that didn't win anything. I mean, is anyone going to remember these Bills teams? No. These Buffalo Bills teams will be a footnote in history.
They get lumped together as one team that just couldn't get past Mahomes.
Yeah, right. They're the Utah Jazz with John Stockton.
Yeah.
248-539.
Good call.
I try. It's, again, showing my age. Friday, it was a Sega Genesis blast, and now today it's this.
Stockton and Malone, yeah.
Losers. John Stockton was so overrated. They padded his stats. They gave him a ton of free assists. It's a joke.
They're basically, they could be the Sacramento Kings of the early 2000s.
There you go. And that's my point. Nobody remembers. So I think it's fascinating to see how people, alter their perspective. If they alter their perspective. Go to Sam, 97.1. Sammy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon. I got two statements. So after I say this first one, I'm going to need you to hit that chair drop button.
Okay.
This is about Lions fans when they were playing the Commanders. Oh, we're playing the Commanders. Easy. We're going to the Super Bowl. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what happened. Second, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl because the Lions aren't in it, and I'm just over. What I do have to look forward to, and something I know you like, well, you don't like, is watching Sister Jean in March Madness.
Oh, Jesus. No. Oh, first of all, we'd have to go to Rico to find out if they're going to make it.
Probably have to win their tournament.
Okay, too bad. Hate to see it. Look, Sam, I got to be honest. I didn't realize Sister Jean was still with us. What is she, 110?
Yeah. Of course, when she had her birthday, everybody said, make sure you let Mike know it's her birthday.
Yeah, man, you know what? I'd like to let you know that she's not nearly as nice as she's put out to be. And that she knows exactly where the cameras are. And I don't like her. You know what else I don't like? Stop tying balloon animals to this poor woman like she's a tree. Jeez, man. They do. They tie balloons to the woman.
100 years old and you just have bad things to say about her.
No. People in college basketball have had some bad things to say about her. She's not so nice.
Oh, Mike's breaking news.
Just like Martha Stewart. She wasn't very nice.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's got street cred.
I'm just making the point to you.
She's hardcore.
Okay. You know what? We'll get your calls and ticket texts.
She's got that brownie tramp stamp.
Wait, what?
I'm kidding. It's Martha Stewart.
Okay. Do me a favor. Turn this microphone off. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, could start working on their fitness goals. There's over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. And like I said, it's judgment-free. It's your way of getting started and working out and not having to worry about people judging you. And you could also go to Planet Fitness, and when you go inside there, you're going to see that a lot of Planet Fitnesses, not only are they clean, but some have brand new equipment, whether it's strength training or cardio equipment, and they got convenient hours that will fit your schedule, your routine. So there's really no excuse for you not to stop in there now through the end of the month. $1 down, $15 a month. That's it. $1 down, $15 a month. And oh, by the way, if you need a little bit of help getting started on your fitness goals, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. So now through the end of the month, head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $15 a month, or you can go online at planetfitness.com.
Straight to the people, then we dive into Can We Say That? Championship Weekend Edition. We lead the segment. Tony is batting leadoff. Tone, what's going on? How are you? Tony?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
There he is. What's up, Tone?
Not so much. Y'all all right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. What do you got?
Well, I just wanted to give some appreciation to you guys. I listen to y'all like every day and all day. I love your honesty, but I think the Lions had a successful season. Just it didn't. win the game in the playoffs. I mean, they was expected to win more. To go further. So today, it's like, and I don't know how to put it. I feel like it was more disappointing to see them lose this year than last year.
And that Rico has said that. I listen. Tony. It's a subjective thing. I can only speak for myself. So if you think it was a successful year, I'm not going to. Tone, what am I going to do? Yell at you? No. It's just for me. Last year was a success because it was the arrival and you won some playoff games, and you got so close to getting it done. This year, from the start of the year, I said where I would be at with it. Yeah. And I am only regretful that the injuries took away your best opportunity. But at the end of it, if I told you that they wouldn't win a playoff game this year, forget about the record, they wouldn't win a playoff game, would you have considered that a success? Tony, I don't think you ever would have called me up in August and said yes to that.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
And see, I would say this, Tony, the reason why I agree with you, last year, the dream of the Super Bowl lasted really for about a week. Once you made the NFC title game, now you can start dreaming maybe it could be us this year. This year, it was a 5-month journey that we are going to be the best team. It's Super Bowl or bust. We are headed to New Orleans, and that's why it was a bigger letdown.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Even though we went further, like you said, even though we went further last year, it hurt because it was the expectation was so high.
Now, did you watch the games? Tone, did you watch the games this weekend, or did you opt out?
I watched the games, but it just felt wrong without the Lions playing because me and my family, we suit up, man. We suit up. My lady got me a Jahmyr Gibbs jersey. It's a rare all-black Jahmyr Gibbs jersey. It was hard to find. She got it for me for Christmas. I wear it every single time they play. But yeah, it was empty.
Yeah.
I still like football.
I know that. No, but when you lose a game of that magnitude and you had Super Bowl goals, Tone, I get it. I said it last Friday. If I didn't do this for a living and I were a Lions fan, I wouldn't have watched either game. I'm not interested in anyone being happy. I'm just not. And even watching yesterday, the only thing I could take out of it was, you know what? Pretty sure you weren't beating the Eagles. So you saved yourself even worse pain. And Taylor Swift runs football. I quit. No, I'm glad I would never trade places with a Bills fan. Not if I'm a Lions fan or a Giants fan or a Niner fan, whatever it is. The Bills are living in hell. It is better to have never been than to consistently go and get assassinated. I know that's a famous quote. It may be by George Washington. The point I'm making is the Bills, all they do, they're awesome. And their season ends the same way every year. Yeah. Lose to Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, it's something about being, and I like to say consistently great. They're better than good, but they don't win at all.
Imagine if the Lions had lost on the 13-second game. Imagine if the Lions had lost on that bogus, changed Taylor Swift earpiece spot yesterday on a QB sneak. Like, you are talking about things that will drive you to madness. So I walked out of this weekend thankful. Guys said, look, you saw that how I reacted this year with the Yankees. I'd rather the Yankees just not make the playoffs than lose in a World Series. I don't need that.
But see, I think it's a little different here because they've still one of 3 teams that have never made it.
I'm aware.
So that's why if you're a Bills fan, it's like, geez, now you're longing for the days where at least we made the Super Bowl and lost.
God, that's so painful.
Which I think may hurt a little bit more than just keep losing to the same guy. But for the Lions fans, you got to get there first to truly experience the worst kind of pain.
So hear me out. Get there, win it, and then nothing matters.
But see, I question now because this year was built for you to get there.
I agree with you. And next year, I think they've got a chance. Now, I have a certain way I would run this offseason, but believe me, we have months for that. But beyond next year, no, I don't view this as some endless rainbow. Yeah. I think next year is kind of that 3-year prime run, and there will have to be extensive retooling before 2026. Go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing this afternoon?
Hey, good, Phil. What's up?
Oh, not a whole lot. Kind of changed what I was going to say just based on the previous caller. I guess I see the loss to San Francisco 2 seasons ago more of a personnel and a team kind of disappointment, whereas this past season and what happened against Washington is more kind of a disappointment from like the fan and like the media perspective where, like you guys have said, we haven't won, technically anything yet. Yeah, we're a winning team now, but we haven't won anything to show for it.
Go ahead. I'm a little. Hold on, Phil. I apologize. I'm not being a smartass with you. I'm a little confused at what you're trying to say here now. Can you run that back for me one more time?
Yeah. So, as far as like the feelings towards like the Lions, these last two seasons,
right.
I feel like the loss against San Francisco, that 17-point letdown in the second half, that one hurt me personally.
Yes.
Where I feel like, and then going into this season, and then getting, pretty much housed by the Commanders, I feel like that was like the fans and the culture around the city and everyone, the media, was just expecting us, never even gave Washington a fighting chance in that game. Where so I was kind of more so saying that like the fans, the media for this season was like the disappointment, whereas 2 seasons ago it was more of a team and a personnel play calling kind of disappointment in my point of view.
Yeah, the way I would compare it, I mean, Phil, for me, last year was sadness, heartbreak. This year, anger. I'm not sad about last weekend. I'm angry. You cannot allow that team to walk into your building, turn it over 5 times, and get your ass kicked by a rookie quarterback running a college offense. It's just, I don't care. I mean, the injuries are what they are, and that may take you away from winning a Super Bowl. The idea that Washington pranced all around your stadium and dropped 50 on you, come on, man. Can't do it.
See, I would say this year devastation would be the word, because you did everything. You built all of this for nothing.
That's why I'm angry. F devastation. I'm pissed.
Devastation because all the work that you did, and it's just like, you set up all these, Lego, and somebody just comes and just kicks it over.
And that's anger. That's where you take a baseball bat to them. Anger.
That's when you just sit there with your pile of Legos like, why?
Rico sits there devastated.
Why? Why'd you do that?
So you basically...
You sit there with, you don't know what to do next. Do I rebuild it? Do I clean these up? Do I chase after you? What do I do? I don't know. Devastated.
Okay, I'll leave it alone. We'll go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, what's going on, buddy? Christian.
Personally, I think Aaron Glenn's departure is not going to hurt the Lions. It'll actually be helpful in the long run.
All right, go ahead. Give it a spin. Why do you feel that way?
If you look at this defense, it was good during the front half of the season when we had all of our players, but as soon as a couple of key pieces got hurt, he couldn't hold it together except for one game against Minnesota. That's the only game he looked any good in.
Okay, but if you don't have the players, what coordinator do you think would hold it together?
Well, I think that you're running man coverage every play when you clearly have incompetent safeties and corners is not going to help at all. You should run. If you ran some zone, he could have maybe gotten a couple more stops on defense.
But here's your problem. Listen, they ran a ton of zone against Washington. How'd that work for you? It didn't. You got gutted. Second of all, they draft players based on an archetype of how they want to play defense. They want to be a man team. And that's your best version of you. When they have gone zone, they get ripped up. This all emanates from, and it's why, the Hutchinson thing. I don't think anyone. That's where I got so angry when people were like, it doesn't matter, next man up. There is no next man up. Not for a guy like Aiden. No. There is no next man up for a guy like Aleem. It all emanates from that front four. If your front four gets put together the right way this offseason, believe me, no one's going to be talking about man versus zone because you will have a pass rush. Mm-hmm. So, again, you gotta keep the main thing the main thing. Meaning, if you don't have a defensive line, you could have Deion Sanders clones in your secondary. You won't stop anybody.
No.
That's why you weren't beating Philly.
Their safeties are objectively good.
Yes,
so for him
to
say they're incompetent, it's like, what are you talking about? I get you're hurt that your team lost, but come on.
Well, he's projecting. He's upset.
Right. He needs a bad guy. He needs a boogeyman. And look, Aaron Glenn is probably the least of all the things that I'll blame because he didn't have much. So he knew if I sit back in zone, I'm going to get torn apart.
So we're going to go, man, we're going to blitz, and we're going to kill everybody.
And I'm going to give myself a 50-50 chance every down, knowing I can get burned, but I could also get to the quarterback. He was forced to do that.
But I'm with Rico in this one, too. I wouldn't mind shopping at the expensive aisle for a corner. You can't go into next season with Terry and Arnold, Rakestraw, Vildor, Roberts. You can't. you got to have a lead dog. And I don't know what that is. Do you really want to commit to Carlton Davis? Try to make it 5 straight seasons he's missed at least 4 games? Because guess what? His streak went, I believe, 4 straight years, missing at least 4 games, including when you needed him most.
Yeah, I think the Rakestraw thing hurt because I don't even recall him doing anything this season.
No, it was, but again, that's rookies.
Right, but it ended up looking like a wasted pick. Like, well, you probably could have took somebody else because doubling up, it's like, okay, you just drafted your future backfield. And
I know.
It took Arnold some time, but I think he's there. I don't know if he's the number 1 yet.
No, and that's why you see, when you talked about the elite quarterbacks on the schedule, I'm talking about fans need to understand it ain't going to be a rat like Brock Purdy waiting for you most years.
Okay, serious.
Sorry, had to get some slander in. All right, elevate.
Good for you.
Your tailgating Ram Buick GMC. It's simple. New year, best prices of the year. The 25 Hummer EV SUV, $775 a month. The Sierra will help you do it as well. 24 Sierra Elevation, $305 a month, $999 down. New stock arriving daily. Yukon Denali's are in stock as well. And if you need anything, you go to MarinExpress.com. You get the certified service, you get the free loaner, and go about your damn day. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, it's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. 5 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? And also our YouTube. Plenty Show with Rico. Subscribe, like, and all the rest. John and Evan really bust their ass getting the videos up there. So we'd appreciate a follow. So this weekend, championship weekend, a weekend many thought the Lions would be playing. The reality of the loss to the Commanders certainly had to have sunk in. And the question is twofold. A, did you watch? And if so, how did you process it? Now, I know I am a distinctly different bird than many of you, but I walked away. It was a cathartic weekend for me because, A, the fact that the Eagles went out and dropped a bomb on the Commanders fully cemented my belief you were not beating the Eagles. So, therefore, we just saved time and pain, and in the case of many of you, money. The other thing for me was I was so thankful that as bad as this has been, and as much as it sucks that the Lions fell short, at least we're not Bills fans. I want you to think about having this offseason, this playoff, last year, in continuum, 4 straight years. But wait, there's more. You will lose in the most painful ways possible. But wait, there's more. You will lose every year in the most painful ways possible to the same quarterback. It would drive me to madness. I walked away from this weekend. It actually felt like a little bit of closure. You weren't good enough to win the whole thing. You aced out. And thank God we're not Bills fans. Not only because I hate the city of Buffalo. It's a terrible place to live. But also because I can't imagine what those poor bastards are feeling.
No, because the worst part about it, if you're a Bills fan, every time you lost, it was just that close, which means you're not going to break it up. You're going to say one more time. And it's like, no. It's almost like you're playing the slot machine, and every time it looks like it's going to be 3 sevens, but it's 7-7, and you're close, but no jackpot. If they just got blown out, I think that would help the city of Buffalo. Because, no, they can then say, okay, we're just not good enough. But each time you lose, and, man, 13 seconds away, or like yesterday, now you're sitting there thinking, well, what if we didn't go for 2 here, and what if we'd have did this? What if we realized that James Cook's in our backfield, and maybe we should use him more often instead of just relying on using the tush push? Because I think that's what hurt them is they just start playing for that stupid play. It's like, guys, you're better than this. Be better than this.
So what's your takeaways? I mean, look, if you didn't watch, I'm not mad at you. If I didn't have this job and I'm a Lions fan, I would never watch. But I want to know what you walked away from. Are you capable of looking at it and going, you know what? We weren't good enough to win the whole thing anyways. And second of all, as bad as it is right now, it could always be worse, man. You could be a Bills fan. But here's the problem. Rico, I know you agree with me on this. You're not that far away. Another failed postseason or two, you are Buffalo. So it is a reminder how hard it is, but how fleeting this all is. So you've blown 2 good opportunities. This upcoming season is, look, I mean, I just don't believe in this whole endless window stuff. Like this next upcoming season is going to be not your final shot, but it's going to be another one of those prime ones that before players start leaving and contracts force you to get rid of certain people or your O-line ages out, whatever.
Yeah, you become Baltimore. You become Philadelphia. You become San Francisco where, after a while, you haven't won anything. But you're still there. But after a while, just being there, being in,
it's no fun. Is it fun for you to be consistently good but never win anything?
No.
Let me help you. No. We always bust David's balls. He's out sick today. Steelers are always good. Haven't won a playoff game since 2016. Yeah. Is that fun? Much easier to be me. 3 wins, hopeless, garbage can. I'm just telling you. I actually walked away from this weekend going, all right, you know what? It's probably for the best. They weren't winning this thing. And if they lost in the NFC title game at home, can you imagine? People would be inconsolable.
Yeah, because it's going to come a time where you're going to just say, you know what, blow the thing up and come back in 2 or 3 years and let's see what you have.
248-539-9797. Would love to know where you guys are at with it. Because, look, Maybe you watched it and you go, you know what? We could have beaten the Eagles. I just think you live in a different universe. The Eagles dominated the line of scrimmage. You couldn't stop Washington's running game. What the hell makes you think you were stopping theirs? Jalen Hurts was not hurt. He was mobile as ever. Their passing game, effective as ever. And defensively, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, in a sick twist of irony, 2 players you passed on, were the linchpin of that defense. And no, I'm not trading it for Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm making a point to you. Those big people are why the Philadelphia Eagles are probably going to give the Chiefs a hell of a run for their money, if not win the whole damn thing. You win with the tip of the sword. That is a takeaway for me. It only reaffirms my belief, no matter how much you villainize Rico or me. When we pound the desk about big money, big signings, big trades up front to the defensive line, it reaffirms my belief that until or unless you do those things, you are not winning a Super Bowl. And Brad Holmes has done a lot of things right. A lot of things really right. I don't believe the handling of the defensive line has been one of them. Especially this past offseason where they opted for, I don't want to pay full price for the movie. We'll wait until it hits on demand. And you did the Marcus Davenport, DJ Reader double dip. And it's not enough. Even with Aiden. Aiden's fantastic. He needs help. And now Aleem McNeil, look, it's going to be a long road back for him. That was a catastrophic knee injury. So those are kind of the weekend feelings. And I hate Patrick Mahomes. And Taylor Swift wears an earpiece, and it's like MTV's Disaster Date, and she wires down. Because I don't care what anybody says. That ref with an obstructed view coming from the Chiefs sideline, overruling the guy with a view who ruled it a first down. Change spot. I'm telling you. I can't take it. They get every call.
You're still going with that.
And the Xavier Worthy thing, not a catch.
Okay. That was true. Now that's the one where
not a catch.
That was a pick. Okay.
He ruled it was a catch before they were done hitting the ground.
Right. It was like, okay, that was a pick. Okay. Show me the replay. Oh, wait. Okay. It looks like the ball hit the ground. Incomplete pass. None of the choice C was never an option to me. It's actually a catch. Actually, it's not. It's either one of the two things.
No belief that Taylor Swift is actually running the league.
I don't.
Like she's the shadow commissioner.
I don't.
Okay.
No.
I can't take it anymore.
I think she's just gotten into people's heads, but no, I don't think that she's the shadow commissioner. I just think that people are just tired of her. Tired of the
Nobody's seen Goodell in a while.
He wasn't in the box with her?
No. I'm just telling you. They get every big call.
Maybe he was in Philly.
I don't care. They get every call. It kills me. But if you're the Bills, think about it. Here's the one thing I'll caution you. The Bills have been good for a long time. And it's something that we've heard Brad Holmes say. It's something we've heard Steve Yzerman say. It's something we've heard Scott Harris say. Be careful what you wish for. The design is not to be good for a long time. The design is to win the damn thing once and nothing else matters. So as we approach the offseason, when I leave this weekend, right, I'm more convinced than ever. No, they don't have to do F them picks for 3-4 straight years, but yeah, I would have a hyper-aggressive offseason because the window is closing. That doesn't mean it's closed. But you have some cap space this year. You know what you don't have in 26? Cap space. Now, you can create it, but the way you will create it will cause long-term harm. Redoing deals, balloon payments, you're stuck with guys, then you can't do it. Plus, you're not going to be able to keep everybody. So we're setting the table here on January 27th. We are not far from free agency, guys. I know that sounds crazy. You're not. Hyper-aggressive is where I'd be at because this weekend showed me one thing with the Eagles D-line, with the Chiefs and Bills going to war up front.
Yeah.
You've got to have, and do not tell me Aiden fixes everything. He doesn't.
No, coming off of a leg injury, no, and you can't just, you know what, the thing is, quit going cheap and just go out and really address and get a top-end free agent or do your voodoo magic and with the 28th pick in the draft, there's going to be a defensive player, defensive edge rusher, or somebody or tackle who slides down. Address that person the way you found Brian Branch and go get that person.
Yeah, but therein lies the issue. Not you.
But you got to value that.
No, the issue is you think you're going to bat 1,000 in the draft every year. It's not going to happen. You're going to draft some bums. You're going to draft guys who can't play. Why? No one's ever outrun the statistics of drafting players in the NFL. You can have a hot few years. Right now, I would compare what Holmes is doing here to what the Seahawks did when they created the Legion of Boom. It doesn't last forever.
True.
So I'd rather take the pick and go get a player. Max Crosby.
That may cost you a lot.
I don't care. I'm so sick of hearing of the fear of cost of acquisition.
No, but the reason why I say that is Holmes has said he's not in the business of doing that right now. He's not in that F them picks mentality.
Okay, and that's my point. I'm not interested. I want to win the Super Bowl because being good for a long time, you end up a Bills fan.
Yeah, because you're about to play some top-end quarterbacks next year. You have to be able to get some pressure on them without blitzing them constantly, because if you blitz them, they'll tear you apart.
We'll get to the people in a moment. 248-539-9797. It's all on the table for you on a Monday. Northville Lumber sell more Trex decking than anyone, and that's because they get the best prices of anybody. And everything's in stock all the time. Right now, you get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. You buy your decking, railing, lighting. You buy it where the pros buy it, and they will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just visit Northville Lumber today. Talk to an expert. You can see all the products on display. Call them now or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Hey guys, the big game has arrived and fans are excited to see who's going to be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbooks. But for now, how about a game tonight that I'll give you a parlay for? Michigan, how about Wolf to score 12 or more points, Golden to get 10 or more rebounds, and Michigan to cover the 8.5 point spread at plus 850. ESPN Bet's big game giveaway promo is offering a chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Download the app and opt in today, followed by state odds and lines subject to change, and also the other state disclaimers. You must be 21 years or older. If you've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for detail.
All right, straight to the people. Got a little fun blitz for you while you've been away watching football. We'll catch you up to speed on another sport. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour. Right now we go to Cliff, 97.1. Cliff, what's going on, bud?
Hey, how's it going? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, welcome aboard, Clifford. What's going on?
Well, I love listening to you guys. I'm a teacher in Hamtramck, and I listen to you guys every day in the morning coming up and on my way home from school. So I love doing that. But speaking on the Lions, am I disappointed at the season the way it ended? Absolutely. But at the same time, I look at it as a success. Okay. I don't think it is a failure because, we've opened up the eyes of not only the fans, but, players across the league, that we are actually now a destination. We're a team that people want to come see and watch. We're a team that players from other teams are going on to social network and talking about how they would love to play for Dan Campbell. And it's just an eye-opening situation that we've not had before. And I love seeing it, love hearing it, and can't wait for this offseason to see, hopefully to play off what you guys were just saying. They need to hit the market real hard, and hopefully we can bring in some big names and make a difference next year.
So let me ask you a question. So what if we're in the same position next year? Is that going to alter your perspective in the whole success-failure thing? Or are you just okay as long as they're relevant and as long as they're good that you can live without the ultimate prize?
Well, I mean, the ultimate prize, of course, is the goal. Will I be happy with it? Absolutely not, because I don't think we're going to have 2 years in a row where we're going to have a historic amount of injuries like we did this year.
Yeah.
Because, nowhere in the history that I'm aware of has any team suffered as many injuries as we did this year and been anywhere close to as successful as we have.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason. Cliff, that's why I want to be real aggressive this offseason, because I do think,
Absolutely.
Look, with any amount of injury luck, if I bring in another high-caliber guy, especially a pass rusher, all this consternation about zone versus man and blaming Aaron Glenn, you know what fixes all of that? Get the quarterback. That's what my sole focus is.
Yeah. No, you're right, because once again, looking at next year's schedule, man, you're going to be playing some good, great quarterbacks from the NFL. And if you can't get to these guys, it's going to be a long year. Let us put it this way. Probably not banking on another 15-2 season.
No,
Just
God, no. And again, that's before you get to the coordinator stuff. I think if this weekend shows you anything, you will be facing superstar quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. You will be facing unicorns.
And guess what? You're going to be facing some mobile QBs as well.
Well, that's what superstars are.
Yeah.
I know, mobile golf season. But no, Jared is
his
not.
7 yards will help.
Hey, man. They're graceful 7 yards. Let's go to John in Waterford, 97.1. Johnny, what's up, bud? John? I don't think John's there. Well, we'll go to Harvey, 97.1. Harvey, what's up, bud?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Hey. What's the word?
Good. Well, listen, I had three bets that I would have won $31,000 on a 15-leg, a 14-leg, and a 13-leg parlay, and all on Detroit. Detroit lost to Buffalo. At that time, I was sitting with my father, and we talked about it, and I said, you know what? This season is going to be over because of our defense. And I just knew it because I was always taught defense wins championships. And I think Philly's got the number one defense. So I knew that we weren't going to go deep because the deeper you go, the better and better they are.
There is truth to it, Harv, but it all works together, right? It's not like the 80s, 90s, where you could win a Super Bowl, 13-7. Like, you do need everything now. I still believe offense is what powers it, but you need a defense that is at least above average. I will give you that. Harvey, if they get healthy, they're going to be above average. But there's still a player or two away defensively, especially up front. And that's my big takeaway because, look, man, as good as they are, they don't have the internal presence. Like, Aleem is a really good player. They need someone next to him. They need someone opposite Aiden. And I'm hopeful they don't go into the Marcus Davenport, discount DVD bin this offseason.
Yeah. Do we keep Darius Smith?
I don't really care. I'll be honest with you. I mean, for me, he's a nice rotational guy. But I'm not going to lean on him to play at this stage of his career. I'm not going to lean on him to play every down or be this 15 sack guy. I mean, good player, happy they went and tried.
Yeah, I think he wants to come back. I mean, he posted on his Instagram account this diamond-encrusted Detroit Lions ring that...
Excuse me?
A diamond-encrusted Detroit Lions ring that you can clearly see he's on some type of a beach. So he's on vacation. But
Cancun on 3.
Yeah, the ring before the ring is what it's entitled. So he wants to come back.
Okay, well...
I don't think it was a team-issued ring. I was out there looking with Evan. Like, I don't think that the Lions issued this. I think...
He's back, though, isn't he? He's got a super cheap last year. I thought he had like a $2 million deal.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. He wants to be back here.
He can be back, but he's only he's just a rotational guy for me.
Yeah.
I think if you're starting him, I mean, he's going to be, 34 years old? Does that sound about right?
Something like that, yeah.
Now, if you go bring in a Khalil Mack, and now you got a rotation opposite Hutch, and it's Darius Smith and Khalil, and you keep them fresh, and you keep them ready, develop some packages to get everybody on the field. You do like what the Giants used to do when they had the NASCAR package, and it was 4 defensive ends. Hey, man, world's your oyster. Get good football players, hand them to smart people, and let them be smart. But we got to wait and see. The ring before the ring, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Let's go to Carrie, 97.1. Carrie, what's going on?
Hey, hi. How you doing? I've got a comment about when the Lions lost the first game to the Commanders. So my brother texted me and said that the Lions crapped their pants, and I said, yeah, you're right. But, however, strangely, I started feeling this calmness that I hadn't felt in a while, and I realized it was like when I come home from a fancy, hotel or something, and I'm getting in my old bed that's, really comfortable and all that. Like, this is what I'm used to, right? And it was all of a sudden I realized I've been on edge for 2 years because I was seeing something with the Lions that I didn't know how to deal with because of their success, and all. So, actually, I hate to say it, I'm not saying that it's like same old Lions. I don't believe in that. Every year it's a different team. But I'm saying it's me. I'm the same old fan that always was with those teams. And I didn't quite, I couldn't quite get myself to, accept or believe in it, right? So
yeah, skepticism's healthy. I mean, Carrie, listen, you got a really good football team. You got really smart people running it. But if this weekend shows you anything, there are lots of those teams. Baltimore's a wonderful organization. They got nothing to show for it. The Bills, really good organization. Got nothing to show for it. San Francisco, an elite organization. They have nothing to show for it except heartbreak. That is the conversion I think Lion fans have got to make this offseason. You got to stop acting like somehow you are the anointed. And TJ was on the morning show, and I thought TJ said it best. You got to earn the right to expect to win it all. As a franchise, as a player. Fans can do whatever they want to do. But this idea that, it seemed like the Lions just expected to roll over the Commanders and felt like it was their place to be in the NFC title game. No. And I do think there has to be a little bit of a recalibration this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I think they got a little bit full of themselves, top down.
I think that'll last for about maybe another month, and then it's going to go back to, we're going to win it this time.
All right, then I'll see you in August. You handle it.
You can stick in the room.
No, please.
Oh, yeah. You ain't going nowhere.
I know, but I can't. You know what I don't want to do? It's part of the reason I've approached this with the Tigers this way, okay? David, you had a day last week you were out, and David had brought up this Tiger thing. And I said, David, look, we can just stop right here. If you're asking me to get angry, it's not going to happen. And he goes, well, why? And I go, because they don't care. Like, I can't get back to a place where if you critique what the Lions are doing, you're somehow evil. It's the same thing with the Tigers. So here's just like, look, the Lions, there's a salary cap. They're going to spend up to the cap. They're going to do their thing. But like with the Tigers, I said, look, no, I mean, would I love to sign Alex Bregman? Sure, but I'm not going to scream about it. And I also have lost any illusion they're going to spend money or any illusion they're going to do much of anything. If they do, it's wonderful. But if they don't want what I want. They don't want to do it in the manner I want to do it. What am I going to do? I don't care anymore. Like, do whatever you want. You want to wait for the kids? Hashtag 2026? Go ahead. For the Lions, if they go down this same path where our plan is our plan, we are not going to be, nimble. We are not going to adjust. No, we're gonna draft, develop, re-sign our people. We're not going to make major acquisition. Fine. Do whatever the hell you want to do. But I know how I want to have it done. Yeah. Because I've seen the best organizations in football and how they do it. So I think at a certain point, you have to make a decision. Yeah, your way is the best way. It's convenient, it's easy, and it's comfort. I think if you're going to be truly successful at the highest level of whether it's sports, business, life, you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable. You have to push the limit.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Mike. I don't mean to say this to upset you, but look what the Eagles did.
Exactly.
You know what? Let's go get Saquon. Well, we could draft somebody. You know what? How about we just go get him?
No, it's brilliant. I'm not upset in the least, man, at all.
But you're going to have to make one of those types of moves that you go out and get a difference maker.
Here's how the Eagles did this year. You ready? Because I'm glad you brought this up. This is what Lion fans are going to need their team to do this offseason. Needed to hire a defensive coordinator. They bring in Vic Fangio. He's up for assistant coach of the year. Needed to make a splash to get that offense back on track. They bring in Saquon Barkley. He's up to be MVP. Needed to retool their secondary. They draft Quinyon Mitchell. They draft Cooper DeJean. They're both up for Rookie of the Year consideration. Yeah. Okay? So you nailed your coordinator, your big expenditure, and both your high picks at an elite level. Newsflash. That's what the Lions are going to have to do this offseason.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's
because you look at Mitchell and DeJean, and that's a little bit different than Arnold and Rakestraw.
And I like Terry and Arnold. I'm not knocking the kid. You get better. It was baptism by fire. But the reality is, Philly had a defensive line that could help Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. But think about it. At every level, Rico, they nailed it.
They did.
Well, that's what you have to do this offseason if this party's going to continue and you're going to get over that hump. Yeah. And the coordinator thing can't be overstated.
Even their injured players, like Nolan Smith and
Nakobe Dean.
Nakobe Dean panned out. So you got to hope that.
I'll never understand the Nakobe Dean draft day slide. Nothing to do with the Lions.
No, right. I mean, the only thing that was missing was him in a bong. Because other than that, right, it didn't make sense.
If you didn't live through the Laramie Tunsil thing, there is no way anyone would ever believe that was real.
It was like a bad sports movie is what you saw.
I want all my picks.
Right.
97-1.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for just $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your very first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you could also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary. Now, we all know, obviously, winter is brutal here in Detroit, but it is lethal on your roof. If you have any questions or doubts about whether your roof is ready to handle really the brunt of winter, get to Victor's Roofing, Victor's Home Solutions. They have got you covered. They're out there 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather, and they can be at your house within 24 hours to do a 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over their findings, recommend a course of action, and then they get to work. Perfect installations every time, and they offer an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. So make sure your roof is ready. Take on another Detroit winter. Schedule your 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or make that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, as we get ready to hand this thing off to Jeff Rieger for about 45 minutes, we've just been talking about, hey, look, this weekend, Lions fans, did it show you where you're at as far as where the elite teams are? And was it a good thing that you didn't get hammered by the Eagles and have them put up double nickels on you? Paul, a couple ticket texts.
Oh, yeah, unnamed texter. The Lions need to make a move like Philly did with Barkley. Took them over the top. The time is now. They can't waste any more years.
See, that would be that Max Crosby type of thing where you're going out and you're getting a legitimate superstar, not a piecemeal guy, not a kind of sometimes he's injured, but when he's not injured, he's a good type of player. No, you got to go get a Max Crosby.
Here's another unnamed texter. The Lions are now at where the Pistons were in 87 and 88 and the Red Wings were in the early 90s just prior to winning championships.
So they're close, but they're not there yet. I don't know if I can say that because they kept going a step further each year. You actually went a step backwards.
Pistons also got robbed from a Super Bowl, that phantom call. Robbed of a championship, that phantom Lambeer Kareem foul.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that.
It was phantom. Phantom.
Could only imagine talk radio then if you had it.
Oh, dear. I'm sure it would have been very respectful.
The league hates us.
Another unnamed texter. I don't care about the regular season anymore. Tear down the division championship banners. We cannot celebrate anything less than a Super Bowl.
That's Mike in the studio. All right. Rieger has joined us. Wojo not doing his 12 minutes a week tonight.
No.
Okay.
He'll be here tomorrow.
All right.
We got a big show tomorrow. Hi, guys. How you doing?
What's going on?
I must say, you guys made my show for me. I'm only on for 45 minutes up until Red Wing hockey. Wings going for 3 in a row, guys. But you guys made my show. I was out and about. I was taking a schwitz outside. I listened to your opening segment, and you both fired me up.
Why?
I can tell you now, or I can tell you to listen at 6.
Just tell us now. We're sitting right here. What do you want to talk about? What's the issue?
The belief that it's more torturous to be a Bills fan than a Lions fan, the belief that today Bills fans feel worse than Lions fans, I just can't do it. I don't believe it.
Don't do it.
And I'm just going to have to find people.
They've had a 5-year run, and you've lost to the same guy in the most excruciating ways possible.
I mean, my goodness, if Dalton Kincaid catches that ball, they win that game, I think. Maybe.
If the league doesn't change the spot. If the league does it right with Worthy.
These poor tight ends, though, and dropping big passes when they matter.
Look, I'm just making a point to you. The Lions haven't reached that stage of frustration yet in your Super Bowl window. No, I cannot say historically that it's worse. But the thing is, if you make 4 Super Bowls and you lose them in a row,
yes,
you're driven to madness. Yeah. Then you go 30 years with no success. A lot
Very
of those
Lions
years.
Like, yes.
Right. Now, you're in your hero arc. You are arguably one of the top 3 teams in the league over the last 5 years. You know what you got to show for it? And the same guy has put a different bullet in your head at the end of every season.
Meanwhile, Lions have the greatest season in the history of their franchise. They go 15-2, and they got squat to show for it, and it's painful. And now they lose both their coordinators, and who knows what happens next year? So
well,
I do
hold
believe,
on, I got to tell you this.
I do believe it's a torment in itself.
It is. This is like choosing: is it better to drown or die in a fire? They're both horrible.
Oh wow!
No, I'm making a point. Question. It's both horrible. But don't you dare bring up the coordinator thing. You will be attacked. They will not miss either coordinator at all.
No. I brought it up.
As a matter of fact,
the hires are perfect.
It was a good thing that Glenn is gone. Now they can be better.
By the way, Aaron Glenn.
That's what you're up against.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Aaron Glenn, very impressive press conference with the Jets. I don't know if you guys saw any of that. Yeah. I was very impressed.
We heard the audio.
With that being said, I think Goff might take a step back.
Yep.
I think it might take 2 steps back. We talked about this over the weekend.
You'll be public enemy number 1.
I don't think that's unrealistic. Doesn't mean you can't win. So anyway, we're going to talk about that.
Oh, you do that.
Okay.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.
Go enjoy your life.
97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the Judge